See, this is a pretty dramatic place to work. But to answer your question, I don't.
What the fuck?
Love that for me. Big lump?
Oh my god.
I don't even know what happened, but... Stop, Rev! Enough!
Oh my god. Fucking birds. What a nightmare.
I'm not joining Michael for any swimming parties this year. Is it really... Karen got me good this morning, so... Stop.
Why are all our birds so angry?
Curtis. Ow! Could you not? Please? Stop. Oh. The HR department has their hands full filling out incident reports. So much so that we actually needed to hire a new guy. So meet Richard. Richard, enough. Stop. You're bad. Richard. Oh, yeah. He's going to fit in perfectly.
This is awesome. This is a perfect...
Shush, Hassan. We're not there yet. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep, Hassan.
Doing American politics out of context?
Yep.
For the opportunity to hang myself.
They have a right to know if their air fryer is spying on them.
he's gonna swallow this.
Proceed on this one. I hear you. I understand. There's some hard feelings with PennDOT.
Representative Bradford,
Yeah.
just look. I'm a heterosexual. I have a wife. I love my wife. I don't like men, as you might, but don't stop touching me all the time.
The kidney has a very special place in the heart. It's an incredible.
That is what the trans genocide in this country, in this city, has brought me to.
Is this a girl that's screaming? Yes.
Imagine that.
It's so wild. It got memed too.
Well, you know, they're just expressing themselves. They're just expressing their feelings.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, bro.
Tell me what I told you. If Ivanka weren't my daughter,
They inserted that sniff smell. They had to, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, surely.
Weird. Stop. You know,
I am not gay. I never have been gay.
Senators won't make booty calls in dirty airport bathroom stalls.
Who is Mitch McConnell? Mr. Khan, you can easily be the winner here.
That's great. That's so good.
I'll take waste for 300.
Scientists at his urging have developed an intercontinental ballistics missile that is not a weapon of mass destruction. It only hits photographers.
Weak voice.
That's the seller. Bro, that was literally the same joke. Right? They fucking stole Reagan's joke.
Who did? What?
Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
Uh-huh. That's funny.
Facilities are some of the most toxic, polluting facilities in the world and are killing black people throughout Louisiana.
What an patriotic crowd. And there's President Trump. There seems to be some booing from a few rowdy fans.
This is a voiceover. That didn't sound very legitimate.
Chanting.
Huh?
The boo sounded weird. What a time to join. What do you mean, the first 4 minutes?
From what I can only imagine is a passionate minority. So passionate I can barely hear myself talk.
I love that they put both in. That's really funny.
His mom lived in Long Island for 10
Oh
years
God,
or
no.
so. God rest her soul. And
This might be the worst thing he's ever done.
Your mom's still alive. Is your dad passed?
The pandering,
God bless her soul.
the pandering
Oh my
to
God.
the vote, right? That's when he
Oh my
pulls out the
God.
fucking phone. He didn't show the part I thought they were gonna do. When he pulls out the phone and starts playing the song.
Jesus Christ.
It's like the moment where Hillary Clinton tried to like appeal to black people by saying she carries around hot
Yes.
sauce everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Jesus.
Elsa's child.
Go to the screen playlist. I put the highlight stories at the top because we
In
didn't
the
do
screen
Democracy
playlist?
Now last time, and I want to see if we got what Democracy Now wants us to cover.
Okay.
You know that, and there's that, and there's Reuters. You know, it's a good opener for to see how balanced we are in comparison, right?
Yeah. All right.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
But I'm trying to figure out how we
the
get
War
them
Peace
to have
Report. I'm
Pokemon
Amy
go
Goodman.
to the polls.
In a surprise ruling, the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals has blocked Texas from enforcing a harsh
That's in
new
there.
anti-immigrant law that gives local police sweeping powers to arrest and deport anyone they suspect has entered the United States without authorization. The appeals court ruling came just hours after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled the law could go into effect while the case is being heard by lower courts. Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed SB 4 into law in December, but the law was challenged by the Biden administration.
This is another
Oral arguments before
complicated
the
thing
appeal
going on right now. The border stuff. Depends on if we want to get into it or just wait for the development, you know, because it's like what will happen. It's like more of a what will happen next. How will they respond to the appeal and stuff right now?
Yeah, I think we wait for more.
Court will be held today. On Tuesday, Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor criticized the Texas law, writing in her dissent, quote, "This law will disrupt sensitive foreign relations, frustrate the protection of individuals fleeing persecution, hamper active federal enforcement efforts, undermine federal agencies' ability to detect and monitor imminent security threats, and deter non-citizens from reporting abuse or trafficking," Sotomayor said. Authorities in Mexico have also condemned the Texas law. Israel has carried out a number of deadly strikes in Gaza over the past 24 hours. In Gaza City,
I mean, that's obviously in there, but not necessarily the same strikes they're going to point out. The most important one is that they fucking did a hospital raid again. I think that's the most important. Jesus Christ. Unlike literally the last hospital.
Meanwhile, an Israeli attack on the Nusayrat refugee camp has killed at least 27 Palestinians. The official death toll in
On
Gaza
the
is
refugee
approaching
camp,
32,000.
right.
The World Health Organization warned Tuesday many infants in Gaza are on the, quote, brink of death due to the lack of food.
This isn't in here because we already know this, you know?
Yeah.
It's like how many times do we need to, like, they bombed him again today.
Yeah, it's like mention it, but
the
it
babies
really
are still
give, like,
starving.
full coverage. Yeah. Surprise! Food still can't get in because of Israel.
Yeah, so it's like one of those things where it's like when there's an actual update.
We'll cover it.
I mean, there's
babies
Gaza
are, quote,
stuff in
simply
there, but...
dying because of low birth weight. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk,
I was
said
listening to
Israel
somebody,
may
I don't
commit
know
war
who it
crimes
was
by limiting-
on. It was either Pod Save America or like Sam Cedar or something. I don't know. I watch so much news. But they were pointing out that the low birth weight, the stunted growth that you get from the low birth weight, that's not something the baby ever recovers from.
No.
Like, it's a permanent disability that child is going to have for the rest of their life, even if they survive the malnutrition.
Yeah, because of malnourishment in childhood, you don't develop properly.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing does. Not your bones, not your organs.
Exactly.
Nothing.
And with the medical attention that is already in Gaza, any starving baby that you see right now is like a waking ghost. You know, like people who get hit with radiation and they don't die for a little while, even though they died when it happened.
Yeah. It was just a 3-week period of death.
Getting aid into Gaza.
The extent of Israel's continued restrictions on the entry of aid into Gaza, together with the manner in which it continues to conduct hostilities, may amount to the use of starvation as a method of war, which is a war crime. The clock is ticking. Everyone,
You mean
especially those
Israel's
with
committing
influence,
war
must
crimes?
insist
No
that Israel
way.
acts to facilitate the unimpeded entry and distribution of needed humanitarian assistance to end starvation and avert all risk of famine.
Israeli forces are continuing the deadly raid on Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City.
Here
Al
you go.
Jazeera reports
Look
dozens
at
of
that
people
bomb.
have been killed. Hundreds of
That's
Palestinians
insane.
have also been detained, including another Al Jazeera journalist, Mahmoud
Big
Anewa,
enough.
who
You
was
drop a
reporting
big enough
inside
fucking bomb on that hospital, Israel. Like, what the fuck was that? That was huge.
Yeah,
hospital
that's
complex.
nuts.
His colleague,
How many
Ismail
pounds
Al
do you think
was
that
detained
was?
Monday, stripped naked, held.
Couple hundred.
I mean,
Had to be.
250 is the standard.
Mm. It wouldn't have been a 500, I don't think. They're pretty
I know
big.
we dropped 2 500s on Zarqawi, I'm pretty sure. Didn't we? Wasn't it? Right? We dropped
Just to
2.
make sure he's dead.
Yeah. His body was still recovered in whole.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
I think the Moab is 700. And that's the biggest. Biggest conventional.
For many hours, released and beaten. The World Health Organization says it's documented 410 attacks on healthcare facilities in Gaza since Israel began its assault on October 7th. In other news on Gaza, Canada's government has announced it will halt weapon shipments to Israel after the Canadian Parliament approved
I'm
a
not sure if
non-binding
that's where it
resolution on
might
the
be.
issue. The motion, which passed by a vote of 204 to 117, also called on Canada to work towards the establishment of the State of Palestine. In the United States, voters headed to the polls Tuesday for primaries in Arizona, Florida, Illinois, Kansas, and
This is
Ohio.
obviously in here.
Ohio, Bernie
Mhm.
Moreno won the Republican Senate primary, defeating State
Spoilers.
Senator Matt Dolan and Ohio Secretary of
Oh,
State Frank LaRose.
whatever.
Moreno's a wealthy former car dealer backed by Donald Trump and Senator J.D. Vance. Moreno will now face Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown in November in a race that could decide which
More
party
to come
controls
later.
the U.S. Senate.
Yeah,
Joe
no,
Biden
well,
and
there's
Donald Trump
a lot
won
of
all
stuff
their
in
races Tuesday,
the
but there
primaries.
continue to be signs that many voters are not happy with their party's presumptive nominees.
These primaries, well, it's not Super Tuesday. Well, I should be on my mic. Sorry. Well, it's not Super Tuesday. These are some of these primaries are kind of important, right?
Yeah.
So, obviously,
They're indicative of voting trends.
yeah, obviously, Illinois is probably going to go blue, right? But then Arizona was like one of the states that I think Joe Biden got to win, and the other one is Ohio.
Both could go red.
Yes, and
Very easily.
Ohio, I know that Ohio did whatever election they had, a senator, a governor. It was a guy who was like, pro banning abortion at a federal level.
Yeah.
I don't know how anyone will like.
Oh my god, my cat's doing the thing where he knocks something off the table. I might be a bit distracted.
Yeah, so Arizona did go to Biden last time.
Okay.
So
Are people going to vote for people like Carrie Lake, though? I don't know. She kind of got dumpstered last time, didn't she?
I mean, we'll look into stuff like that, but Arizona is 11 points, right?
Hmm.
So, that's a pretty high point state.
Over Trump, even though she's already suspended her campaign. Meanwhile, in Kansas, more than 10% of Democrats selected none of the names shown instead of Biden. In
Nice.
Illinois, some Democrats, including Ibrahim Rashid, said they stayed home instead of voting for Biden.
I actually canvassed for Biden.
Yeah, Illinois
Really involved in
had
the
like a record low turnout because
Crazy.
they decided instead of doing the uncontested vote, they were going to protest the entire election.
Nice.
Which it gets funny because they really
support this.
they were really pushing this local ordinance they needed people to vote on, and it basically didn't pass because only the elites voted, and they voted it down. So they kind of fucked themselves over by doing it this way.
That's pretty funny.
We'll get into it.
It's for a cause.
Biden movement, bringing out South Asian young Muslims and others to come out to vote for Biden in 2020. And I'm planning on sitting out the election because I am just horrified at Biden's stance on Israel-Palestine. I'm of the view that, we delivered Biden his majority, and he is failing us as young progressive voters. So right now I'm going to say no ceasefire, no votes.
In more campaign news, Donald Trump is facing widespread criticism over comments he made about Jewish Democratic voters.
Jewish person
Why?
who votes for Democrats hates their religion,
I'm so glad
they
this is
hate
in
everything
here.
about Israel, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
On Tuesday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer blasted Trump's remark as, quote, unadulterated anti-Semitism. Trump made the comment on a podcast hosted by former White House aide Sebastian Gorka, who has faced accusations of anti-Semitism as well.
Gorka.
In 2017, the Jewish newspaper The Forward reported Gorka had ties to a Hungarian far-right Nazi allied group and that he supported an anti-Semitic and racist paramilitary militia in Hungary while he served as a Hungarian politician.
Whoa.
Trump's son-in-law and former advisor Jared Kushner has weighed in on Israel's war on Gaza, saying Israel should move Palestinians out of the besieged territory.
This is another thing that's in here. This is so funny. She's really getting all the stuff that I put in here. That's funny. She's pretty good.
Yeah.
Front property. Kushner made the remarks during a recent event hosted by the Middle East Initiative at Harvard Medical School.
In Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to if people would focus on kind of building up.
And that dynamo of energy and excitement, Jared Kushner. And that dynamo of energy and excitement, Jared Kushner.
The people out and then clean it up. But I don't think that Israel has stated that they don't want the people to move back there afterwards.
The humanitarian aid group, Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders,
now it's going to be a surprise we actually
boarding the rescue of over 170 migrants, most of them Syrian refugees, from 2 vessels stranded in the Mediterranean Sea as they made their way to Europe. MSF said a Libyan Coast Guard ship had started to perform dangerous maneuvers, blocking 2 rigid inflatable boats used by MSF to rescue the migrants. The Libyan Coast Guard, which is funded by the European
The
Union,
Libyan government blocking the MSF.
Hang on, go back. Listen.
A number of
Her
those
framing here is really good. It's funny because, like, for I think, like, you know, Ryan Grimm, all these people, I still think these are the best as far as like the, you know, socialist anti-establishment news. I think she's still the best. And she, you know, she gave us, you know, Aaron Mate wouldn't be a thing without her. That's a curse though. Listen how she frames this though.
Most of them Syrian refugees from 2 vessels stranded in the Mediterranean Sea as they made their way to Europe. MSF said a Libyan Coast Guard ship had started to perform dangerous maneuvers, blocking 2 rigid inflatable boats used by MSF to rescue the migrants.
That's nuts.
The Libyan Coast Guard, which is funded by the European Union, also reportedly attempted to tow away one of MSF's inflatable boats. A number of those on board the migrant vessels were unaccompanied children and children under the age of 13. Just last week, at least 60 people are believed to have drowned in the Mediterranean after departing Libya on a migrant vessel. According to the
Libya, paying Libya to drown these people was before her.
2,500 migrants died or went missing in the Mediterranean last year as they attempted to reach Europe.
2,500 died or went missing in the Mediterranean
since the beginning of the year.
Wild.
The Cuban government's accusing the United States of inciting recent protests in Cuba, where a growing economic crisis has resulted in
I was like,
because
there's 2 Cuba stories in there today. Oh, she did both of them. She said both.
Sunday, hundreds of people took to the streets of Santiago, Cuba's second largest.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So that's funny the way she opened this and framed it, that it was opened with Cuba's blaming the United States for inciting this protest. They always do this shit. Like,
drop
shut
the
up,
blockade.
Cuba.
No, drop the blockade. Fuck them. Fuck the
I mean, true. They
the
could say, well, that's not what they mean by inciting it. They're saying that.
No, I understand, but that's how I would frame it. Is they're inciting this protest by besiegement. Basically, they've cut them off.
Well, I mean, this was part of that border deal with Mexico that is advancing with people.
Yeah. I don't know.
City, Cuban President Miguel.
If the Republicans get absolutely steamrolled, I'm sure they will be when they have like a, like an absolute majority is so rare in the United States.
Yeah.
Just because there's only 2 parties, which I think is the benefit of the 2-party system, is it prevents absolute majority parties.
Yeah.
So, but if they get to the point, because like really a majority is like you just need like 4 chairs more, and then you can control all the stuff. You'll just have insiders that work for corporate interests working against your own party if you're in the advantage. But if they move forward and continue strengthening these relations with Mexico, especially if you think about it, like, why wouldn't we be getting Mexico in like the Pacific and Atlantic Alliance? Why wouldn't we put Mexico in both?
It makes natural sense.
Like, why isn't Canada in NATO? Why isn't Canada in a Pacific alliance? But
it doesn't make any sense. Maybe because America's big boss. Can't have Canada. Or Let us in, eh? Why are you letting us out? We have Mounties.
Diaz-Canel criticized U.S.
Horses,
policy
you
in an
can help.
interview with NBC News in Havana.
Cavalry.
They're always looking for justifications and turning things around. The most absurd thing is that they have applied a criminal blockade against us for
There
more
you go.
than 65 years. That is the
Nice.
absurdity. And
Nice.
the absurdity of that blockade is what has provoked all other reactions, which
Nice.
is reflected
There you
in the
go.
things that are
He's
happening.
not wrong.
The UN Weather Agency has issued a red alert about the
This is in
climate
there?
emergency as new data from the World Meteorological Organization shows last year was by far the warmest year on record and that this year may be even hotter.
Epic.
Salasalo, the Secretary General of the WMO,
Get your shorts
spoke on
out, boys.
Tuesday.
The year 2023 set new records for every single climate indicator. This annual report shows that the climate crisis is the defining challenge that humanity.
Is it what now?
We're number one. We're number one.
Well, China.
We got to get out there and throw more soup on paintings that are protected by glass.
Or do what the other person did and use a Stanley knife to actually cut the painting up.
I mean,
It is
the
closely
thing is, Extinction Rebellion, there's only 5 of them, so they can't afford to actually do time like that person is going to do. You know, there's plenty of pro-Palestinian people to take their place.
It's alright, Extinction Rebellion's a cult anyway.
They all are.
twinned with inequality crisis, as witnessed
They're the
by
worst.
growing food
Fucking Extinction
insecurity,
Rebellion just needs to
population
stop.
displacement, and
They're not helping
biodiversity
anything.
loss.
I
Huh?
can think of worse people.
Sure, but they're definitely not helping anything. I
Yeah.
glue my hand to the ground and stop traffic. I'm helping.
It's better
Making
than-
all these cars sit here and chug and
better
pollute in one spot.
PSL.
Yeah, true. I don't think we have an issue with them here. Maybe we do. I need to look into that.
What?
PSL.
Well, I mean, that's an American Socialist Party, so
No, I know, but like
it would
some
be your,
kind of
it would be
offshoot.
your, yeah. Like, I don't know. Do you have an Iran?
We have a Victorian Socialist Party. Maybe they're Iran.
Do you have an
backed. I don't
Iran
know.
presence?
There is an Iranian population here, that's for sure.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean an Iran presence. If Iran is very interested in the United States. Actually,
yeah,
we have new
true.
data from the FBI. They updated something from the Patriot Act. It's really boring, but we might get into it later.
Okay.
Um,
I might have a look into that. I'm not sure whether Iran has any interest in Australia because, I mean, being the country with Pine Gap and of close ties to America, there's possibility. I don't know.
In Jackson, Mississippi, 2 white former sheriff deputies who belong to a group that described
in there.
itself as the
Wow,
Goon
she's got it
Squad
all.
were sentenced to lengthy prison time for raiding a home and torturing 2 black men in January of 2023. Hunter Elward received a 20-year prison sentence. Jeffrey Middleton was sentenced to 17 and a half years. Both pleaded guilty
long
to
enough.
multiple felony,
this out.
federal, and state charges
This is
last
the
August.
so the FBI. This is like basically they can, you know how they can like search and look up. They can basically look up who you've been talking to if they suspect something.
Sure.
And they don't need a warrant to do it. They even, in the thing I have, they even go into like why they don't use the warrant and stuff like that. And like what the process is. But look down here, it says indispensable intelligence on biggest threats.
Look how low China is. That's funny as.
So the 702, the bill that they have where they can just look up who you're talking to, basically. Right? It came with the Patriot Act. Well, it has to be so. It's not quite. It has to. They're looking at people who are talking to Americans, seeing if they're
What's
doing
this number
propaganda and
here?
stuff.
Well, what are these numbers above the flags?
Huh? Well, that's what I was going to get into. So of their raw technical reporting, the 702s, which is the name of the search, right? 97% of their cyber data came from these, and 92% of emerging tech, which is like AI
Jesus Christ.
stuff, right? And these are the like percentages of like the threats, right? So it's like you got North Korea basically any time that they looked at North Korea, it was identified as a
that's hilarious.
baddie, right? Because that would make sense, because who would talk to anyone from North Korea unless they were behind, like,
yeah,
you know. And it's just funny that China's so much lower than you would expect. Probably because they don't need to. They can just use the TikTok, right?
Yeah, exactly. They don't need the foreign agents where the other three kind of do. Still pretty interesting.
Along with 4 other former law enforcement officers. The 6 men burst into a home, then beat, handcuffed, waterboarded, and tasered Michael Corey Jenkins and Eddie Terrell Parker. The officers also sexually abused them with a sex toy while shouting racial slurs.
Love this.
One of the
Cops,
officers put a
everybody.
gun in Jenkins'
One
mouth.
of them got life in
mocked
prison.
prosecution and pulled the trigger.
Good.
The bullet lacerated Jenkins' tongue, broke his jaw,
Oh,
and
pulled the
exited
trigger.
through his
Cool.
neck. The officers then planted drugs at the scene in an attempt to
course they
cover
did.
up their act. One of the officers, Hunter Elward, was also sentenced for his role in a separate assault just
They
2
should
weeks
all get
earlier,
life.
when another member of the goon squad repeatedly tased a man and pressed his genitals into the man's mouth.
That's pretty gay.
And in a speech on the Arizona
Cock meat
State Senate
sandwich.
floor Tuesday, Democrat Eva Birch shared she plans to obtain an abortion after receiving news her pregnancy is non-viable. The first-term lawmaker spoke about her struggles with fertility and a miscarriage she had over a decade ago.
2 years ago, while I was campaigning for this Senate seat, I became pregnant with what we later determined was a non-viable pregnancy. It was a pregnancy that we had been trying for, and we were heartbroken over it. But now I wish I could tell you otherwise. But after numerous ultrasounds and blood draws, we have determined that my pregnancy is once again not progressing and is not viable. And once again, I have scheduled an appointment to terminate my pregnancy. I don't think people should have to justify their abortions, but I'm choosing to talk about why I made this decision, because I want us to be able to have meaningful conversations about the reality of how the work that we do in this body impacts people in the real world.
Arizona State Senator Eva Birch is a former nurse practitioner who worked at a women's health clinic and has been widely critical of abortion restrictions in Arizona, where abortions are banned after 15 weeks of pregnancy. There are no exceptions for rape or incest.
Oh, what a
And
base
those are some of the
How
headlines.
cool.
This is Democracy
Thanks,
Now!,
Arizona.
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Let's see what Reuters has.
That was pretty good.
It was.
Boo. The Islamist Hamas group denies. Why do we have to say Islamist Hamas
The
group?
Texas law allows police. Yeah, we got that. I think. Yeah.
Mhm.
Blocked again by appeals court. Yep. Take it away from him. Get rid of it.
Make their satellites legitimate targets. Okay, buddy.
Impeachment. Yep. We got that.
Epic. That's in there, but we'll probably not do it today.
Okay.
Because it's like, it's global stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's only been in there for a year.
Oh, fucking hell.
Wish fucking
Okay.
the other Communist Party would resign when they get too comfy cozy.
On a minute.
What's the mark button? Control M or just M?
I changed it.
What'd you change it to?
The zero key on my number pad, so I can just hit it.
Oh, that's what mine is too.
Perfect.
Should I allow?
Oh,
Hunter
probably
to give
because
his
it
opening
changes the
statement?
controls for both of us.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
We'll doesn't appear Mr. Biden showed up for his public hearing, so we'll recognize
he's one
you
of the
probably
he's one of the the Bobokins. You fight him in the Zeldas. Bobokins,
Sure. Actually, I do know them.
They're like the
The club guys.
Yeah.
Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. They're all like thick short stacks.
Presented here today with two narratives in this investigation. A false one being pushed by Joe Biden, a serial liar and fabulous, now under this impeachment investigation for public corruption, and his son Hunter Biden, a chronic drug addict facing 2 indictments with 12 counts.
Even if we were to believe every single word offered by these utterly compromised and biased witnesses,
That
Mr.
dude behind
Bobulinski,
Rex
Mr.
and high
Clonis,
as hell.
their allegations don't identify
This guy.
Yeah, bro.
Like he doesn't know where he
he's
is.
baked out of his mind.
any wrongdoing, much less an impeachable offense by President Biden.
Rep. Dan Goldman and Jamie Raskin, both lawyers, will continue to lie today in this hearing and then go straight to the media to tell more lies. Hunter Biden's defense attorney, Abby Lowell, weaponizes letters to Congress to try to smear my name.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh
I apologize for the disruption.
Am I supposed to say it's my time, Mr. Raskin?
Yeah, state your parliamentary inquiry because we've got a very important
Look at him
hearing here,
sitting on the
and we
floor.
don't have time for stunts.
It's not a stunt. It's I'm simply asking that Mr. Bob.
You don't have a parliamentary inquiry. Chair now recognizes Mr. Parnas.
Once again, we're back to a hearing where no evidence is being provided of any sort of wrongdoing by the president. But I want to go back.
That's a
Mr.
blatant
Bobulinski.
lie.
Actually, it's my time, sir.
I want to remind people he's sitting in prison. That's why he can't be here today. He's sitting in prison for scamming workers' pensions.
What is the crime, sir?
You
Specifically.
You asked me to answer the question. I answered the question.
No.
RICO, you're obviously not familiar with. Corruption
Excuse me,
statute.
sir. Excuse me,
Mara.
sir. Excuse me, sir. RICO is not a crime. It is a category.
Imagine getting dumpstered by AOC. God damn.
At the hearing, an empty seat for their main character, Hunter Biden, who declined to attend despite previously asking to testify publicly. For months, GOP lawmakers have been working to connect the dots from
That's
Hunter.
that one lady.
Shut
up! Shut up!
Gets on phone calls, shakes hands,
Phone
and tells
calls.
people to, quote, look after my family.
There have been
Saying
thousands of
that when the
documents,
president
including
does
bank
it,
records,
that
emails,
means
and
it's
texts,
not
as well as
illegal.
witness testimony, including from whistleblowers from the IRS and those at this hearing. Former business partners asked to provide examples of Joe Biden's involvement.
Hunter took a call from his father and told him things were going well with Henry's Allen Harvest.
It's so
and that he
funny
might
because
need
they
a
are like,
little
well, Benghazi works. Can't we do the same thing with Biden? And like the best thing they could do is literally not Joe Biden. The best
Yeah.
thing that they could find to get dirt on him is somebody in his family is bad. Bro, have you seen Donald Trump, who himself is a rapist?
getting across the finish line.
Tony Bobulinski insisting for years Joe Biden was the reason there were any business deals at all, with companies willing to dole out millions, including those based in China and Russia.
There's no evidence of corruption here today. If Joe's conduct and the conduct of his family were fully legal and proper,
Bro,
then why are they
it's so
so
funny
dishonest
that
about it?
like
In the eyes of-
corruption is the thing you want to come out about.
Yeah, of
Just
Joe
wait until we
Biden.
get into the Jared Kushner stuff. It's so wild. Sam Cedar has a great thing on it. Like where it's like just all his input is so good on this one. But I also put Young Turks in there because I figured they're gonna say some dumb shit about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Democrats, it is a last-ditch attempt to try to make the case for impeachment against Joe Biden in retaliation.
Oh
for
come on, they're gonna
Democrats
keep doing it
impeaching
until the
former
election,
President
just
Trump,
like the fucking
an effort
Benghazi
they
thing.
argue has come up empty.
Nearly 20 fact witnesses who cannot identify a
That-
single
using
act
Fox
of
News as the
wrongdoing by
source.
President Biden, much less a high crime and misdemeanor.
Democrats trying to discredit testimony of Republican witnesses who they say are simply loyalists to Donald Trump. Their witness,
Kid Rock.
Lev Parnas, says Trump and Rudy Giuliani sent him around the world to try to find dirt on the Biden family.
In nearly a year traveling the world and interviewing officials in different countries, I found precisely zero evidence of the Biden's corruption in Ukraine. The impeachment proceedings that bring us here now are predicated on false information spread by the Kremlin.
Democrats hoping this was the
What?
final
Interesting.
impeachment inquiry hearing, but there are
Interesting.
still
What the
questions
fuck?
about whether GOP leaders will try to call Joe Biden himself to answer questions ahead of any decision on whether to move forward with
There's some
impeachment.
wild shit that gets
I'm
revealed in
Christine
this
Frizell
hearing.
reporting.
That was just a taste of what they're going to talk about. So I don't know who does it. I don't know who has the signs. I saw it on Twitter, you know.
The House Oversight Committee appears to be moving full steam ahead with impeachment hearings for President Biden. Still,
Full
the
steam
inquiry
ahead.
itself
I don't give a
seems to be
fuck because
stalled.
Twitter's not a
House
real
Republicans
place.
are still on a quest to find evidence that President Biden committed impeachable offenses. The president's son, Hunter, was invited to testify today but declined. In the hearing room itself, an empty chair was set up by GOP members.
Okay,
a symbol of
this is
Hunter's
the same
absence.
report.
Joe Biden
Right.
knows
You know,
exactly what he's doing
Hitting the same
and knows
points.
a handshake, a wink.
Cool. Next.
Solemnly.
Tonight, a fiery inflection point in the impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. This is Mr. Bobulinski. This is my time.
House Republicans holding a hearing designed to feature Hunter Biden, who had asked to give public testimony, but declined to appear. Instead, the committee heard from a pair of former Hunter Biden business associates who testified despite President Biden's denials he was involved in his son's businesses.
He was an active, aware enabler who met with business associates such as myself to further the business.
They say Joe Biden participated in person and on speakerphone in meetings and dinners with Hunter's foreign business partners. Hunter's former business associate, Jason Galanis, testifying from prison.
The vice president said hello, some pleasantries, and then hope you had safe travels, and then said, quote, okay.
Use a what now?
Did you Instagram?
Not for this one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you be good to my boy.
But Democrats firing back, saying
Jasmine
there was
Crockett.
no
Jasmine Crockett.
of a
I just saw
crime.
her.
With any luck, today marks the end of perhaps the most spectacular failure in the history of congressional investigation.
And you definitely have a really,
There's
really
some
large
more,
dick. Your peepee is gigundo.
There's some more of the Blablunken trial at the bottom because I added some last minute stuff at the bottom so it's not sorted as well.
Okay.
And so once we we'll burn through it.
Just pull them up and send them to me.
Oh, they're just at the bottom of the list.
The effort to find a high crime or misdemeanor committed by Joe Biden and then to impeach him for it.
Democrats invited Lev
What list are
Parnas,
you
a
on?
one-time associate of former President
The
Trump's
Trump
attorney
Biden
Rudy
one?
Giuliani,
Okay, it's on
who
that one.
testified that he was tasked with digging up dirt on Biden business ventures in Ukraine.
I found precisely zero evidence of the Biden's corruption in Ukraine.
In an exclusive interview, Parnas accused Republicans
Are you looking at the Forbes ones? Are they the ones you added?
Yeah, there's
Yeah?
some stuff
Okay.
at the bottom there. But I'm also trying to figure out
being
what I
willing
need to delete.
Okay.
accomplices of the Kremlin.
Fireworks.
They're not getting down to the truth. All they're doing is pushing the same Russian narrative and propaganda.
And tonight, the Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer saying he will invite President Biden to
James
testify
Comer.
at an upcoming hearing. Lester?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
No, you're not
breaking news
Lester.
and top stories on the end.
Oh, I clicked the wrong one.
Solemnly.
Tonight,
Overnight, a victory for former President Trump. In the closely watched Senate race in Ohio, Mr. Trump's preferred candidate winning Tuesday's primary.
I want to thank President Trump for all he did for me.
Okay. We'll do this one later.
Huh?
We'll do this one later.
Was the impeachment ones
That's
below
right.
those.
Yeah, I got them.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Chair now
Oh,
recognizes
Provo,
Goldman
that
for
map.
5 minutes.
Are we going to talk about? Are we going to highlight the guy? Yes. Is this? Look at the map. Look at what it actually says.
Kazakhstan, Ukraine,
Yeah.
and China. Equity stake, $1 million, $140,000.
Bro, do you not see it?
What?
Look at the fucking states themselves.
Rosemont.
Look at the 3 states up top.
Yeah. China, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. What about them?
Look at them.
How they're shaped.
How is Ukraine shaped?
They've literally fucking cut off Donbass and oh my
No,
God.
no, that's Kazakhstan.
No, I'm looking at Ukraine.
Oh, did they cut
Wait.
off the Donbass?
Yep, and they cut off Crimea.
No, they didn't. Crimea's on there.
No.
Do you not know your geography, bro?
Wait.
Ukraine is on the right.
Oh my God, they fucking mislabeled it, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Well, I
my
mean,
God.
even you got confused, so I guess it's not that big a deal.
Well, I thought they just cut off Donbass and Crimea because they're fuckwits. That was my first assumption. The fuck is this little dick thing? That's not Ukraine.
Yeah, it is. That's Odessa.
Nah.
Yeah, that's
Get a
Odessa.
map. Get a map. Get a map up. No.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Chair now recognize Mr. Goldman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only have 5 minutes, Mr. Bobulinski, so I'm going to try to move quickly, and I'd appreciate if you just answer the questions. You testified that Joe Biden was involved in your business venture related to Oneida Holdings and Hunter Biden. So I want to drill down on the crux of what your testimony is. Oneida Holdings is the business venture that you are referring to, correct?
Okay.
That's why they in Russia, the Russians couldn't even basically hold on to Odessa, but that's why they launch a lot of the sea drones. They launch them out of the Odessa region down here.
Okay.
I don't know where it stops being Odessa, but I just consider that little dingle right there Odessa.
Sure.
I think Ukraine, these are its two legs and it's a T-Rex, That's the T-Rex head. Right.
Without a tail.
No, it has a tail. It's just curled up. It's like walking, so it's waving behind it, so it's kind of pointed that direction. So this actually is tip of the tail. See, it comes around.
Can you
Any business you did with the Bidens?
My reference is the Sinohawk Holdings LLC and Oneida Holdings LLC own 50% of that.
Right. And Oneida Holdings was the 50% that was on the American side of that Sinohawk deal, right?
It was the 50% that was the Biden side of it. Some of the, James Gilliar is not an American, so.
Sorry, fair enough. And it was a joint partnership memorialized in an incorporating document, correct? And it had equal shares divided among 5 partners. Is that right?
I can't.
Well,
are you asking me about what you're holding up? Because
sir, was it an equal? Were there equal 20% shares among 5 partners?
In what?
Oneida Holdings.
In the final signed documents?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
It is?
It's not complicated.
What the fuck?
Well, it is because.
All right, you're just filibustering now. The answer is you're filibustering. I get it. That there were 5 partners: Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, Rob Walker, James Gilliar, and you. Each owned 20%.
Well, they didn't each own, their LLCs owned it, which is a material
Do you
difference.
see Joe Biden or an LLC
Shut
related
up.
to Joe Biden on this?
I don't know if Joe Biden owned any of Jim Biden's LLC or Hunter Biden's LLC. I'll leave that up to the committee.
Okay. And do you know when this agreement was entered into?
The poster
Take it
board that
down.
you're holding up or the actual legal
Oh my
document?
God, this guy's a
The
fuckwit.
agreement, sir.
The agreement.
The agreement was signed May 22nd, 2017. Who was the vice president then?
May 22nd, you said? I think it was Mike Pence.
And who was the president?
Donald Trump.
Interesting.
When did you first meet Hunter Biden?
I first met Hunter Biden in early 2017.
When? When in 2017?
A day or
The
an
month.
hour
Month is
or a
good.
month? I believe I briefly met him in New York, but I spent the first meeting I had extensive time with him was in early May 2017.
And that was around the same time that you had those 2 meetings with Joe Biden, right?
It was, but prior to that,
So look, you have said
I had
that-
lawyers
Sir,
working through the documents. that you're
Can I
asking.
please reclaim my time, sir? As I
Okay.
said, we have to move quickly here.
Wrexham's laughing behind
Unfortunately,
him.
in your testimony earlier today, one of my colleagues asked you about that meeting at the bar, 45 minutes to 60 minutes. And you were also asked about that in your transcribed interview. And in neither of your answers did you mention any discussion that you had at that meeting with Joe Biden about the Chinese business venture. Yet, in grandiose terms here today, you have declared that Joe Biden was involved and that you have mountains of irrefutable evidence to support it. So let's look at the mountains of irrefutable evidence. You provided the committee with a screenshot of a text message that is between James Gilliard and you, dated May 11th.
This is so ridiculous. But look, dude, they continue. They had like 6 hearings on Benghazi. All of them basically said Hillary did nothing wrong, right? And it still was one of the main things that cost her the election. They don't care. They don't care that it's right or wrong. They care about extending it.
Yeah.
If you can see, if you can't see, it's just you and James Gilliard, though, right? You remember this text message, I'm sure.
Generally, yes.
All right. And in it, Gilliard writes, "Man, you are right. Let's get the company set up, then tell H and family the high stakes and get Joe involved." And 2 days later, Mr. Gilliard sent an email to you, CCing Rob Walker and Hunter Biden, in which he suggested a division of the company and included a proposal of, quote, 10% held by H for the big guy, question mark. You remember that, right?
Oh my God, this is the big guy.
The infamous email with the big guy? Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Did anyone ever respond to that email?
Yes, they did numerous times.
Sorry.
Hunter
Did anyone
Biden
ever-
himself
excuse me,
did.
Excuse me. You're right.
Well, no, I
Did
think
anyone
that's
e-
important because
Sir,
Hunter
did
Biden
anyone
has
ever
claimed that he didn't
Can you answer my
respond to it,
questions?
and he responded to it. I
The-
believe
you're just going to
times.
filibuster. I reclaim my time that's running out, but I will say no one responded to the big guy reference for 10.
Thank you
So
for making my
what-
point. They didn't have to respond
Right.
because
And
they
then,
all knew the big
sir,
guy was Joe
I
Biden.
reclaim my time. Mr. Chairman, please control the witness. I would like to say,
Please control
I would
the
like
witness.
To,
They just
get a little
taser
extra
him.
time, Mr. Chairman, because I want to read what Mr. Gilliard said to the Wall Street Journal. Quote, "I would like to clear up any speculation that former vice president was involved with the 2017 discussions about our potential business structure. I am unaware of any involvement at any time of the former vice president. The activity in question never delivered and project revenue. 9 days later, the agreement without Joe Biden was signed. You and James Gilliard wanted Joe Biden involved, and that is why Hunter Biden dumped you and did the business
That's a
on his
blatant
own.
lie,
And
Mr.
I yield
Goldman. You
back.
know better.
Chairman's time.
That was fucking great.
Pressed recitation of some of what we've lived with over the last few years.
Chair recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Mr. Bobolinsky, I want to talk
Kansas.
about May of 2017. To be clear, Hunter Biden was doing business with CEFC while his dad was VP. Are you aware of that now? Rob Walker told us that during his transcribed interview.
Call
before the
Rittenhouse.
committee. But I want to talk to you about your meeting with Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and Jim Biden in May of 2017. Other
Joe
members are going to
Bob,
bring up the
Jim
meeting you had
Bob.
with Joe Biden at the Beverly Hilton the night before the Milken Conference. But I want to talk about the next day when you went as Joe Biden's guest to the Milken Conference. So you watched Joe
They had
Biden
milk
deliver
and
a speech
cookies?
that day. Then you had a follow-up conversation with Joe Biden. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
What did Joe Biden tell you during that conversation?
Goldman aiming
Well,
for
as I've
Schumer's
already
seat.
publicly shared, I was brought backstage by his team because he had just given his keynote, and
What state
we
is
just
Goldman
exchanged pleasantries, and then I walked him out to his car, and he specifically thanked me for the work I was doing with his son and his brother, and asked me to keep an eye on them.
And my understanding is,
Okay.
Mr. Bobolinsky, that after Joe Biden had left, you went across the street to the Peninsula Hotel and had a long conversation with his brother, Jim Biden. Isn't that
did.
correct?
I did.
It's my understanding that you asked him how the Biden family does the business that they do, while Joe Biden is such a prominent political figure. What was Jim Biden's response to you?
Correct. I was actually concerned and asking from a position of concern, and Jim Biden's response to me was plausible
He's also from New
deniability.
York.
Plausible deniability. And by that, you mean Joe Biden would be kept in the loop, but you weren't supposed to talk about it, especially in writing. Mr. Galanis, during your transcribed interview with the committees, you said a very interesting phrase. Say it, forget it,
He'd have to
write it,
primary
regret
Schumer.
it. Does this sound
I said he would have to primary Schumer. They're both from New York.
Okay.
So if he ran for Senate against Schumer, which would be crazy to do for a
Yeah.
for him. If Schumer decides to retire, then sure, he would probably run for Senate there. Yeah, true. I can see it. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, probably. I don't think why not.
sound familiar? Is this consistent with your understanding of how the Bidens do business, Mr. Galanis.
Yeah, very, very much so. That was an operating principle. Yes.
But it looks like someone made a mistake. Mr. Bobulinski, you created two companies.
Mr. Bobulinski.
I want to show you an infamous email discussing the ownership structure of one of those companies, CEFC. You can see on the screen, 20% for H, 20% for Rob Walker, 20% for James Gilliar, 20% for Tony Bobulinski, 10% for Jim Biden, and 10% held by H for the, quote, big guy. Mr. Bobulinski, who is the big guy?
The big guy is 100% Joe Biden.
Mr. Bobulinski, Hunter Biden didn't respond saying, knock it off. We can't include Joe Biden, did he?
No, and that's actually a critical point because remember,
Mr. Bobulinski, did you ever get a text message or a group text message or anything like that saying, guys, knock it off. Joe Biden isn't involved in this deal?
no, the whistleblowers actually have a text exchange where they're talking about everything else but that. And the reason why they weren't talking about it is because everyone knew Joe Biden was the big guy.
Hunter Biden begged for a public hearing, but it turns out he is too afraid of accountability to show up and tell the truth to the American people. But Americans don't need Hunter's testimony to know they are being gaslit by this president. It's blatantly obvious to anyone paying attention that Joe Biden is the big guy.
Sure.
The CEFC deal broke the say it, forget it, write it, regret it rule of the Biden family businesses, and now they are trying to cover it up. Joe Biden said repeatedly that his family never made a dime from China. But Mr. Bobulinski just confirmed that Hunter, Jim, and the big guy himself all got a cut from the CEFC China energy deal. Let me be clear.
The only Trump literally told somebody, like in his staff, right? He said, I know that it's not true. Keep repeating it and it will be true, basically.
Well,
so
yeah,
that's the thing. Is keep saying the big guy, the big guy.
Yeah, say it enough times, people will believe it.
Yeah, then you start hearing Benghazi.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Service the Biden family ever provided was their ability to leverage the office of the Vice President of the United States to cash in overseas. My Democrat colleagues are going to try and tell you that Joe Biden wasn't on the final ownership structure agreement. But isn't it true? If someone was holding Joe Biden's stake in the company, it wouldn't appear in the document. Isn't that the whole point of this email, to hold Joe Biden's stake so his name wouldn't be in the document? Isn't this just plausible deniability in action, Mr. Bobulinski?
It appears that way.
But plausible deniability only gets you so far. Now, I want to fast forward from May to the end of July of 2017 when the Bidens cut you out of the deal. I want to show you a message that Hunter sent to his Chinese
This is why
business
he's doing
partners.
this, because
Please
he's
put it up on the
salty.
screen. Hunter writes, quote, I am sitting here with my father and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. So, when Hunter Biden is desperate for money, Jim Biden's old trick of plausible deniability doesn't cut it. And when desperate times call for desperate measures, Hunter Biden let the cat out of the bag, said the quiet part out loud, and gave the game away by calling on his father to help him shake down his Chinese business partners for the money. And it worked. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, just point of inquiry.
Point of inquiry. Next.
No, bro. What are you
What?
doing?
This is
You
the.
need to put on Jasmine Crockett.
Oh, we want Jasmine Crockett?
Duh.
Okay. There she is.
I gotta go.
Unserious hearing is a waste of our time and our resources. I yield with that, and I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Crockett.
Yes, I just want to
Good
make
choice.
sure that I point out, and this is not a question, just in case you wanted to know, that on page 174 of your transcribed interview, line 9, it says, this is an absolute lie, in reference to talking about the FBI. What you stated.
I did not call the
what was
FBI
stated
agents
right
liars.
before that was,
I
first
said
of all,
they
I
misstated
said that I'm
or
speaking,
made
and I did not ask you a question. First of all, it doesn't say Tony Bobulinski told the FBI. This is a summary of 2 agents that took notes through my interview, and their summary apparently that they presented says Bobulinski first met in person with members of the Biden family at a 2017 meeting in Miami, Florida. This is an absolute lie. That is what it says. The final thing that I'm going to say is about this. What we have from Kim Buck, a Republican. I don't think that the impeachment of Biden is appropriate, and so House Speaker Mike Johnson's ability to talk me into staying here is going to be about as successful as his ability about talking me into an unconstitutional impeachment.
I'll let her have 30 seconds over. Chair.
As you should, Queen.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin,
Kuma.
and members of the Oversight Committee. I am
Exactly.
humbled and
Queen.
thankful before you to show up before you today. I came to the United States from Odessa, Ukraine in 1976 when it was still the former Soviet Union. My mother and father and sister and I had left the Soviet Union, escaping anti-Semitism and persecution. While in Rome, en route to Israel, my sister and I won the most important opportunity that we have ever been given. We won a U.S. green card lottery.
The thing
My family
about,
came
the
to
thing about
literally no
Crockett,
more.
I think this is like fucked up, but I think because of the way she talks, and it's perceived by racists it makes them think racist things because of how she talks.
Sure, yeah.
If she doesn't talk like a white woman,
Right, she has black voice.
and she's angry, so
Sure. Yeah.
She's a better lawyer. She's smarter than Kamala too.
She is.
Than shirts on our back and the hopes of rebuilding our lives in the land of freedom. I say this to you because I love
I
this
think
country.
she would pull a lot of women into politics too.
Well, that was
From
probably
shortly after my arrest on October 9, 2019 to
There's obviously I tagged you in another thing and it wasn't in that video there.
Yeah.
Where she told the guy to shut the fuck up, basically.
Yeah. Hilarious. We could pull
I'm pulling it real quick. I'll find it.
we could get sound bites from it.
now, I have been trying to share the irrefutable truth with you. The American people have been lied to by Donald Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and various cohorts of individuals.
Or something like that, because Mr. Bobulinski, I know that you take exception to the fact that your credibility has been called into question over and over. But when someone comes to testify under oath, whether it's before this committee, behind closed doors, or in person, then we have to evaluate someone's credibility. And sir, I definitely have always had issues with your credibility, as I know that you are very well aware of. So let me remind you of what happened behind closed doors.
Well, you should ask O'Connor
I
about
haven't
my
asked
credibility.
you a question. Okay?
You are?
When I haven't. So when I ask you a question, that's when you answer. Otherwise, I'm talking. So,
excuse me?
With my time, because it's my time, I want to be clear that when we were behind closed doors, you called a number of people liars, auditioning or something like that, because Miss.
So funny. So fucking funny.
From November 2018.
You can tell that
to
all of
October
them were doing that to
2019, I
him
was
too,
Yeah.
just digging it into him, which is so
It's very funny.
I do have another thing to show. Because this was outstanding. This thing that I saw. If this is copywritten, I will lose my mind. Okay. I swear to God. So it says all art is inherently political. Okay. This person replies.
Right, wife.
This guy replies with, explain how this is political.
Right, wife. Life good. Wife fight back. Kill wife. Wife gone. Think about wife. Regret.
You sent me that.
I don't know. That was art, bro.
Or tag me in it, something like that. That's hilarious.
the key participant and a witness to numerous efforts to prove that Joe and Hunter Biden were linked to corruption in Ukraine. Rudy Giuliani, on behalf of then President Donald Trump, tasked me with a mission to travel the globe, finding dirt on the Bidens so that an array of networks could spread misinformation about them.
Nice.
Thus securing the 2020 election for Donald J. Trump. Ironically, when I was arrested, my original indictment linked me to an individual referred to as unindicted co-conspirator 1. We now know this individual to be Congressman Pete Sessions, who sits on this very committee today. Today, I ask you to consider the following. In nearly a year traveling the world and interviewing officials in different countries, I found precisely zero evidence of the Biden's corruption in Ukraine. No credible source has ever provided proof of criminal activity, not the FBI, CIA, nor the NSA. No respectable Ukrainian official has ever said that the Biden did anything illegal, including former President Poroshenko and former Prosecutor General Yuri Lutsenko. Even when CEO of Burisma, Mykola Zlochevsky, was offered a deal by Rudy Giuliani in exchange for information on the Bidens, he provided none, because there is none. The only information ever pushed on the Bidens in Ukraine has come from one source, and one source only: Russia and Russian agents. The impeachment proceedings that bring us here now are predicated on false information spread by the Kremlin. Everyone involved knew they were sharing lies. From Trump and Giuliani's shadow diplomacy, through my missions to Ukraine and elsewhere, to members of a BLT team, a group convened for the sole purpose of investigating and damaging the Bidens. Everything was for the ultimate benefit of Donald Trump and thereby Vladimir Putin. Because the team's investigations were centered around Biden and Ukraine, I was designated the point person in every matter they pursued. That is how I know with certainty that these Biden stories are untrue then and are untrue now. Congressman Pete Sessions, then Congressman Devin Nunes,
let me know if this playlist
Ron Johnson
works. It's just an auto compilation, but there's specific things in here where they literally are showing how implicated Trump is with Russia on this entire case, and how this like literally makes Trump. Well, is this just a video or is it a playlist?
It's just a video.
Okay, so hang
oh
on.
no, it's news about Biden impeachment. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's an auto-generated playlist. So look for stuff about Russia in there. You know, like this guy.
Okay. There's 2 videos.
Only 2?
Yeah.
That's weird.
and many others understood they were pushing a false narrative. The same goes for John Solomon, Sean Hannity, and media personnel, particularly at Fox News, who used this narrative to manipulate the public ahead of the 2020 elections.
Wow.
Sadly, they are still doing this today as we approach the 2024 elections.
Thank you very much, Ms. Presley. I want to get back to this photograph here that I got cut off from before. You, Mr. Bobulinski, called a number of people liars, 6 FBI agents.
I did not call this as 6 FBI
if that
agents
works.
liars.
If that's a
If you go to
playlist.
page
You know better, Mr. Goldman.
Okay, go to page 174 of the transcript, and you said it's not an accurate statement. It's a lie related to an FBI report.
I didn't call them
Sorry,
liars.
I
The
don't have
statement
time.
There's now 3 videos.
Now, this is a photo.
It's just not generating
that
them for
was
you, I guess.
Yeah. There's 3 videos.
I mean, you can get a randomly generated playlist easily if you just type it in the
It's
search
fun.
bar.
We've seen pretty much everything.
provided by Cassidy Hutchinson after you called her a liar when she said that you met with Mark Meadows and received an envelope. Do you see this photo? Do you acknowledge that is Mark Meadows in the red hat?
Didn't you tell me to be quiet? I don't.
Oh my god!
Oh my
I fucking
God.
hate this guy.
I asked the question. Do you acknowledge that that's Mark Meadows?
Maybe you're a person can walk it closer so I can see it.
Mr. Chairman, would you indulge just since he's
I
not
mean,
answering the
you're
question? he's
15
filibustering?
seconds over, but
Yeah.
well,
Let me just ask it very briefly. Is that you and Mr. Meadows buy Secret Service cars with you in a mask?
Are you kidding, Mr. Goldman? I'm sitting 20 feet away from it.
Go
It's
up to him, please. Go
All right,
right up to him.
and your time's expired.
Okay.
Maybe Mr. Swalwell will give you some time.
Could he just answer the question?
He can answer the question.
So what I see in this picture is a Secret Service agent 5 feet from me with a full mask on, and a Secret Service agent sitting in a Cadillac Escalade with all the windows up with a full mask on.
Is that
So you're
you
making it a
talking
big
to
deal.
the person in the red hat?
It's the back of his head. I don't.
Is that you talking to the
Why don't
person
you ask
in
me
the red
this,
hat?
Mr. Goldman? Did I meet Mr. Meadows at a Trump rally in
Answer
Rome,
the
Georgia? I
question.
did. I
Is
acknowledge that.
it you?
Mr.
Oh, you
Mr.
do?
Goldman,
I did.
Mr.
Of
Goldman,
course I did.
But Cassidy Hutchinson is a liar.
Cassidy
Thank
Hutchinson's
you.
a
I get
liar
that.
because he
Time is
said
expired.
that he handed me.
This guy's just cooking himself. This is great.
I have a quick question. Simple. Is it your testimony today that you personally witnessed President Joe Biden commit a crime?
I believe the fact that he was sitting with me while I was putting together a
Did
business
you
deal.
witness
Yes
the
or no?
president commit a crime? Is it your testimony today?
Yes.
And what crime have you witnessed?
How much time do I have to go through it?
It is
Oh my
simple.
God.
You name the crime. Did you watch him steal something?
Corruption statutes, RICO and conspiracy.
What is it?
FARA.
What is the crime, sir? Specifically.
You asked me to answer the question. I answered the question.
No.
RICO, you're obviously not familiar with. Corruption
Excuse me,
statutes,
sir. Excuse me,
FARA.
sir. Excuse me, sir. RICO is not a crime. It is a category. What is
In
the
the
crime?
category of crimes
She needs to
that
be
you're then
clapping
charged
at
You
him.
have charges.
a long 100
You
list
have
of
charges. Sir,
You want
please
me to name the exact statute
Sir,
under RICO?
yes.
Well, it's funny. In this committee room, everyone's not here. There's over 18
All right, sir. I reclaim my time.
lawyers that
I
went to
reclaim
law
my
school.
time. I
I'll leave
reclaim
it
my
up to
time.
you guys
Okay,
to
thank
define
you,
the
sir. I
statute
reclaim my
under
time.
RICO.
Clearly, what we are seeing here today is a continuation of the 15-month saga of the Republican majority lost in the desert. Impeachment 101. The majority party or whomever is raising impeachment must accuse the president of a high crime, a specific high crime or misdemeanor. I would like to submit to the record HRES 918, the House resolution to open this impeachment inquiry.
Without objection to order.
This
Pop off.
resolution does
Get
not
him.
outline a high crime or misdemeanor. It's not here. Now, when we compare the chairman's opening from his previous opening, he's talking about Ukraine and Burisma and all of this. This entire inquiry is based on a blockbuster piece of information that was in a classified SCIF room. And inside that room was
they're
a
cooking
document
'em.
alleging President Biden directly of a $10 million bribery scheme, a $10 million bribery scheme, extremely serious. What happened? What happened a month ago, Mr. Chairman? That document, the FBI
And then it was like,
arrested the person
rapid fire.
who offered those allegations for falsifying his testimony to the FBI. This entire impeachment inquiry is based on an actual, provable individual who has lied. Now, responsible leadership would withdraw an inquiry based on that.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
Instead, what we are seeing is that this committee was warned about the falsehoods of these allegations long before that, warned by Trump's Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, and yet they proceeded anyway. The chairman proceeded anyway. This committee was warned by Rudy Giuliani associate right here, Lev Parnas, after that document about the falsehoods of this. Then held hearings where your own expert witnesses said that there was no grounds for impeachment, and you proceeded anyway. And finally, as if none of this was enough.
Is there any way to hold them responsible for wasting everybody's time?
I mean, they just go. I'm reclaiming my time, I guess.
No, I mean like officially, like to reprimand them. Not like censure, but like actually reprimand them for one, wasting time, two, lying and trying to push falsehoods through government. Perjury, maybe? Get them all for perjury? I don't know. It's not a trial, is it? So you can't really. I don't know. Surely there's something. Surely there's a way to reel this shit in.
Some of the stuff I can only find on Twitter.
FBI arrested the individual who was the source of the entire, to quote the chairman, heart of the matter, to launch this impeachment inquiry and proceeded anyway. At this point, the story is not the fact that the basis of this impeachment inquiry is wrong. The story is why it's proceeding anyway. Why is this committee proceeding based on false charges? And by the way, No charges. I have yet to hear in the chairman's opening the allegation that they are specifically charging the president of the United States with.
It's already been done. They're literally doing it. Like, they're exposing the origins of all of this, theoretically. Like, they're pointing it out. They already know where it's all come from. So I don't think it's necessarily needed. But that would be funny. Like a 4chan deep dive into the investigators. That'd be funny. See what that brings up.
I'm hearing about Biden family. I'm hearing about this and that. I am not hearing the specific allegation
Because there isn't one.
by this committee. What is it? It's not here. And that is the problem. The story is when this committee knew that they were working with falsified evidence. That's the story. And with that, I yield back.
This might be the same thing.
I'm trying to find the one where they literally.
Thank you. Good job. Chair now recognizes Ms.
Thank you. Good
Ocasio-Cortez from New
job.
York.
They literally are like pointing at a thing, and it's like, this is a Russian agent.
Mr. Chair, specifically.
Okay, it is the same thing.
Member for 12 minutes for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very kindly. With any luck, today marks the end of perhaps the most spectacular failure in the history of congressional investigations, the effort to find a high crime or misdemeanor committed by Joe Biden and then to impeach him for it. In prior hilarious episodes of this long-running madcap series, America got to see the following. One, nearly 20 fact witnesses who could not identify a single act of wrongdoing by President Biden, much less a high crime and misdemeanor, and who overwhelmingly testified that Biden was not involved in any of his family's business adventures. Two, 3 expert witnesses called by the majority itself who said nothing that they had seen in the tens
It does
of
look like
thousands of
Rexon is
pages
the
of
one who pulls
document-
out the thing I'm looking for.
Okay.
He's going to literally pull out a picture of them with Russian agents, literally caught in the act of getting information and lies from Russia. Sorry,
That's
chat.
epic.
I haven't looked at you in a minute because I was trying to find a video.
Adduced by the majority, even remotely approach the level of a high crime and misdemeanor. Bank records would show exactly what all the witnesses told us,
Here you go, Jack.
that Joe Biden was not involved
Interesting.
in his family members' businesses. Repeated voyeuristic displays of pornographic images by the majority, completely irrelevant to any conceivable.
Okay. I mean, maybe. I mean, they would theoretically, if Trump got back in, but the Democrats won everything else, they could probably just get rid of him. There are definitely high crimes that they could charge him with. For sure. So theoretically, they could impeach him day one and actually get it done if they were to win both. But yeah, maybe it could be a protest vote to Biden. Say, no, we're not voting you there, but we're going to give the House and the Senate to the Democrats. Maybe that could get rid of both of them. There you go. Fucking magic spoon. There you go. Look at that. We just solved the problem. This is the solution. This is the way.
Legislative or investigative purpose. A star witness, Gal Luft, who turned out to be a Chinese agent and an illegal arms trafficker on the run from American justice, and the key piece of evidence, which launched the entire zany goose chase, an FD 1023 form in which the FBI duly recorded a completely fictional tip about a $5 million bribe to Vice President Biden, peddled by Alex Smirnoff, who has been criminally indicted by a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, Special Counsel David Weiss, for felony counts of systematically lying to the FBI and constructing a false record about Joe Biden, and now sits in jail in California as a flight risk while the world studies his long-standing and extensive ties to Russian intelligence.
So now this could actually work because the rest of his life is theoretically just one term.
Yeah.
Dictator Biden, let's fucking go.
Today, the good chairman and his
I
ace
banned the
MAGA
government from
detectives
banning
have finally
abortion.
jumped the shark. The comedy of errors comes crashing to an end as House Republicans in more than a dozen Biden districts beg for
really
mercy, and the
Definitely
committee
had an
throws
attack
a
plan too. Just the way they all were dealing with this filibustering, and they were able to like pick up on the attack plan. Like the cohesion from the Democrats in this hearing was really impressive.
It's about fucking time.
Well, I
flabby
think
Hail
the
Mary
oversight
pass.
committee, I think they have really good people on it for the Democrat side.
Yeah.
And then they have the wackiest whack jobs on the Republican side. It's wild. I'm surprised Bobart isn't on it. Maybe she even is. She is. She is. No, she is too.
I think I saw MTG there as well.
Yeah, because I remember they fucking got Bobart to like storm out because they pissed her off.
3 weeks after the Super Bowl's over. So today we revisit the fruitless testimony of two more fading star witnesses who have failed to testify to any presidential wrongdoing, much less evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors. Both of the majority witnesses are frustrated would-be business partners of Hunter Biden, who tried to leverage the Biden name, or the Biden brand, as they keep calling it. But they never got any business off the ground for reasons that will become painfully obvious to anyone watching the proceedings today. Even Hunter Biden, laboring at the time under a serious substance abuse addiction, could tell these were not the type of people he should be doing business with. So rather than representing the Biden brand, which was their ardent wish, they now show up today as loyal servants of Trump world, each of them proudly represented by their very own former Trump White House attorney. The first is Mr. Bobulinski, the bitterly disappointed wannabe Hunter business partner whose famously litigious history includes unsuccessfully suing his own dying father's charity for nearly $1 million. And just last month, suing Cassidy Hutchinson for $10 million after she reported that Mr. Bobulinski, wearing a ski mask, met with Mark Meadows, which Ms. Hutchinson is now backed up with actual
Wearing a
documentary
ski mask.
photographic
Epic.
evidence, something
That's
in very
fucking
short supply in this
awesome, bro.
investigation.
Not just
The
a
fact
mask,
they have
a ski mask.
The fact
That's
they
awesome.
have this is fucking impressive, and the way they have themselves tied in knots, literally photographs doing the crimes, and they're still trying
Yes.
to impeach Joe Biden is astounding.
Yeah,
Like,
it really is.
this is what makes us a banana country. not actually prosecuting Trump. This is banana shit.
Yeah.
His hazy allegations against the Bidens public for the first time at a press conference choreographed by the Trump for President campaign, which provided him a venue, a gaggle of journalists, and even a dress shirt that they went out and bought for him to wear to the event. Hours later, Mr. Bobulinski joined the second 2020 presidential debate as Donald Trump's personal guest, where he was seated with Kid Rock and Mark Meadows. The other star witness, Mr. Galanis, who I believe is appearing by Zoom today, is a serial fraudster and convicted con man, a term I would charitably not use on a witness, except it was explicitly bestowed upon him by not one, but two different U.S. federal district court judges, including the one who sentenced him to over 15 years in prison for defrauding union pension funds, a Native American tribe, and scores of innocent investors. Mr. Galanis was sentenced to pay restitution
What a piece of shit.
of over $80 million to his victims. That's a lot of money. That's what Donald Trump was sentenced to pay E. Jean Carroll for in that civil litigation. The very first record
That's
of Mr.
fucking
Galanis'
awesome.
claims
That's so
against
funny.
the Biden family appeared, check this out, in the clemency petition that he sent from prison to President Trump. But the key point is this: even if we were to believe every single word offered by these utterly compromised and biased witnesses, Mr. Bobulinski, Mr. Galanis,
Love
their
the word
allegations
compromised. It's a great word.
don't identify any wrongdoing, much less an impeachable offense by President Biden. With the impeachment bus running on empty, our GO colleagues now are apparently preparing to save face by ending the impeachment farce with criminal referrals. Poggers! But criminal referrals require evidence of crimes. And the only crimes we have seen are those of the GOP's own star witnesses, like Russian asset Alex Smirnov, Chinese
you
agent.
try so hard to find dirt on your opponent that you implicate yourself in several crimes along the way.
So funny. It's so fucking funny.
Gal Luft,
It's going to be
Devin
so funny
Archer,
watching all of
and
these
Jason
people go to
Galanis.
jail.
The minority witness today, our witness, Lev Parnas, casts a piercing light on what's really taking place here. And Mr. Parnas has reason to know.
The chair will advise that the rules do
used
care.
to be a mega sycophant peddling lies and disinformation to smear Joe Biden. Today, he joins a long line of self-exiles from Trump world who could no longer stomach all the corruption and deceit. People like Cassidy Hutchinson, people like Michael Cohen, Sarah Matthews, Alyssa Griffin, General James Mattis, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, General John Kelly, and now Vice President Mike Pence, who refuses to endorse for president the man he served.
But yeah, there's Pod Save America did an interview with her, and real interesting person and what she had to say.
Like a weirdo, or
no, she's like a normal person.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
She was just like a staffer.
Mm.
But she was she's like one of the key people in about going after Trump.
Yeah.
But also she got a book and a whole press tour out of it. But when she first turned on Trump, and it was during, when they were investigating, Liz Cheney was leading the thing to investigate Trump. So she was one of the key witnesses there who came forward and testified. And she got death threats because of that, and had to basically go into hiding and stuff.
Yeah, of course she did. That's standard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what you'd expect.
But we do have loyal sycophants still in the room, and one day I look forward to hearing their testimony about how they got sunk into this religious cult. Mr. Parnas
Political cult.
Chairman Comer and me a remarkable letter on July 23rd, 2023. This is the first time
she's Rudy the thing is with Trump, there's two ways you can go about it, right? You can either end up going to jail for him or deal with all his bullshit, right? And then get to a point where you say no and he goes, well, you're fired then. And then you get to write your book and do a press tour and be a hero because you're against Trump. And I also feel very cynical about this person as well. They always want to, because you're part of this, and you're literally just being like, I am virtuous, you were there, you helped commit the crimes,
Giuliani's right-hand man, his globe-trotting business partner and language interpreter in the mission to manufacture Ukraine and Burisma-related dirt and smears against Joe Biden in 2018 and 2019. He spent all of his time traveling around the world trying to stage evidence against Joe Biden. In his letter, Parnas explains that the desperate search to find evidence of any kind of Biden corruption was a complete and total bust because there was no evidence to find. He wrote to tell us that not only is there no evidence in Ukraine,
look at fucking Chris Christie, bro.
He needs some dust.
The embodiment of that shit.
You like it a kick.
Joe Biden did anything improper.
People praise John Bolton. Yeah, that was wild.
But more darkly, the manic search for a smoking gun against Biden became a mission to invent and concoct evidence out of thin air with the active help of Russian intelligence assets and agents. I'm getting to Russia. You haven't heard anything yet, Mr. Chairman. A man who has reckoned with his own moral descent into Trump world. Lev Parnas is ashamed of what he did to serve the interests of Russian propaganda and Putin's lies. And he wants America to know the truth. He can explain how the Russian stimulated conspiracy theories and lies that he promoted with Rudy Giuliani live on in the tiresome fabrication spread by Alex Smirnoff and now repeated by this committee like Pavlov's dog. At every turn, my colleagues cry Russia hoax, even in the face of repeated warnings from Donald Trump's own Treasury Secretary and Secretary of State, from the intelligence community, from Robert Mueller, and most recently from Special Counsel Weiss, who was named to office by Donald Trump. As Secretary Mnuchin stated, quote, Russian disinformation campaigns targeting American citizens are a threat to our democracy. That's Secretary Mnuchin, someone that you guys usually defend, but my GOP colleagues continue to cry Russia hoax like cult members selling flowers at the airport. Our colleagues are the ones loyally amplifying the actual Russian hoax, not the Russia hoax, the Russian hoax, the one that Giuliani and Trump and Smirnoff have eagerly adopted from Putin and his agents. They participate in this hoax while they shamefully block $60 billion in military assistance to President Zelensky and the besieged Ukrainian people 5 years after Trump and Giuliani tried to shake President Zelensky down for counterfeit dirt on Joe Biden. And while they continue to parrot these transparent Russian lies, Vladimir Putin wages his bloody aggressive war on Ukraine filled with atrocities like the mass kidnapping of children and the rape and slaughter of civilians. The MAGA rights wholesale adoption of this Russian hoax and their sellout of the Ukrainian people by the MAGA right is an historic betrayal of democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. But the defense of democracy
I would have said democracy,
to
freedom, and
truth.
justice. Fuck rule of law. Democracy, freedom, and justice. Fuck rule of law. The fact this happens is a systemic part of the law. The law is the bureaucracy in here. The law is actually what's preventing the justice here.
The chair will advise that the rules do care.
Did he get to the point where he was actually literally pointing at these are Russian agents? I swear that was the thing.
No, that wasn't him.
Chair now recognize Mr. Frost from Florida for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. An impeachment inquiry is a grave undertaking that is supposed to be in response to evidence of a crime. Mr. Chairman, you have questions. Many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in this hearing have questions, but questions are not the basis for an impeachment. Evidence is. Mr. Turley, on September 1st, Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that he would not.
Yeah, we were making fun of him for wearing a do-rag, and then I was like, he might have cancer.
But then on September 12th, just 12 days later, he completely changed his mind. My question is why? In those 12 days, did hard evidence appear that clearly and directly links the President of the United States, Joe Biden, to a crime?
I can't answer as to what was it that pushed the speaker to make the decision. The courts have said you don't have to have that vote on the floor. I think it is a best practice.
But I'm very interested in those 12 days. And we know you're not a fact witness and you're talking about things that are already public. But is there anything that came up in those 12 days that linked the President of the United States to a crime? Yes or no?
I don't have any recollection of those 12 days.
Yeah, nothing. I can tell you it's nothing. And we've heard even from you that this is why we have this impeachment inquiry. But let's be clear. This inquiry has been going on since the day we got here. Since the day I was sworn in at 2 a.m. on a Saturday night, this impeachment inquiry started. Let's pull back the curtain on what's really going on. There's no evidence of crime, only desperation and political pressure. This is what's going on. The far right called for the sham impeachment hearing with no evidence at the beginning of this year when we first got started. This impeachment inquiry has been going on. This is not the first hearing we've had in relation to this. On September 1st, the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, says, no, we're not going to do that. We don't have the evidence. We don't have the votes for it to pass on the House floor. We're not going to do it. A good decision, in my opinion. But then just 12 days later, 12 precious days later, something happens. I'm not sure what, but something happens because then the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, comes out and says, yes, We will do an impeachment inquiry. So what happened between these 12 days? It's very simple. 3 threats from members of his own caucus at the direction of former President Donald Trump changed his mind. Number one, the threat to force a vote on impeachment, which would lose on the House floor and be another embarrassment in the long list of embarrassments this Congress for the Speaker of the House. Number two, they would threat to shut down the government, something that will happen in just 2 days. And number three, and this is the one that really got to him, they said, you about to lose your job. And they said, we will remove you as Speaker from the House. And that scared him so much that Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House of the United States of Representatives, third in line of the presidency, completely caved.
Hang on, I found it.
You found it.
I found it where I was thinking, like, literally guy meeting with Russian agent. It's this one.
Start trying to push narratives that were not validated. We had no way to validate them. Basically, a letter would come over from somebody in Ukraine. I'd hand it over to John Solomon. Next thing you knew, he was on Fox TV 2 hours later with Sean Hannity.
Is this this is probably the longest we've spent on anything from the Senate, but it's just so fascinating.
Yeah, it's great.
At what point did Mr. Giuliani begin working directly with Russian agents and Russian assets who would later become sanctioned by Donald Trump's own Treasury Department for spreading propaganda and disinformation against Joe Biden?
It was sometime probably around May, June of 2019.
Were you aware, was Mr. Giuliani aware that these people were basically just doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin?
Absolutely.
So he had no hesitation about spreading lies that were concocted by Russian agents?
As long as it fit the narrative, absolutely not.
How were you and Giuliani able to take these false allegations peddled by corrupt officials and Russian agents and promote and amplify them here in the United States, in our political system? Weren't media groups skeptical of your claims?
Most media groups, I'd probably say all except for Fox and a few other right-wing media groups, did not take any of the information, and that aggravated Rudy Giuliani and John Solomon and other players. And the main group that was being pushed through was Fox, Sean Hannity, and some other media personnel over there. But then there was also other people that were doing the
Are
bidding
we
for the
surprised?
in Congress, like Senator Ron Johnson, like Congressman Pete Sessions that sits here right now, that was with me from the very beginning in this journey into finding up digging dirt on Joe Biden.
Is
that epic?
That's great.
People within his own caucus.
Calm down, buddy.
This fake impeachment is based on desperate political calculation, not any evidence. And Mr. Chairman, you say this hearing is to establish the basis for this fake sham impeachment hearing, but these witnesses are not giving us any basis or giving us any evidence or
That's
giving us
not
any
true.
solutions.
Mr. Curley
They are
testified
giving us
several times.
I reclaim my
I have
time.
to stop because
I
that's not
reclaim
a
my
true
time. I
statement, what
reclaim
you
my
just said.
time. These witnesses are not giving any answers. They're just asking more questions. We have one witness who has a lot of questions, Ms. O'Connor. Dubinsky, one witness who knows something about accounting but has no real involvement in what's going on. And Mr. Turley stopping here on his way to his next Fox News hit. This is not a serious inquiry. And this impeachment is something that's very serious. And we have to ensure that we focus on the wants and needs of the American people. This is all for nothing. Half the crowd is left. There's no line outside. The goal here to distract from the government shutdown is not going to work. And to the speaker, I have to say, you're being played by these extremists and Donald Trump. It's costing us our economy. And this entire fake impeachment inquiry isn't about the United States. It's about Hunter Biden.
Maybe. I don't know. You tell me.
And the only thing the president can be guilty of here is being a
maybe.
And she brought out a clock, I think. I want to say she did. I'm trying to open these fucking bananas right now.
father. I yield back to the ranking member.
Chair now recognize Mr. Turner.
You yielded to Sorry, I yield to the vice ranking member.
Nope. The gentleman from Florida yielded back. Chair.
He yielded back to the vice ranking member.
I yielded to the vice ranking member.
Thank you, and I'll
point.
I said no takesy backy. You said yield to me. Yield, my turn. No takesy backsies. You took your finger off the pace.
claim some of that extra time back as well. Much of the Republican case and evidence has relied on words from Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden said this, Hunter Biden said that, therefore, case closed, there's something here. Professor Gerhardt, we know, I believe it's wide knowledge with the public that Hunter Biden sadly was dealing with substance misuse disorder, correct?
It was like the
He's been
sticker
under-
wrapped around it.
What do you mean?
Like I couldn't get the edge on the stick. Well, it's just like a plastic sticker. They just wrap the bananas around to keep them together, so they scan it.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
Yeah, normally they don't, but it's literally it was just wrapped around it.
Weird.
I couldn't find the edge on it.
22 patents to any of Joe Biden's children while Joe Biden was in office.
I did not.
Did you ever observe the Chinese government? Did you ever observe Joe Biden ever own or operate any hotels while he was in public office and take millions of dollars from foreign governments?
I did not.
Did you ever observe Joe Biden employ any of his children or their spouses in the White House as vice president or president?
I did not. I can't speak to that.
Did you ever observe, while observing the Bidens install a family member to be the co-chair of the DNC?
I'm sorry, ask the question again.
Did you ever observe the Bidens install a family member to be the co-chair of the Democratic National Committee?
I did not.
Did President Biden or anyone in his family take $2 billion from the Saudi government?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did President Biden or anyone in his family get fined $355 million for tax fraud?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Parnas, as you've observed Mr. Bobolinsky today,
That's normally how it is.
Loyalty and
Yeah.
dedication and
These
loyalty
are,
to the Trump family.
Like
Is
these got like delivered though, so like they like and they're the organic ones, right? So like just from this normally like if you go to Weggies, right? They literally you weigh them on the scale,
That's how it is here.
and then you type the code and it gives you the sticker and you put the sticker on it. I don't even use the bag. I just slap it right on the banana when I print the sticker.
That's something you recognize as somebody who was also in that cult before?
Absolutely.
Is there hope for our man Tony here?
Very little, I think, until he hits a brick wall.
And in your experience, on a scale of 1 to 10, how eager was the Trump campaign in your interactions to manufacture dirt on Joe Biden? 1 to 10, 10 being the highest.
10 plus.
10 plus. Would it surprise you, Mr. Parnas, that the Russians and their disinformation campaign outlets have often cited Chairman Comer's testimony and allegations against the Biden family to make their own allegations against Joe Biden?
No, it doesn't surprise me because that's exactly what they want to happen.
Mr. Chairman, it's over.
Go home.
It's over.
Get out of here.
It's time to pack it up.
You still here?
And I want to give you the top 10 reasons why impeachment is dead. Number 10, your key witness today is testifying from the slammer. Number 9, key evidence of a bribe that you all relied on. The guy who said that has been indicted for lying about that bribe, and he's a Russian asset. Number 8, another key witness has been indicted as a Chinese agent. Number 7, during the Hunter Biden interview, Mr. Chairman, you didn't even stay for the whole time. Number 6, Chairman Jason Smith didn't show up at all to the Hunter Biden interview.
Can we seriously just
Same
talk
day,
about
number
how
5.
crazy this is for a second, and like what this impeachment trial has actually brought out? Right, we have now seen that Trump is working directly with the Chinese and Russians to undermine the United States democracy.
What more do you need?
But
Daryl
people
Issa
will vote
said
for him because he's pro-America and
big
making
nothing.
America great.
Number 4, today Jim Jordan began his remarks not by relying on any evidence for this investigation, but he went off attacking the DOJ about what they're doing with the Catholics. Number 3, you all still have not sent the articles of impeachment for the Mayorkas impeachment to the Senate, and that happened last month. Number 2, you're now talking about a criminal referral, but if you had evidence for a criminal referral, then you have evidence to impeach somebody for high crimes and misdemeanors. And number one, and I'm sorry to say this, Fox News isn't even carrying this today. In fact, one of their anchors, as they broke away 10 minutes in, said, this is the same hearing over and over and over. At what point are you going to fish or cut bait? So I just have to tell you, it's over. Impeachment's over. Dunzo. Bye-bye. Rigor mortis. Lights out. Curtain drop. Mic drop. Peace. Adios. Sayonara. Au revoir. Or a language that you all understand. Doi siv danya. Did I say that right, Mr. Parnas?
Yes.
I dare you to impeach, but you won't because you don't have the evidence. And because you don't have the evidence, you don't have the votes. Guys.
Literally, it's
dead.
shoot me then.
Yeah, that's so funny.
He's
That's a
he's
good
gonna
way
give it the time of death. He's gonna give it the time of death. Did he say it?
And so I'm here to pronounce the time of death. $5:16. Impeachment is dead. 5:16. Biden impeachment's dead. Joe Biden has been acquitted.
That's so fucking funny.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes
Sure,
Ms.
guys,
Nuna.
Alrighty, let's move on.
There is I did send some funny.
If you want to do the
hallway
Twitter ones,
antics,
you
though.
can share it, but I'm not swapping screen share.
Oh, okay. I'll pull these up real quick because these are funny
Yeah.
hallway antics that I found.
Okay.
Okay.
You pull them up, I'll be back.
I'll just play them. You'll miss them.
That's fine. I can hear him.
The Republican
So this is as she's going to the vote. This is before the vote.
majority has launched an impeachment inquiry in the United States based on information that was sourced from an individual that was collaborating with a Russian asset. And I think this is shocking. And we have to get to where this came from and how this happened.
Are Democrats bringing in witnesses of their own?
I believe we have a witness at.
All right, and then this one.
I just came to thank James Comer for taking all of our.
Is that Putin? Is that a Putin mask?
He can come see.
It literally has got enough fucking bracelets on there, Senator. Those bracelets
Hilarious.
are so like 2010. Yeah, so I don't know this guy, but he wore a Putin mask to the Overheight Committee hearing in the Biden
Hilarious.
family.
The technology in our grocery stores. Thank you.
What he had to say is like, you should be impressed by the grocery stores, right?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
All right, what are we doing now?
Closely watched Senate race in Ohio.
Whether Trump is Martha Stewart broke or MC Hammer broke.
Oh, it sounded like Ohio.
Mr. Trump's preferred candidate winning Tuesday's primary.
And I want to thank President Trump
bond.
for all he did for me.
After the former president traveled to the swing state, which is central to the GOP goal of flipping the Senate this year. And yesterday, Trump himself cast his primary ballot in Florida with his wife, Melania. And lashing out at the New York judge and attorney general over that $464 million civil fraud judgment now threatening his real estate empire.
We have a great company, but they want to take it away.
Mr. Trump has just 5 days to come up with the cash to post bond or risk having his assets seized by the state. His lawyers said Monday he was unable to secure a bond after approaching some 30 lenders. Mr. Trump on social media warning he, quote,
nobody would give him.
There's
Nobody
no
would give
fucking
him the
way
loan.
anybody's giving him money. There's no way.
He lied on all these loans. That's what he went to court for, is lying on loans. So now they won't give him loans.
Hilarious.
Mortgage or sell great assets, perhaps at fire sale prices.
Oh,
that
no.
can include iconic properties like Trump Tower and 40 Wall Street,
Epic.
golf courses and resorts around the world, even his private plane. Meanwhile, the former president is facing a swift backlash for his comments about Jewish people who vote for Democrats, now digging in his heels.
The Democrats have been very, very opposed to Jewish people. That's true.
The firestorm began Monday when Mr. Trump was asked about Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's rebuke of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who Schumer said should be replaced in new elections.
Mr.
Trump saying Democrats are
I
being
also
swayed
want
by
to comment on that.
protests
Like
over
Schumer
President
actually
Biden's
calling
policy
for
on
his replacement, right?
Yeah. It's
Schumer
big,
is Schumer is like the king Jew of the because so he's the highest, literally the most powerful Jew in America, you know,
Okay.
politically, right? So he has the highest
Mhm.
position. He's in New York, right? So him being coming forward and being so critical, it opens up the door to people to actually step up their rhetoric behind him and not risk their positions.
Right.
So it's a
True.
huge
So
deal that
he's
he said that.
he's putting himself in front.
Yeah,
so
and like
people
Schumer is like obviously like this is not obviously because you know I'm not saying just because he's Jewish, but you know like being in New York, being elected in New York, right? You're gonna have that pro-Israel sentiment. Like the fact AOC is still holding her position shows how
Insane.
much that has faltered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gaza, adding,
any Jewish person that votes for Democrats
This is
hates
insane.
their religion. They hate everything about Israel.
Jesus Christ.
And they should be ashamed of themselves because Israel will be destroyed.
Schumer firing back Tuesday.
The former president's comments were utterly disgusting and a textbook example of the kind of anti-Semitism facing Jews.
I
No,
personally
it's
love
Jew
this because
Dracula.
it's like
This is the best.
this is the type of shit that he hates the most because he's like objectively a broke boy in many respects. Call him a racist all day, every day. He wears that on his sleeve. But call him a broke boy, and oh my God, all of a sudden, that's not good. Biden, Trump focus on securing the pivotal Latino vote.
In Phoenix last night, President
Oh
Biden
hey,
launched a new
now we don't have to
campaign
show this
support
because Hassan's showing this. See,
Latino voters
Yeah.
like Paulina Flores, a registered Democrat.
In 2020, I voted for Biden.
Steve Macias, a registered Republican.
In 2020, I voted for Trump.
And Raquel Gloden, a registered independent.
And I voted for Donald Trump.
This time around, all three are undecided.
What will you be watching between now and November to make that critical decision?
Well, I would like to see who Trump chooses as his vice presidential nominee.
I keep waiting for Trump to somehow or another calm down. And then just the other day, he mentions this thing about a bloodbath if he loses.
Macias says immigration is the most
We'll
important
get to that.
issue, but he says Biden has failed to find a solution to deal with migrants.
They want stability. They want a job. They want to, send money home. If we could put a system in place that allows that and it's mutually beneficial, it's a win-win. But no one wants to seem to do it.
Donald Trump is in panic mode. That's according to.
I think Donald Trump doesn't understand that there are
Does he not understand?
a ton of anti-Zionist Jews, but it's in the younger demographic, so it doesn't really matter anyway. But more importantly than that, amongst the American Jewish voter base.
Oh my God, I
which
already
is
hate him. Yep,
small,
yep,
for the
yep,
record,
bro.
It's not like a massive.
Vosh is way funnier on this. I think.
What their
I actually listened to what Vosh
political
said, and it was
leanings
funny.
may be.
Did you put the Vosh one on
A
there?
lot of
It
those
might be in the
dudes,
streaming fun
despite their
section. I'll
opinion
grab
on
it.
the existence of Israel,
I'll
are
get it,
very
though. Don't worry
progressive
about it.
otherwise, and
Move on.
70% vote for the
Hassan
Democratic
boring.
Party.
New York Attorney General Letitia James has told an appeals court not to let former President Donald Trump get out of paying more than $450 million. That's how much he and the Trump Organization owe New York State after a judge found him liable for fraud. If the former president doesn't have the cash by Monday, the Attorney General is prepared to seize his assets. That could include Trump-branded properties across the state, among them 40 Wall Street, also known as the Trump Building, and Trump Tower on Manhattan's Fifth Avenue. Meanwhile, in the Georgia election interference case, a judge will let Trump's lawyers appeal last week's decision regarding District Attorney Fani Willis. The judge let Willis remain on the case if one of her lead prosecutors, Nathan Wade, resigned, which he did. But Trump's lawyers say that's not enough. They want Willis taken off the case as well. Our Nicole Killian has the latest on the former president's legal thicket.
Tonight, former President Donald Trump is under increasing financial pressure. Some of his prized properties, like Trump Tower and 40 Wall Street, up for possible seizure if he can't pay the $464 million bond by next Monday.
Have some of the greatest assets in the world, and this is a rigged trial.
Trump's lawyers have claimed that more than 30 insurance companies rejected his bond bids, but the office of New York Attorney General Letitia James
Oh,
today
no, I can't
dismissed
find the
their
Vosh thing
argument
that
that
I
he
thought
can't
I
find the
watched.
money,
I must be
saying
crazy
there is
again.
nothing unusual about even billion-dollar judgments being fully bonded.
If he does not have funds to pay off the judgment, then we will seek, judgment enforcement mechanisms in court. And we will ask the judge to seize his assets.
To meet the Monday deadline, Trump likely needs over $500 million in collateral for the bond, but he's claimed to have only between $350 and $400 million in cash, with the rest of his wealth tied up in property and other assets.
So it would be up to her. Anything she tries to seize, he can then try to defend against. But basically, he needs to put up the bond within a few days or else be pretty much at her mercy.
With his real estate empire at risk, Trump asked
him.
1 million supporters today by email and text to chip in. His attorney, Alina Habba, said James's office is playing politics.
Arrest him
But it
for
is intentionally to interfere in the election, to hurt President Trump, to try and ruin his company.
And Nicole Killian joins me now. Nicole, let's start in New York. What would the process be like in terms of seizing these assets?
Well, legal
Well,
experts.
first we're going to put a big old butt plug in him.
Is not necessarily automatic. That it would take time for the properties to be seized and then potentially to be put up for sale. So it's not like all of a sudden you're going to see a padlock on the door. But
she's totally going to
this
take
is
all
also
his
a
shit.
process
That's
that
going to
potentially
be
the former
hilarious. He's
president,
going to chuck
and
a
his legal
fit.
team can.
He will
the Hassan
actually
one,
throw a fit.
the Hassan one is 18 minutes. The Vosh one I found is like 30.
That's
30
fine.
to 40. So
That's fine.
But gotta jump around if we're gonna do the Vosh one. But he's way funnier than Hassana.
Okay. Do we want to move to it now?
Yeah. We'll just. I mean, it's the same story.
Okay.
Just him being broke as fuck, and Vosh like piecing together how broke he is. Just, I had it on the background and I was giggling at him.
We'll pick him up the one.
The birds came back. I can hear them again. I know how to drown out the noise. I'll have to listen to none other than Wolf Blitzo. Wolf Blitzo, my favorite furry OC. How are we doing? Trump is unable to make $464 million bond. Well, that is a lot of money.
And we're following breaking news just coming into CNN right now. Attorneys for former President Donald Trump say they're unable to get a bond to pay the $464 million fraud judgment, calling it, and I'm quoting now, a practical impossibility. CNN's Kara Skidell is joining us from New York right now. Kara, what can you tell us? Walk us through what this means.
So Trump's lawyers have informed the appeals court today that they are unable to get anybody, an insurance company, an underwriter, to help them post this bond, the $454 million.
What insurance company would front $500 million for that? Are you for Trump, the guy who doesn't pay his contractors? Are you kidding me?
Trump alone, the rest to cover his sons. And what they say is that they've approached 30 insurance underwriters, some of these big, gigantic companies that you know, and they say that none of them are willing to do it. As you said, they're calling it a practical impossibility.
How do I do this?
You know, one of the reasons that
I was
they
hitting the wrong
say is
button.
an issue here is that some of these insurance companies have internal limits that they won't issue a bond for more than $100 million. And some of the biggest names that you can think of in the insurance world also will not underwrite a bond and take property, which is what Trump has to put up. They want cash. They want security.
Everyone furiously going back in the VOD. Good luck, soldiers.
Stocks, bonds, something that is what's a liquid, easy to sell asset. They don't want property. And so that is the problem that Trump has run into in trying to come up with this massive amount of money, $500 million.
Yeah, look at this. It's actually pretty goddamn, it's actually pretty funny. Spurned by 30 companies as he seeks bond in $454 million. Do you have any idea how bad it looks that he's like former president scrounging around for that money? Oh my God.
I got
very,
a joke,
very
but
recent
I
news,
think I don't know. It's too
Fuck it.
racist.
Say it. Do it.
I was gonna. Well, you know how he was saying that his mugshot made him identify with black people. Now, not getting a loan is really gonna help.
Fucking hell. That's a good one. Fuck that. That's funny. That's hilarious.
I mean, it's the right kind of racism. It is calling out society, you know?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's a pass.
Too. Like a lot of these stories are coming out within the past hour. I wonder if somebody's going to swoop in and save him. Mr. Trump has asked the appeals court to pause the judgment or accept a bond of only $100 million.
Bro.
Oh, do you think they're going to
Oh my
collect?
God.
I
didn't check because it was on YouTube. Fucking Haiti expert replied and said they would do the Haiti special 21 hours ago. But guess what? Full interview, full episode as well.
Easy.
We'll just stack it.
I think
everyone needs to go to their all of the New York Trump properties with a big like IKEA bag for the fire sale.
You know, these bond companies too, they also want their own, I guess you could call it, insurance on it. They want extra money than just what the bond is, so that they can, cover this as it plays out. This bond is to stop the New York Attorney General's office from seizing the property while the appeal of the judgment and the case goes forward.
Couldn't he start selling property? Well, that's what he wants to avoid doing, right? Because that would just be essentially the state taking it. Also, he wouldn't be able to get liquid like money from selling his properties within the incredibly short time that he has.
So they've been asking the Trump team has been asking the appeals court to allow them to not have to post this bond until the appeal is over. They're saying that Trump has properties that are worth more than the judgment in this case. It's just something that the insurance companies won't take. So they're saying that
more than a $500 million. You got that just in your back pocket? Is that true? Is that it's hysterical that he would say that, considering the reason this fraud case happened is because he over-evaluated his properties. So for him to have to post $500,000 in bond over it, and for him to be like, wait, I have many billions of properties worth billions and billions, like when that's already what he's in trouble for, trying to get out of the $500 million bond by putting forward a 13 million penthouse and say like, yeah, this is $500 million. Here you go.
It is genuinely funny that he's trying to get loans for a bond for doing exactly what's happening right now, which is evaluating properties. It is very ironic. And it's going to be one of the funniest things, I think, anyway.
The Attorney General's team will be able to collect on this judgment if it stands, and they could do so by seizing some of the properties, which the Attorney General's office said they're ready to do. But they're still asking the appeals court here for more time, and that's why we're seeing this new information come out today.
I hope they seize the properties, turn it into affordable housing. Oh, that reminds me, speaking about property updates.
What property? What?
I said they should seize his properties and turn them into affordable housing. And I said, oh yeah, speaking of property, there's an update on something.
Okay.
If I can
anyone
find it.
to underwrite it, because it is just a large amount, and particularly a large amount for one individual. Well,
so Kara, what comes next in this process?
So now it is before the appeals court. There's been
I need this to happen. He has wormed his way out of a lot of shit, but like emotionally, I really, really need this shit to happen. Okay, I need his shit to get seized by the government so badly. I need this more than anything else, anything in my life. I would give up water for this. Okay, I need this.
On this, it's up to this New York State appeals court to decide whether to allow Trump to move forward with the appeal and stop the Attorney General's office from seizing properties, to give them this time to have the court case play out. If the court says that Trump does not get this stay, Trump's side is asking them to allow them to put their ruling on hold so they can appeal to the highest appeals court in New York State. Those will be decisions for the New York appeals court to decide. And of course, the New York Attorney General's office has opposed this. They want the appeals court to allow them to enforce the injunction now if Trump cannot post that bond. Well,
please don't wait on the appeal. It'll take so long. I want his shit to get repossessed now. I want them to be scraping the letters off of the Trump Tower and melting them down for scrap and counting them for the cost of the raw steel and brass and everything. Please, I want it. I want it so badly.
All right, Kara, we'll stay in close touch with you. We'll see what happens. A significant development indeed.
Hey, Renato, let's start with you because you've represented and prosecuted large real estate developers before. What happens if they can't get a bond?
Oh, if they can't get a bond, collection efforts go forward, which first of all can be expensive. Okay, there's a court process where the New York Attorney General is going to be trying to collect that judgment, could potentially put liens on properties, essentially entering that order into various other proceedings, for example. So that would potentially be an issue.
Check
for
this
Trump.
out. You remember that? You remember this story? It's gonna hit me with an ad that I have to refresh around.
Yes.
So look, approves 1 million to clean graffiti from towers. Right, that was about a month ago. Now, newest development.
Caught on camera in the act. Thanks for joining us here.
Fuck off. Don't do this to me.
On camera in the act. Thanks for joining us here on ABC 7 Hulu and wherever you stream. I'm David Ono.
And I'm Ellen Leyva.
That's fucking awesome.
That building
Good
marks
on them.
another place that taggers have picked to express them.
Stop cleaning it.
Well, it's a brand new building that they're hitting now. I mean, I could show you if this in-bed player wasn't the shittiest one ever made.
Themselves, but the community isn't saying that's necessarily a bad thing.
And now it is news reporter Eric Resendiz is live at East.
Jesus Christ. Who embedded your fucking player? Like, what is running this shit? It's literally worse than YouTube. Like, how do you manage that?
Yeah, that's quite a feat to be worse than YouTube.
And targeted by taggers, 2 people caught on camera in the act. Thanks for joining us here on ABC 7 Hulu and wherever you stream. I'm David Ono.
And I'm Ellen Leyva. That building marks yet another place that taggers have picked to express themselves, but the community isn't saying that's necessarily a bad thing.
And now it is news reporter Eric Resendiz is live at East Hollywood after speaking to neighbors. Eric?
David, Ellen, video we obtained.
Nice Californians.
We're spray painting this building that's under construction right behind me here in East Hollywood. Neighbors in the area we talked to say the spray painting, the tagging really started once those graffiti covered skyscrapers in downtown LA got a lot of attention. The taggers are on the move. The target this time, this 5-story apartment building that's under construction. Video shows 2 people on the scaffolding spray painting at the top. Neighbors say they don't mind the graffiti at all.
I wouldn't say it's tagged up in a bad way. I don't believe it's an eyesore or anything, but I do believe it is a part of art.
I think it's pretty cool. Add some color to the area around.
He did
and,
it.
I think it's nice that people have a place.
Racist.
Near the intersection of Arbor and Melrose Avenue. One side of the building is completely
I agree, though.
covered in graffiti from
It's
head
great.
to toe. On the ground, the fencing and machinery is also spray painted. Neighbors say the tagging on the building really picked up shortly after the downtown LA graffiti-covered skyscrapers made headlines.
They see something and they're like, hey, those people did it on the high rise over
Classic
there.
LA.
Like, this is a little bit more manageable here. And yeah, it's just been taking its time to get done.
City records show B Rain Construction Inc. listed as the contractor for the project. A man who didn't share his name and was inside the construction site said he's with the company and said they will not report this to the police and that there are security cameras on site to monitor the area. Neighbors say the city needs to have a creative space for people who spray paint instead of them using construction sites as the canvas.
Safety should be prioritized, but I do think that it's important for people to have a place to express themselves. So definitely, I think it'd be a great idea for the city to provide a place for, the citizens to do that.
It is what it is. I guess until they finish that project, then it won't be tagged up anymore.
Councilmember Hugo Soto Martinez represents this area. His office told us that they are aware of the graffiti in this area and that they're working on a resolution to address this matter. LAPD says as of now, no arrest has been made. Reporting live in East Hollywood, Eric Resendiz, ABC 7.
That's East Hollywood.
Real
for
estate
you.
highly encumbered with loans and so on, having to deal with collection efforts and pay attorneys to fight off collection efforts is yet another problem that he doesn't want to have to deal with.
And his attorneys say that he approached 30 underwriters to back the bond. Does that make sense to you that they would all say no?
Well, in my experience, real estate developers tend to be very highly illiquid. They tend to be highly leveraged. They tend to have all sorts of loans. They might have a revolving line of credit. They may have various loans and personal guarantees out there. However, what I will say is that this is not a complete surprise to Donald Trump. It's not like the New York Attorney General.
It's literally cheaper for Trump to dodge debts than pay them at this point. Well, Trump is literally running out the clock. If Trump, first of all, Trump is going to die soon. He's not exactly young. And second of all, if Trump becomes president, this all becomes moot. With the way the Republican Party's been acting lately, him becoming president would basically be the end of his financial troubles because he could use his political power to shield him from basically anything. Like, that might not be the way the law is supposed to work, but that is the way he would use it. And he would be able to use it to that effect pretty effectively. Like, he's running out the clock here. The only chance to harm Trump legally is before he becomes president, if he is going to become president.
Earl's case happened over the course of minutes. It happened over the course of years. And Trump could anticipate a potential judgment. And the fact that he hasn't prepared by refinancing and selling properties and so on suggests that he may be less wealthy than he is prepared.
Yeah, because he can't sell his properties because he would still keep the loans. He's been running on gas for ages. Why do you think the GOP has been paying for his legal bills to the extent that they have? He does not have liquid cash at all. He might have properties that he's overrepresented the value of, but he's leveraging them on so many things that he can't just get rid of them. You know, like he's effectively he's running the real estate mogul equivalent of like 50 mortgages.
He's in a debt trap.
It's ridiculous. If all this stuff got like taken by the government, he wouldn't have nothing. He would have significantly less than nothing. In all likelihood, he would have hundreds of millions or billions of dollars less than nothing, because all of that leveraging that he's done, it wouldn't go away, and he's not able to like leverage anymore, it seems, and nobody's willing to bail him out. It's a gigantic like house of cards that he's been stacking for decades, and like he can't alter it anymore. If he adds any more to it, or if he takes anything more away from it, it all falls apart. I need this to happen.
Himself to be.
Oh, on that note, thank you for teeing up Kristen Holmes, who covers the Trump campaign for us. Kristen, you know very well that a big part of Donald Trump's identity is how wealthy he is. And the idea that he can't pay this money, I mean, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, well, he's trans wealthy. He identifies as a wealthy person. I just love how Vosh is like, I need it, guys. I need it. I need this to happen. I need it to happen.
Problems with the idea of Donald Trump just getting money to bail this out. First of all, Donald Trump is obviously corrupt, but there are always limits. And I think that even for Trump and the GOP, if he suddenly received $500 million from an anonymous source right before, or I don't even think it could be anonymous, right? Because the money would have to be like the disclosure of the money, considering how much financial scrutiny he's under, like it would be known who gave him that money. If it was from some Saudi or Russian like shell company or whatever, like there are points where it gets so shady that it would be a political liability even to Donald Trump, as I understand it, you know? And you also have to factor in the ego, right? Donald Trump and his team has been looking for loans to cover the bond, not for just full payment, right? It would interfere with Donald Trump's image as a self-made man to literally get bailed out by another wealthy person. It wouldn't matter. They don't care. Some people would care, and it would matter to some people. But I think a lot of it is just it would make him look weak. Yeah, it would make him look weak, you know?
To pay $500 million and not to have that lying around in our bank account. But it might be different when it comes to how Donald Trump thinks he's perceived.
Dan, I just want to start by saying that you
I don't know. I'll when something happens, I'll be like, wow, something actually happened. But like to my knowledge, nothing has happened to him. Like he's lost this civil case. Okay. But like whatever. Like what's going on? Like, is he gonna go to jail? Like, let's get this over with already. Can we just not do these like money cases that are like irrelevant and stuff? Like, come on.
should know that there are a lot of Trump allies who watch your show, and they've been texting me with the argument of, one, most billionaires are not liquid. This is not that surprising. The other argument saying this is about the insurance companies, this insane amount, this is their words.
Yeah, but most billionaires are capable of leveraging their assets.
Because they're humans.
Shut the fuck up. That's not good. That's the one you'll get canceled for. That's a shit joke.
Calling billionaires human beings?
Yes. In order to cover the a loan to help them pay, right? Like, yeah, most billionaires don't have billions in liquid cash they keep in the bank, but it's pretty unusual for a billionaire to be turned down by 30 loan agencies.
Not mine. In terms of the bonds, these insurance companies can't get that much money, that much collateral. So there is an argument here among Trump. But as you know, Donald Trump himself has painted himself, his entire image, not just politically, but also before that, his brand on being a billionaire. And that is why this case was so personal for him in the first place, was the idea that everything he had built was essentially on a lie, it was fraudulent, that he wasn't really this rich, that he had inflated those numbers. That's why you saw him so fascinated and so intent on being part of this case, sitting in that courtroom, listening to these various witnesses, because it is to his personal brand. It also goes to his political brand. This idea that I built myself up as a billionaire and I could do that for you too, goes away if you can't afford to pay this kind of money.
And let me just go back to Renato on this.
I wish she would also add that it's pretty fucking uncommon for somebody as wealthy as Donald Trump supposedly is to not be able to leverage their assets to cover this, you know?
Because you did mention that most real
That's the
estate
thing.
developers
Has anyone
are not liquid. They can't
saying?
just write a
Has anyone decided that he's just lying and he's doing this to just not pay and like run out the clock because he thinks he can just do that? You know, are you talking?
I said that's a question, isn't it? Sorry, I'm muted because everybody is shouting in
Yeah,
the
that's fine.
background.
That's fine. That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Dollar check. I think that is probably true for most billionaires, although I don't certainly have that experience to really know firsthand. But if they have assets, the question is, you kind of said maybe if he prepared, he would start to sell things off. I mean, is that a real possibility that he might have to do that?
I genuinely think at this point, if he sold off everything, first of all, if he starts selling off stuff he owns, how would that be functionally different from the government just taking it, apart from him getting to choose what gets taken? I also don't think he has $500 million in assets at this point. Like the extent to which he's leveraged these properties, like for every property he sells off, he's also opening himself up to the problems with him having leveraged those properties, right? He can't because all of his assets are under control by the 14th district. Well, in New York at least, right? But like properties outside of there, he could potentially like sell off, but he's probably leveraged those too. Can you explain what it means to leverage your asset? Basically, like the normal way this would work would be like Donald Trump would say, hey, I have a building that's worth $1 billion. I need money now. How do I get money now? The billion that the building is worth, like I can't.
Let's go to that. Let's go to next stuff. We get it. It's funny. It's hilarious. But there's a lot of stuff we got to get through.
Brooklyn Best. What is the chance Trump goes to prison? Limited. Although.
Is this the one that I was laughing at with? This might be the one that I said Sam Cedar was really good at.
Well, I think there is an increasing chance that some of his property is going to be sold off.
Too broke and toxic for bailout. Is that the one?
I'm not sure. I'd have to hear.
Yeah, I hope at fire sale prices, it would be. I would love to get in on some of this. I was going to say.
Well, that's
what? Did you say something?
No, it was their producer.
the scuttlebutt is that he potentially may have to give Trump Tower to that nasty woman Tish James. Letitia.
We should give it away like a lottery system. We should move our office into Trump Tower.
That's exactly that's exactly what I want. In fact, here is Larry Kudlow, who was Trump's former head of the Council of Economics, National Council of Economics, and also worked under Ronald Reagan. And then he had a stint on CNBC. And
the Sam Cedar thing I was thinking of was a Jared Kushner thing.
Okay.
So we've already seen enough of Trump's assets. We get it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
all right,
there's other stuff there. Well, there's other stuff in that playlist if you want to scroll through it and see if anything sparks your interest. If not, we can move on.
Well, let's have a look at this one and see which assets could be taken. Because they're specifically looking at the potential ones. Not just like, oh, it could be Trump Tower. Maybe they're actually looking at something.
So from the campaign to the courtroom, a new filing shows Donald Trump can't pay his bond. Trump's lawyers say he's facing insurmountable difficulties trying to secure a bond for the nearly $500 million that he owes related to that civil fraud judgment that came out of New York. As you recall, Trump was ordered to pay $355 million plus interest for a decade's worth of fraudulent financial statements that overvalued his real estate holdings and clearly hyped his wealth. Our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky, joins me now. So the Trump Organization's general counsel saying that Trump is financially stable and maintains substantial assets. So why can't he pay the bills, Aaron?
According to his lawyers, Kira, it's just a practical impossibility.
I said because he doesn't want to pay.
Doesn't want to. Yeah.
To use their words, to pay a bond that big. It's nearly $500 million. And the trouble that the Trump and his attorneys seem to be running into is that no insurance company will accept real estate as collateral. Trump has some cash, clearly not enough to collateralize a bond that big. And so he's saying that he'd have to use his real estate holdings and no company will accept them. They'd prefer that he sell that real estate, take the cash, and then use it to collateralize the bond. But Trump doesn't want to do that because he's confident he's going to win his appeal. And if he sells a property, there would be no way to get it back.
Well, that was my next question. You know, what are the next steps here? He's going to have to pay.
he is going to have to pay if he does want to move forward with this appeal. So he'll have to come up with it somehow. Otherwise, the New York Attorney General, Letitia James, will start undoubtedly moving to try to seize some of his assets. And when she talked to us a month or so ago, after her successful civil fraud case against the former president and others, she told us she would be prepared to take judicial steps to try and seize his assets to make sure that he can pay the judgment that the judge imposed.
All right, Aaron Katursky, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
Fuck off, George. Anything else in the silly old guy president playlist? There's a lot of stuff because there's always something happening with these two clown you know, like there's the him saying that there's going to be bloodshed if he loses. I think we did this already last time. Maybe
Let's
not.
do this one.
Oh, what's this?
Chiefs or Niners?
Two great quarterbacks. Hard to decide.
With this post, U.S. President Joe Biden joined TikTok during the Super Bowl in February. His re-election campaign launched the account under username
Honestly,
@BidenHQ.
it's not going to hurt him because it's not going to get banned.
No, exactly.
Garnered more than 200.
All right, video over. Bloodshed.
The race for the White House and former President Trump's campaign now on the defensive after his fiery rhetoric at a rally in Dayton, Ohio on Saturday night. Trump warning while discussing the economy that there would be a, quote, bloodbath if he is not reelected in November. This after the former president kicked off the event by paying tribute to those who attacked the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. President Biden's campaign swiftly denouncing those comments as threats of political violence. But even
it was so much more beyond that, what he did. It was wild what happened at this fucking rally.
Is there actual footage of it?
Yeah, I got some stuff.
Okay.
Even Republicans like former Vice President Mike Pence, who says he will not endorse Trump, are defending his bloodbath comment, saying he was referring to imports hurting the automobile industry. ABC's Mary Alice Parks leading us off tonight from Washington.
Tonight, Republicans forced to defend former President Donald Trump's controversial comment while discussing economic tariffs that there would be a bloodbath if he lost the 2024 election.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars if I get elected. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it.
Think about how stupid that policy is if he actually did that. Did he say a 100% tariff on any foreign automobile?
Yeah, have fun with that. Yeah, nobody's selling cars to America anymore. Watch the car markets explode and everybody be desperate for cars. Yeah, great idea, bro.
I mean, it might lower oil prices after the deflation in the oil product.
Yeah, maybe.
Was only talking economics, writing Joe Biden's insane EV mandate will slaughter the American auto industry. Even Mike Pence, who says he will not endorse his former boss, coming to Trump's defense.
The president was clearly talking about the impact of imports devastating the American automotive industry.
Was that clear to you? Because it was a little muddled.
But Trump's remark did not come in a vacuum. He started the Ohio event Saturday, telling the audience to stand and pay tribute to those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th, trying to stop the certification of Biden's election win.
Pretty much
many of whom have been convicted of serious crimes, ranging from assaulting officers to seditious conspiracy.
And they were unbelievable patriots.
Biden's campaign firing back.
What I heard was a continuation of the same.
Yep, 3 minutes.
I mean, this basically hit it all. I think it's worth looking at, like, if some of these have the beginning of the rally, it's fucking wild. Did they show the direct quote too about the bloodbath yet?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't hear it.
Rhetoric, the same endorsement of political violence that we've seen from Donald Trump for years.
Trump also ramping up his dehumanizing rhetoric towards certain migrants, with the border battle a major election issue.
If you call them people, I don't know if you call them people. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion, but I'm not allowed to say that because the radical left says that's a terrible thing to say.
Trump doubling down on his comments today.
That if you don't use certain rhetoric, if you don't use certain words that maybe are not very nice words, nothing will happen.
Now, Mary, the Biden campaign today also said that it raised $53 million in February
Nikki
for the
Haley
Democratic
got
National
shit
Committee.
because she didn't want to call people illegals.
Please clap.
that they now have about $150 million cash on hand. That's a considerable fundraising advantage compared to Trump and the Republican National Committee. They haven't released their February numbers yet, but had about $40 million cash on hand in January. Mary, and the general election just getting started. Mary Alice, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
Fuck off, George.
I agree. Here's CNN talking about it. Let's see what CNN has to say.
You just need to get them fucking showing the opening.
Mm-hmm.
Republicans find themselves answering questions about one man and one man only, Donald Trump. The Sunday shows were filled with questions about two eye-catching comments Trump made last night. In one, Trump said migrants are not people. And in the other, he painted a dark future for the country.
He said, sometimes I don't see them as people. Some of them
We're
are.
going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole.
Yeah, I was too focused on the tariff. That's why I don't remember him saying it. But yeah, jump to see if there's like them saluting the January 6ers and shit.
Bad for the country.
Here to talk about that and much more.
Here to talk about it. Some people, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Check the Pence one. Maybe they'll show it in that one.
Yeah.
Also, like, I don't know. There's a Voice of America one that might just be.
I'll play them. Relax.
Former President Donald Trump's unhinged rally in Ohio. For an hour and a half, he delivered bizarre, rambling remarks, parroting language used by Adolf Hitler, calling some migrants animals, and warning of a, quote, bloodbath if he loses to Joe Biden. Trump spread more lies about the 2020 election, saluting those convicted of crimes on January 6th for their attempt to subvert democracy.
Ladies and gentlemen,
yes,
for the horribly and unfairly treated January 6th.
Oh my God, cringe.
You see the spirit.
Did you hear that?
Hostages, and that's what they are, is hostages.
Hostages.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable patriots, and they were unbelievable patriots and are.
That was met with fierce backlash from a handful of Republicans, including Trump's former vice president, Mike Pence, who has now refused to endorse his former boss.
Well, I think it's very unfortunate at a time that there are American hostages being held in Gaza, that the president or any other leaders.
Bro, he's actually mad. Did you hear him? Like, you could hear that in his tone, you know, like he's really actually mad about this because if this steps on his faith, then that's too much for Pence.
Our justice system as hostages, and it's just unacceptable.
All right, let's discuss with CNN political commentator, Democratic strategist Maria Cardona, CNN political commentator and Republican.
We saw him. That's all of those.
Oh, of course that. All right. Let's do the Voice of America.
We're doing very well.
Former Republican President Donald Trump made headlines for several remarks he made while campaigning on Saturday in Dayton, Ohio.
Oh my God, they come up with the
as he was criticizing China's building of car manufacturing plants in Mexico.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected.
Oh, so I think he's
now,
specifically talking about doing it to Mexico.
Oh, okay.
So that's what. Thanks for the additional context, Voice of America, for actually doing it neutral. So, which is wild, right? Because do you know anything about NAFTA and what it actually was?
No, not really.
It exported our car industry to Mexico, basically, and it made the migrant system get more exploitive, where they had to leave Mexico to get the seasonal farm work, right?
Yeah.
So we destroyed like their domestic food production for manufacturing, and took on the domestic food production inside our border to exploit those people who were the ones buying food from.
Okay.
So that's Bill Clinton. It's one of his worst policies.
Excellent.
Along with the 94 crime bill, but NAFTA for sure. And so the Zapatistas, they form in a response to NAFTA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they're farmers, right? They're ranchers and farmers, and that's what directly affected. But basically, it makes it so, like, the fees that you pay from like Mexico to import and stuff, it basically makes anything that's like it can't just be imported to Mexico and sold over the border. You have to take like multiple parts and put them together. Like, it's anything that's like actually manufactured as a car would be able to basically be called American, because they would basically send the cars almost complete over and then like
ship them from there.
Yeah, but it like basically made capitalism not recognize Mexico as like a different entity almost.
Epic. Love that.
Bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country.
Trump's campaign underscored that the comment wasn't about political violence.
But Trump tried to do a new
Cassidy
NAFTA as
shared
well, and it failed miserably. I forgot what he called it.
Yeah. I remember. I can't remember the name of it either.
Opinion on the matter during an appearance on NBC's Meet the Press.
The general tone of the speech is why many Americans continue to wonder, should President Trump be president? Depending upon the perspective, somebody is going to interpret it. He's running against Biden, so Biden's going to say it's about political violence. His defenders want to defend him, and so they're going to say it's about economic disaster.
Ohio Republican Representative Mike Turner, who appeared on ABC's This Week, shared his views about Trump's comments, referring to
But
some
that's the thing,
migrants
is like
as
this whole
not
Chinese
people.
car manufacturing thing. Like that NAFTA set that up to be a thing. Like it gets around the fucking cost of buying from China and shipping it over. It's like an exploit in the system to manufacture these things in Mexico. And Mexico is like a huge, think about how like how important they are to our economy as well. They're like probably second behind China, unless we count the entire EU. Does the EU even buy stuff from us? I don't know.
All right.
Biden's handling of illegal crossings at the border.
Of course, I disagree with those in the past. I think the American public disagree with those. But I do think that people see that Donald Trump is the only candidate in this race that's going to be able to fix this crisis.
During Saturday's campaign event, Trump also doubled down
damn.
on criticism
So
of Democratic
Canada and
President
Mexico
Joe
are
Biden's
above
economic
China.
policies, and didn't leave out a sense of urgency when calling on Trump supporters to participate in the general election.
I don't think you're going to have another election in this country. If we don't win this election, I don't think you're going to have another election, or certainly not an election that's meaningful.
Both
And we better get
Canada
out
and
we better-
Mexico,
I actually
because of
say-
NAFTA, because it's the North American Trade Federation, right? So Canada and Mexico, like if you double what China share is and our trade partners, right? If you double it, it doesn't even equal one of them. Because China is 150 billion and both of them are above 300 million.
Interesting.
That the date, remember this, November 5th, I believe it's going to be the most important date in the history of our country.
President Biden's re-election bid also drew media attention over the weekend, with news that his campaign reached a fundraising milestone. It now has $155 million in cash on hand. Of that, $53 million was raised in February alone. The news broke as Biden prepared to host a brunch for several Roman Catholic leaders Sunday at the White House to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Verónica Valderas Iglesias.
Former Vice President Mike Pence joins us in person in studio. Good morning to you and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Good morning, Margaret. Good to be with you.
There's a lot to get to with you today, but I want to begin with some remarks Mr. Trump made yesterday at a rally in Ohio. He walked onto the stage to a song recorded by a choir of prisoners facing charges for their role in
Finally, the last part.
Listen.
It was recorded by the J6ers. That's the final part, the final wacky part of this.
Okay.
Anyway, real quick to interrupt. So speaking about Mexican economy, so you know how it's the saying they always say, like people will be like, oh, like China is like a huge stake in our like trade demographic, right? Look at the see, this is like the import with the trade deficit, right? So like while China, we don't spend as much money as we do and making us as much money as we do with China and Canada, they still like it's like the trade balance, which is balance of trade can be measured in items in terms of commercial balance or not exports, you know. So like they have like the world balance is 1,000, right? So they literally basically have a third of that.
Okay.
So a third of our economy definitely is still held up with China, even though like we make more money with NAFTA.
Yeah.
So we have more risk in China.
That makes sense.
The hostages, and that's what they are, is hostages. They've been treated terribly and very unfairly, and you know that, and everybody knows that. And we're going to be working on that soon. The first day we get into office, we're going to save our country, and we're going to work with the people to treat those unbelievable patriots, and they were unbelievable patriots and are.
I know in the past you've said Mr. Trump's reckless words endangered you and your family on that day. What do you think when you hear him refer to those people facing charges as hostages and patriots?
Well, I think it's very unfortunate at a time that there are American hostages being held in Gaza.
Yeah, we heard him just say
that
this.
the president or any other leaders would refer to people that are moving through our justice system as hostages, and it's just unacceptable. I was there on January 6th. I have no doubt in my mind, Margaret, that some people were caught up in the moment and that entered the Capitol.
Well, everything's breaking. Anyway, let's go to the next one. He's boring.
That's that.
More boring man.
No, that's that. We don't need to. This is going to be the same shit. I deleted a bunch of videos already, so just refresh.
Okay.
It's the
Well,
list only is. Just refresh
let's go
the
to
list.
US because we got to do US.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just start from the top.
Yeah, this is ordered. This isn't ordered by topic. This is just ordered. Oldest story is at the top.
Okay. Well, we'll just go. We'll go until we get sick of it.
The Dollar General convenience store in Mineral Point was temporarily closed this weekend after all of the employees walked off of their shifts and quit their jobs. Terrell Ballard spoke to former employees who organized this walkout and has you covered on their decision to leave.
It was a collective decision by 6 employees.
We were underpaid, underappreciated, and overworked.
Signs taped on the front door of the Dollar General store in Mineral Point saying, "We quit."
They really just need to do better. They need to do better by their employees.
Episode, and it was wild. Like, because he's way better than Johnny Harris, by the way, and more informative and more researched.
They need to do better by their customers and the communities that they build all these stores in.
Both the former store manager and the assistant manager telling me they quit because they didn't agree with the company's donation policy, which made them throw away product that wasn't on the approved donation list.
There was stuff that wasn't on the list that totally usable. And I was always told when I was in school to recycle.
So for months, the former employees donated the items they were supposed to throw away to local charities.
Is it violating Dollar General policy by donating items that weren't on that list?
These are real communists.
Yes, it is.
These, Hassan, take note, okay? It's like, how come commies never do the based hacking and stuff? These are your people, bro.
Violating their policy. Hence why I wrote in my letter that they needed to change their policies.
They tell me that when corporate found out.
Was he?
Yeah. This is like a John McCain thing.
And all employees decided to quit. In a final farewell to customers, staff signed a letter and posted it on the front door.
That's crazy that they
quit because of.
I mean, they did say overworked and stuff, but also the main reason that they had is this donation thing.
Mm-hmm.
Look, not allow corporate greed. Do you see? Like, these are socialists, bro. They don't know it, but they are.
Of corporate greed.
I think they're going to do what they feel they need to do for their company, for their bottom line, and unfortunately, that doesn't help the communities that they're building these stores in.
The Dollar General has since reopened, and we've reached out to corporate for a comment. We're waiting to hear back. Reporting in Mineral Point, Jarrell Ballard, 27
Bro, I
News.
do not understand it. It like hurts my brain.
A large mystery in Long Beach has finally been solved after this chunk of concrete, and we mean large here. Some say it is about the size of a bus, a school bus. This concrete washed up near the Belmont Pier. NBC4's McCullough Medina joins us live with a story you will see for the first time and only on 4. Mac, this is kind of hard to miss.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to miss, and quite frankly, it's becoming
You'll
a bit
only
of a
get
tourist
this kind of
attraction
story
for a
on
lot of
local
folks
news.
here
Hey,
in Long
big
Beach.
thing.
Selfies around this huge chunk of concrete. Take a look behind me. It is about 6 feet tall. As you mentioned about the length of one of those yellow school buses
the only
that you see around
explanation.
Long Beach. It certainly is a big piece of stone here. It washed up on shore about 5 miles away from where it started. From up high, you can see just how long and wide this chunk of concrete is.
I kind of saw it, but I wasn't really sure what it was. I couldn't distinguish what it was.
Jacqueline Lopez is like a lot of people walking by today, perplexed at what this concrete block is doing here and astonished about its size.
It's really big. I would say probably
really
like
big.
bigger than like a bus.
Epic.
Never seen something like that here in the city of Long
Great,
Beach.
great
has the
comments
city.
from
Marine
the
Crusade.
crowd.
So
This
good.
has everything. Why? I wanted you. If this ends with, yeah, we don't know why it's there. It's just big. Come on, guys. No theory
Watch the
on
show
where
near
it came
Junipero
from. You
Beach
can't
about a
talk
week
to
ago.
a fucking
Crews pulled it
expert.
A concrete expert.
And here
Yeah.
near its headquarters by Belmont Pier to start breaking it apart and taking it to a local dump.
There's
So
rebar
where
in it.
exactly is it? Well, crews have traced it back 5 miles west to Hotel Maya. It was part of its dry dock that broke off during that February 1st storm. Hotel workers there shared video with us then of just how much the hotel flooded during that storm. Marine crews say because of the rush of water coming from the LA River, the Hotel Maya sits right at the mouth. The dry dock broke free and floated into the ocean for weeks.
We saw it yesterday, my husband and I, when we were walking, we were wondering how the heck a large cement dock washed up on the shore of a beach in the middle of our beautiful Long Beach.
The hotel officially has not responded to our calls for comment, but workers we talked to
It's a
say
real
they
Long
thought the
Beach.
dock sank. Marine
You
crews
need
say
to
because it was
make
built to
a skate feature out of this thing.
Yes. Great idea. Excellent idea.
float. That's exactly what it did after it broke free, and it floated
Skeleton
for weeks
shore,
until washing
Nambia.
ashore near Junipero Beach.
We're used to trash and debris washing up on the shore from all over the place just because of the way Long Beach is situated. But having a floating dock wash up in such a large chunk
this is just
was
like
quite
low
a
tide stuff.
surprise.
Yeah.
The Nambia stuff.
Certainly was quite a surprise.
Next.
Lo único que nosotros queríamos era encontrarla.
The only thing we wanted was to find her. We found her. Not in the way we hoped, but we found her. And we thank God for that.
Y eso lo agradecemos.
Reina Hernandez, a longtime Renton business owner, was reported missing on February 28th, 2 days after she was last seen or heard from. Police suspected a crime, saying her car was also missing, added they'd issued a search warrant for a house in South Renton. Friday, less than 2 weeks after her disappearance, several news articles from Mexicali, a city in Mexico on the California border, described an unidentified woman murdered and left in a cemetery. The family identifying Reina by her unique tattoos.
Muy alegre, muy amorosa.
She was a very happy person, very loving. She loved all her clients and was very dedicated both at home and at work. It was her world. Hernandez was found dead, and a 61-year-old man from Renton was arrested nearby. Her family says that man, who's being held in Mexico on unrelated charges, was her longtime partner. To date, he has not been charged in her killing.
This obviously was not the outcome that anyone wanted to see. If you look at the social media accounts that Reina
Interesting
had
that
an
this is even getting
incredible
coverage.
presence in our city, a small business owner, and lots of
I mean,
friends.
with no
I
clear
think
answers.
let's actually think about this right now, because right after this, we're gonna go into them talking about tokenizing Lake and Riley, right? This woman was taken from America
Yeah.
to Mexico and killed and then brought over the border. I assume he killed her on the other side of the border. Who knows?
I would
Right.
assume so as well.
And did he know her or anything? Did he just assume you go to Mexico to
Well,
dump
they
the
said that
body?
it's his it was her partner, so I guess so. The guy that was arrested, whether he killed her or not is the question.
Right.
Reina's 3 sisters, who all live in Mexico full time,
Yeah.
are remembering the life of a woman.
Talk about this, but you know why? Because she wasn't a white teen college girl, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who loved her business and loved her clients.
Pues solamente queremos.
We just want justice for her. Just justice.
There
We've
won't
had
be.
the full support of the Renton Police Department and the Mexican consulate, and obviously the love and support of everyone who knew her. Renton police are now coordinating with the FBI and Mexican law enforcement as they try and determine where and when Reina Hernandez was killed. That will help them determine which agency and which country takes the lead in this
This is why she's not going to get justice. They don't even know what agency and what country is going to get jurisdiction.
David Sabera, I mean, if you take a look, you can still see that this memorial continues to grow as family and friends continue to pay their respects. I can tell you that family says and confirms that the man who has been arrested in Mexicali is Reina's partner. Renton police say he's their main suspect, but until her time and cause of death are determined, they don't know where or when she was killed.
This is going to be the same thing.
A string of Polish beads dangles between their fingers as
Next.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to have to do this.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it, because this is the guy who gets shot in the head on the subway.
Yeah.
Turns out bag checks in liberal cities, they're not making residents any safer. Panicked passengers fleeing for their lives on
Maybe
a
because it was
New
in his
York City
coat.
subway. After a fight led to a man getting shot in the head with his own gun. Viewer warning, this is a tough one to watch.
Yeah, there's a stabbing in there too, so that we don't want to show.
Kathy Hochul flooding the zone with about 700 National Guard members, but she did
How'd
strip
that work?
them of their rifles. Hochul says she's very proud
That's
of
a
her
trooper.
National Guard, despite some saying that move was not necessary.
Yeah, it
How do
wasn't.
you respond to some of your fellow Democrats calling the move theatrics that play into Republican narratives that blue cities are poorly run war zones?
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. My job is to
Leave.
keep people safe.
Leave.
So any way I
Like,
can,
you
I'm gonna keep
fucking
New Yorkers
corrupt
safe.
mobster fucking bitch. All right? Like, come on. Get out. Get out.
Subways
Go
have
with
been
Cuomo.
safer, but we had a spike recently.
Yes.
A 45% increase in subway crimes. I needed to do something dramatic and quickly to send a message.
So, Judge, real quick. So Daniel Penny defended himself too, but they're coming
Oh
after
my
him.
God,
I
here
mean,
we go,
talk to me
bro.
about this case.
Here we go,
You
bro.
know, the parallels between this and the Penny case are very
No,
strong.
there is no parallels.
This guy who takes a gun out of his backpack, apparently,
Hey, not only that, Judge, not only that, let's be clear. Let's be clear. The guy who got shot in the head had already been stabbed in the back by another person. Right?
Yeah.
And he was going, oh, you're going to stab me. You're going to stab me. And like is sitting here like fumbling with his jacket for like 10 minutes and then finally like withdraws a firearm from there. And then the train is all like screaming and stuff and like hiding at the other end. Right.
Yep.
He didn't just get shot in the head. He got shot 4 times with his own weapon in the struggle.
Yeah, his own gun. That's a very important point to make.
Bag. Yeah. So he gets a gun on a moving, locked subway car where nobody can get out, and they're screaming, "Get me out! Get me out!" He takes a gun, and the person he's going after, he ends up getting the gun from him and shooting him in the head. So the person who shot him in the head, and he may die from this, is already not being arrested. He had the right to defend himself.
Hey,
But why
whoa.
didn't Daniel Penny
Wrong. Again, wrong. He was arrested. He did not get charged, right? That's the difference.
Yeah.
What I would like to see though is I would like the girl who stabbed him, like, what about like, you know, what about that? You know, like there's like it's like you're like in America, you're allowed to shoot people, not stab them, you know?
Yeah.
right to defend himself when everybody on that moving locked subway car underground felt that their lives were in danger. All right. I mean, this is just a different scenario. If this guy really had mental health issues, then he is very much like Jordan Neely in the Danny Penny case.
No, he was stabbed.
She can go out, Kathy Hochul and Mayor Adams and the whole lot of the Democrats and go out.
The
and
other
say,
guy was
we're
choked
going
to
do
death.
what's right.
Yeah.
We're
Like,
not going to
There
do
was no
anything in
case
the
for
Republicans'
self-defense
narrative.
there.
No, the threat was subdued and he killed him anyway. It's completely different.
Here's the bottom line. You've got to start prosecuting crime. You've got to change the bail reform laws that didn't reform bail, that just allowed criminals to keep
not
going.
even look at
You've got
like even like before that campaign, right? Like she has people inside her like organization that end up being corrupt. Like, who are we kidding? Like, it's New York. We're notorious for this type of shit, right? I mean, there's a reason we elected Hillary here and Obama was in Chicago. Am I right? Am I right? No, but seriously, like the only place that has more election interference is Chicago, for real though. Like historically known for it.
To remove prosecutors who won't prosecute low-level crime, as evidenced by the fact that the guy who brought the gun, who ended up being shot with his own gun, he jumped the fare. All right, you know, it's called a
oh my God.
You start with the lower-level crimes and you move up. But this is going to continue to happen. They can put an army in the subway. A girl lost her legs when her boyfriend, convicted with prior assaults, put her in front of a subway. You've got to change the law and stop talking the talk.
I mean, Greg, the guy was clearly, you watched the video, he's clearly mentally ill. He's got a gun. The checks didn't work. And Kathy Hochul would have condemned if Trump,
First of all, that's not, no, that's not,
this is where if you were on
what he did was not fair evasion. All right. That is code, right? So there's a subway code in New York, and you'll say, and when you get arrested, you say, John told me it was the code. I didn't tell you anything. Okay. Let's be clear about this for starter. Okay. This is not legal advice, right? So there's a societal code in New York with the emergency exit door. Those emergency exit doors, police run out of them, right? So police open them, or somebody goes through and they open them on the other side. And then like, they just like basically another person will like walk through it. Like it's like a social like cohesion of holding the door kind of aspect type thing that's going on there. But you'll see like 50 people go through one emergency door when it opens. Like until police can get it closed, and it's not like they stop people. Like until police can like break up the crowd and get the door closed, they just let it happen.
Any other network, pick any network, there will be an affluent white female liberal saying, but I take the subway every day, and this is just an aberration. It's an anomaly. I take the subway every day. It's never been safer. This is how it went. A yelled at B. B yells at A. A fights B. C stabs A.
Thank you,
A
Greg.
pulls out a gun. B grabs the gun and shoots A. What happened to C? There's a woman there that stabbed the guy in the back. All of this it's a very complicated mathematical
Maybe he shouldn't have assaulted someone on the train. You know?
Equation, but it only happens in places where it can happen. And this wasn't at midnight in the Lower East Side. You know, this was on a crowded subway in the afternoon. So it happens because it can. And why did it happen? What's missing? The police. Absence of law and order means there's no disincentive, right?
Bro, come on. How can you say that after they literally were just showing how they fucking have 1,000 more police and National Guard there? How can you be that dumb and say the police weren't we need the police to babysit every individual subway car? How about Eric Adams being a fucking Metro cop? Literally, all these dudes do is sit on their phones because there's nothing to fucking do on the fucking Metro crime. Like, get the fuck out of here. You know how populated New York City is? Oh my God, somebody got shot. Jesus Christ. There was a fucking terrorist attack on a subway not long ago.
On order has given this. And New Yorkers, many of whom are on those subways, you voted for this. You got the 1970s with smartphones.
What are you talking about?
A lot of these people
were out there. On about?
Greg, they elected a fucking cop as their mayor. What do you mean they voted for it? They literally voted to have more law and order. Like the citizens of New York City picked the NYPD and elected Eric Adams. Okay, let's be fucking clear about that. And also, don't forget that the NYPD is one of the largest militaries in the world. It could take on the United States, actually.
Fund the police, and now they're living their consequences. And as much as I
Defund
love
the
and
police,
respect the
bro, they
National
just
Guard,
sent
they are not
1,000
trained
cops
in this
in there.
stuff.
Like the attention span you would need to fucking watch this garbage, bro.
There's an opportunity cost for that political optic that Hochul decided to do. She chose a stunt over a real action that would reduce crime and make us safer. So what she did actually made us less.
Eric Adams did it.
The question. When is enough enough?
The
What does it
fucking
take? We
governor
keep saying
doesn't
that.
run the
Do you
city.
think one-party rule is over
Right.
in these
The
cities? Is
mayor
it time to try
does.
something new and let the adults
God,
back
I
in the
hate
room?
these
A
people.
good city is run by Democrats and Republicans. The mom
Like New York?
and the dad. That's how things work.
Oh,
It's
you
not
mean the dad
Dems
who's Eric
and
Adams, a
crazier
Republican
Dems.
cop?
You can't split the power that way. Or now it's Dems, crazier Dems, and the craziest Dems.
What are you
Maybe
talking
try
about, bro?
Dems, crazy Dems, and some Republicans. Have a Republican mayor
We're
come
New
back, and
York.
this
We
would
have
be
a
over.
ton of fucking
Harold, do you
Republicans
think that's in the
here.
cards? Because you've got a governor now responding to it. We're seeing
they're
things like
so
this on a
fucking
regular basis.
So maybe so, and I don't have any problem with political
My neck's
diversity,
starting to hurt, bro.
and
Greg's
I'd
pissing
love
me
for
off.
Democrats to have a majority, but at the same time, I want answers, and I think Greg touches them. I'd say.
All right, fuck these clowns.
We're
Next.
looking at images seen earlier in Trenton, New Jersey, which is the focal point right now where it's believed the suspect may be. And again, in this imagery, when you saw earlier, you see law enforcement on that second level. You can see to the right of that residence, there's a ladder. We watched off camera, not live on television, but we saw it off camera. We saw the investigator or the authority walking up to that second level. And you see right here, getting into the window and then escorting somebody out. We've since learned, Danny, through your reporting, that all of the residents is how they're classifying the people in that house. They have all been taken out safely. All right, with us now, former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe. All right, so Andy, this is cross state lines, which is why we also love your expertise, because now this possibly is a federal investigation, right, for crossing state lines. So if indeed the suspect continues to be in there, talk to us about the priority of events, trying to negotiate with this person, or perhaps the priority is really trying to get residents out safely. Now, what possibly is transpiring?
So, Fred, you hit the nail on the head there. The first thing, if you have the opportunity to do it, and it looks from this compelling video that they had the chance to and took advantage of it, you want to get as many potential hostages, residents, or actual hostages out of that building and off the scene to safety as you possibly can.
God damn,
and what you're seeing there is a very careful.
For some reason, I kept typing in New York legislator and it wouldn't give me the fucking wiki, bro. Like,
weird.
Seriously though, like, look at this. Like it's definitely a fucking blue state. I'm covering it. Hang on.
Yes,
it's definitely a blue state, right? But like the Republicans still get like a third, right? It's like 102 to 48. That's literally like,
yeah.
They basically have half on each of those. So,
incredibly dangerous, risky move, but one that successfully evacuated a number of those hostages. Every time you have a hostage leave the set, the level of risk and danger reduces somewhat. And that is really the thing that law enforcement is focused on going forward. Everybody thinks about hostage situations in terms of a tactical entry where a tactical team or a SWAT team goes in and confronts the offender or the hostage taker. In reality, that's the option of last resort. It's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah,
for
no
the law
shit. They're not
enforcement folks involved
fucking
if anybody who's in the house.
the SAS in the Iranian embassy, bro.
And so unless people
one
are in
more little
imminent
side
danger
tangent about
of
New York's electorate, right? So this is why, like, even though like I'm totally like in favor of not giving red power, right? This is bullshit. Look at all the districts in New York City, and and it's like, this is one of those things where it's like land votes. It's not land that votes, right? But like, there's so much power concentrated in the city itself. Like, this is me right here. This is why I say Syracuse is like literally like it's so politically mixed.
Serious injury or death, you're going to put that tactical entry off as long as you possibly can. And if you can put it off by engaging with the hostage taker, talking to them, negotiating with them, striking deals for things like food or communications or access to talk to other people, you're going to do that.
More Republicans in NY than
typically really drag out.
If it's so true. So true.
Starts to drag out like that, that's a sign that they do not believe that anyone inside is in imminent danger of death or injury.
And what about from a public safety standpoint? Because you're talking Trenton, New Jersey, which is very heavily, densely populated. We're looking at what appears to be a duplex. And while we are hearing the reporting that residents have been safely escorted from that building, you also look at the proximity of that duplex to the next one over and what's likely across the street, et cetera. So what is likely happening involving the law enforcement resources about keeping people where they are, communicating with other residents in the area, evacuating? I mean, what is transpiring possibly?
Well, first, the responding law enforcement officers are going to be dealing with city officials to understand, based on plans, based on surveys, based on building permits that may have been filed. They want to understand exactly what that target residence involves. How big is it? How many rooms? What's the layout? They also want to know if it's been combined with any of the structures that are adjacent to it, because that would give your subject the ability to move surreptitiously to a different location. So they're going to be doing that in the background. Up front, as they determine it's safe to do so, they're going to probably interact with each one of those adjacent residents, each one of those structures on that block. And if they can, they want to get those people out of there, evacuate them, take them to a place of safety where they can be, cared for and catered to until this is all over. That's not always as easy as it sounds. Sometimes you have homes with people who have medical conditions or mobility issues, and they can't be evacuated quickly and easily. And so you want to communicate with those folks, maybe give them a law enforcement presence in their location to make sure that they are safe where they have to kind of post up and stay inside. So all of these logistical issues are being addressed in the background while we watch what's going on in front of the house, and of course on that roof there where folks are doing their work.
And Andy, are there federal resources that are being
Next.
And thanks so much for joining us on this Monday afternoon. I'm Jonathan Martin. First here at noon, the father of slain nursing student Laken Riley is sitting down for an interview for the first time since his daughter's death. Jason Riley told NBC News his daughter was a marathon runner with dreams of becoming a nurse and working with children. And he's upset that her death is now being used politically.
I feel like she's being used somewhat
I would be too.
How do you feel about that? It makes me angry. She was much better than that. She should be raised up for the person that she is.
Riley's body was found on UGA's campus last month. Her death has become a national political flashpoint in the debate on immigration and border security. Former President Donald Trump highlighting it in his comments at the border and at some of his rallies, and President Joe Biden referencing Riley's killing during the State of the Union address. Meantime, Latino activists and advocates for undocumented
I just want to
immigrants
point out that they showed up to Donald Trump's
so much for
rally,
joining us.
her parents and stuff. They denied
Yes,
Joe
they
Biden.
did.
So they were totally fine with being tokenized. Something happened.
Yeah.
And
I'm
now
curious
they're
what it
too
was.
above it, right?
I'm curious what happened. To be a fly on the wall.
News just into our newsroom, a 78-year-old woman now being accused in that deadly crash at that Muni bus stop in San Francisco. According to court records, Mary Fong Lau was arrested on suspicion of 3 counts of felony vehicular manslaughter, as well as misdemeanor counts of reckless driving and driving the wrong way. Police say around noon Saturday, an SUV crashed into a stop area where 4 people were waiting. 3 people have died, and a baby is still fighting for their life. Yesterday, people started leaving dozens of bouquets and mementos at that site of the crash. Many are still struggling to process how this all happened.
And I was
Jesus Christ.
Tonight, we are hearing from the father of Laken Riley, nearly a month after the 22-year-old was killed while on a run on UGA's campus.
Yeah, we saw that.
The effort to raise transfer taxes on the sale of expensive
Illinois.
homes appears headed toward defeat. Here are the latest numbers on that Bring Chicago Home initiative. It would have imposed higher taxes on houses costing $1 million or more. Building owners and managers say they share the city's desire to find ways to help the homeless, but this is not the way.
I think that the voters using their voice was merely just saying, hey, we want to continue to think about how to solve this problem because it is a problem to be solved. And that's what we want to do. And that's what we
I
want
have
to
a
be a part of.
conspiracy. And you know me, Mr.
God.
Not Conspiracy, even though I continually talk about how conspiracies
Mhm.
I have. So here's the
Yeah.
thing. So everywhere else, the vote for Gaza has been the uncommitted movement, right? Illinois is the one who says, oh, we're like, what is it? No ceasefire, no vote is what they pushed, right? A completely different thing. Whose idea was that? Maybe somebody who has $1 million property who speaks for the people, right? So my thing is that they specifically convinced people not to show up. Convinced because obviously, because we're going to talk about lower middle class that are going to be more in support of a ceasefire, right? Lower and middle class people, right? Who are the ones that won't have $1 million property,
Yeah.
right? So they convinced these people were going to be more pro-Gaza by taking a rich socialist, and being like,
Yeah.
hey, you know what we shouldn't do? Vote, right? And these people decided not to vote, and now this important resolution that they should have voted on.
Mm-hmm. It has now gone through? Or is it not gone through?
No. It failed.
Yeah, okay.
Because the elites were the ones who went out to vote today.
Yeah. I think you mentioned that. Yeah, you did mention
Well,
that.
I said
It
we
was
would
just
get
the
to it
richy
later, right?
riches that voted, yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Where you know how you and me have this argument all the time, it's like, for you, yes. If you don't show up to vote, it's a way bigger statement because it's illegal for you, right, to not show up to vote. But if I say all the time is that I show up to vote in protest to show them that I give a fuck enough to come out, to take 5 minutes out of my day to come out and tell them to go fuck themselves on my ballot, right?
Yeah.
So like I do it specifically out of protest, even though I'm totally going to vote for Joe Biden, and it's going to be the first time I vote for like a primary candidate. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You should have voted. This was a dumb idea. You should have voted. You should have actually helped the lower and middle class people by making the rich pay their fair share. And you fucked it up because somebody tricked you. That's just a theory, a game theory.
In the 7th Congressional District, longtime incumbent Danny Davis scores a clear majority in the Democratic Party over 4 challengers. Davis says his victory at age 82 bodes well for President Biden's chances in the fall. In the 4th District, Congressman Jesus Chuy Garcia will win a 4th term after defeating Chicago Alderman Ray Lopez in the Democratic primary. He does not have a Republican challenger in the November general election. He says with the new Congress, he's ready to push for more federal funding to help with the cost of migrants.
Here are the results from Illinois' 6th Congressional District. Democrat Sean Casten soundly defeated 2 challengers as he goes for a 4th term. He'll face Republican Nikki Conforti in the fall. And of course, the presidential primary in Illinois, President Biden won the Democratic side and Donald Trump picks up the Republican side. Nikki Haley had about 14% of the vote despite stepping away from the race earlier this month.
Raw emotion today inside of a Cuyahoga County courtroom. The mother who pled guilty to aggravated murder after leaving her toddler home alone was handed her fate. News 5 anchor Tracy Carlos with the disturbing details. We do want to warn you here that some of this may not be suitable for young children.
For 10 days last June, Crystal Candelario admitted to leaving her 16-month-old daughter, Jaylene, home alone in a pack and play.
She was a mother. She got a title that means something in this world. Animals take care of their infants better.
Prosecutors say Candelario frolicked on the beaches of Puerto Rico with one man and visited another in Michigan while her daughter died a horrific death at home alone. Police say the 32-year-old mother left the baby with a bottle or two on June 6th. Neighbors' cameras captured her coming home 10 days later. Jaylene was dead. Dr. Elizabeth Mooney is the forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy. She told the judge the baby died from starvation, dehydration, and abandonment. She described the suffering the baby endured lasting days, possibly even a week.
Feeling of abandonment for days on end, coupled with the pain of starvation and extreme thirst, is a type of suffering I don't think any of us could ever fully fathom.
Prosecutors say when Candelaria got home, she changed the baby's clothes that were covered in urine and feces before calling for help. While video captured Candelaria leaving and coming back, the cameras also captured the
Jack
baby
needs to
crying
get back here and pause
in the
this. I
middle
have
of the
so
night.
many things to say right now.
Cleveland police officers who investigated the baby's murder packed the courtroom, they say, to speak for the little girl.
Hung, drawn, and quartered. Fuck that bitch.
Do you hear this shit though?
Yep. Yeah.
She
fuck
left
this
it
bitch.
with a bot. She said, "I left it with a bottle or two. Like, here you go, baby. Take care of yourself. Mommy will be back in 10 days."
For 10 days. Put her in a meat grinder.
And then she
feed
comes
her.
home and is screaming.
Is like,
on
oh
the
my
phone
god, how did this
911
happen?
ring. But they also said that she changed the baby before calling for help.
Insane. She will get insanity.
Nope.
You reckon?
No, I know what she got. Just wait.
Girl. The case shook even the most seasoned first responders.
Mothers usually want their children to have a long, happy life, but Candelaria placed more importance on a vacation in Puerto Rico with her boyfriend than the health, safety, and well-being of her own daughter.
Candelaria.
Dude, imagine leaving for 10 days and coming back and being shocked that your child, your
I
infant,
don't think
is
she was
dead.
shocked, though.
You think it was fake?
she cleaned up the baby and then called for help. She definitely and then was hysterical on the phone. Like, I think
Yeah.
she legitimately I think
Did it on purpose.
I mean, I don't like Casey Anthony just sticks out to me, right? Where she
Yeah.
literally duct taped the kids' heads so they couldn't breathe and then drown them in a car,
Yeah.
just so she could go party.
Yeah. Fucking some
So
people.
I think she literally did not she probably forgot she had a baby until she got home.
Maybe.
Maria's parents spoke through an interpreter in court, begging the judge to show compassion for their daughter, who they say has struggled with depression, anxiety, and stress.
My daughter did not have a good quality of life.
The 32-year-old mother addressed the court.
And not a day goes by when I do not think of her.
Le pido a Dios que algún día pueda volverla a ver.
I pray to God that one day I will see her again.
The candle.
I don't know. I feel like in women's prisons, baby killers are probably treated like pedophiles in male prisons. I would imagine so.
Valeria will not see freedom or her 7-year-old daughter anytime soon.
Good.
I see photos of you on a beach
Bye.
while your child
See you
is eating
later.
her own feces.
Rot in jail.
An attempt to survive.
The judge sentenced her to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Good.
In Cleveland, Tracy Carlos, News
Rot.
5.
Tough story,
Scumbag.
tough day in the courtroom there, but we'll continue to follow.
Scum.
News at 6.
My heart was racing and the dogs were barking.
The executive director of the Little Rock Airport is in the hospital tonight after his home was raided by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives this morning. Thanks for joining us.
You know what we always say? Fuck
There were-
the ATF.
There was literally another case not that long ago where they went to go serve an eviction notice. It was like 2 weeks ago, and that also resulted in a gunfight.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
The ATF
Really?
served an eviction notice.
I don't remember what it was exactly. I just know that there was a gunfight.
Oh, well, it's time to disband the ATF, I think.
Tonight at 6, I'm Laura Monteverdi.
Well, good evening. I'm Bob Clausen. According to state police and the ATF, Brian Malinowski was being served a federal search warrant when he shot at ATF agents and they returned fire.
Neil Zerang is live at Durant's court where he has been all day. This started, Neil, around 6 o'clock this morning. What else have you learned since then?
Well, ATF agents are still here 12 hours later, and we've been told that one ATF agent was injured in that shooting with non-life-threatening injuries, and the director of the Little Rock Airport, well, he was shot at least twice because state police say he suffered gunshot wounds. We don't know how many more times than twice, or if it was just 2 times. We do
All my homies hate the ATF.
know that both of those people were sent to local hospitals, and they may still be there from what last we were told.
I'm just really curious as to what was going on a few houses down.
Neighbors in the dark as ATF arrived at 4 Durant Court Tuesday morning. It was around 6 a.m. Their operation to serve a federal search warrant went sideways.
I heard about 5 or 6 loud bangs.
Shay DeBryan woke up to the gunfire and witnessed an ambulance, fire truck, and multiple law enforcement agencies swarm the street. Even with an explanation given by authorities that homeowner and Clinton National Airport Executive Director Brian Malinowski shot toward ATF agents first, and
what a dork.
they returned fire, injuring both sides. She has questions.
I talked to other neighbors and all of us are just kind of confused.
An investigation is ongoing
Okay.
into whether the
Yeah, why are we interviewing this person?
Well, I mean, that's just it. So look, there's a formula, right?
No, I understand.
You always get. Look, the formula is you get one quote, and you also have a stand up, right? So you have to be standing in front of your camera at one point during your package, and you have to insert a quote from somebody who is there.
Yes,
Because that
I
would
know-
be your
I know the
source, your
formula.
eyewitness source. So that's
Yes,
why
I
we're
know the
interviewing her,
formula.
because she was out there with her dog ready to be interviewed. That's why.
use
dog-
of deadly force was
St. Patrick's
justified.
Day dog.
Yeah.
Our station contacted the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Arkansas to try and obtain a copy of the warrant to learn what it was for, but we were told we could not see it.
I've only heard good things about the lady that lives there, and it's just sad to hear that this happened.
Epic.
Little Rock Fire Department just left the scene. We saw them approaching.
Okay, we don't need any of this.
Tonight in Nashville, a desperate plea from family searching for their
Nashville.
missing son, Riley Strain.
He's my
Okay,
best friend.
I just want to
He's
say I
amazing.
have left this out for so long, but it's gotten to the point where I gotta just at least mention it on a show that this dude was missing. They got him on camera, like it's like, you know how like there's these stories that you'll see him at a party and then they'll just fall off the face of the earth after and nobody ever finds them.
Yeah.
One of those
Do
stories.
you reckon that they've been like they get kidnapped, or do you reckon they just disappear and they successfully disappear?
I reckon that he fell in a river and drowned.
You reckon? Interesting.
Something like that, probably.
Something like that. Yeah, he just got lost.
Mm-hmm.
The 22-year-old college student disappeared the night of March 8th after visiting Music City with his fraternity. Officials say he seemingly vanished after being escorted out of Luke Bryan's bar around 9:30. Moments later, this new video from Nashville police shows Riley walking past an officer, not appearing distressed, even exchanging a few words.
How you doing, sir? I'm good. How are you? Good.
Other security videos show Riley stumbling through downtown Nashville. 10 days later, police still saying there's no sign of foul play or evidence of a crime.
Weird.
There was no indication that he was running from anything or he was in fear.
The focus of much of the search efforts have centered around the embankment near the Cumberland River.
I haven't watched this yet.
I told you so. On Sunday, that's where 2 volunteers went searching and came across a huge clue. We can't find his credit card. We gotta hang up. They found Riley's bank card.
I don't really know how we found it. I would love to say just dumb luck, divine intervention. It was just sitting there.
Tonight, Riley's family and friends remain hopeful he'll be found alive.
We're still here, but we're looking for you. We want to take you home for graduation.
More volunteers, including the United Cajun Navy, will be mobilizing in the coming days, working closely with authorities to ramp up the search efforts on the ground and along the river.
Do you know the Cajun Navy?
What the fuck is that?
Hang on, I'll show you.
I'm so curious.
Navigating the rugged terrain. Lester?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated
Thanks
about breaking
for
news and top
watching.
stories on the NBC News app.
Fuck off.
I'm just really curious as to what was going on.
Egregious and despicable. Those words from a federal judge in
We
Mississippi.
covered the Goon Squad, right?
No. Well, I mean,
This is the sentencing.
Describing the actions of former cops
Amy
Hunter
mentioned
Elwood, sentenced to 20 years, and Jeffrey Middleton, sentenced to more than 17 years. They, along with 4 others, some of whom refer to themselves as the Goon Squad, pleaded guilty to breaking into this home early last year without a warrant
Calm down,
and
buddy.
terrorizing and torturing 2 black men, all apparently because they stayed at this house with a white woman.
The 6 white police officers
Jesus
involved in
Christ.
this assault sought to dehumanize their victims.
During the ordeal, both were handcuffed as deputies poured milk, alcohol, and syrup on their faces, calling them racial slurs. At one point,
Water
Michael
boarded.
Jenkins was shot in the mouth.
Look at me, I'm looking at him, and he sat there for a minute. Just pulled trigger.
You can see the bullet, coming out of the gun. I mean, the fire coming out, and it was horrific.
The federal charges were brought by the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division.
Hard to imagine a more atrocious set of civil rights violations than those carried out by
Yeah.
An investigation by the Associated Press revealed that since 2019, some of these deputies had been involved in at least 4 violent assaults on black men. They resulted in 2 deaths and another suffering lasting injuries.
They're not just depriving victims of their civil rights, they're degrading the public's trust in our criminal justice system.
Now, there are still 4 additional deputies to be sentenced later this week. During Tuesday's hearing in the federal courthouse you see behind me, Hunter Elwood stood to address the court, said he accepted responsibility for his actions, and he apologized to the 2 victims. At that point, one of the victims, Eddie Parker, stood and said to him, "I forgive you." Errol Barnett, CBS News, Jackson, Mississippi.
We want to continue to be thankful to Judge Tom Lee, who has clearly shown that he is not in a wrist-slapping mood, that he takes seriously the charges that have been brought and the things that have been confessed to by.
I think this is
these
copywritten
defendants,
right here, what
and
I'm about to send
that
you.
He is not taking
What do you
any
think?
excuses for the behavior that they have confessed to.
There's
that he
also
takes seriously the trauma that has been
this one,
undergone,
which
not
is
just
just
by
a
Mr. Jenkins'
story about them.
partner,
But like,
but
I want
other victims of the Goon Squad, both known and unknown.
Wow.
A third former Mississippi officer has been sentenced to prison for torture.
That'll work.
Meanwhile, local disaster volunteers are hard at work trying to clear paths to some of the most heavily damaged areas. This is video that the United Cajun Navy shared with us as they move trees with heavy equipment to try and get into Houma, Louisiana.
These guys are humping to get down there. Tons of people trapped in houses in Houma. Tons of people a little bit south of Houma down there. This is a mess. This is as bad or worse than Katrina.
Todd Terrell is the founder of the United Cajun Navy, a team of citizens that started rescuing people with their own boats and supplies after Hurricane Katrina. He had volunteers working overnight to get into parishes that historically flood. Communication is terrible with cell service struggling right now, and they get word on social media and Wi-Fi intermittently of people needing rescue. Now, this
have
is
their own
video
app.
that one of United Cajun Navy team leaders from North Carolina.
Seriously?
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that's
That's
what the
cool.
other thing was about, is how they communicate. The other video they said this might be copywritten.
Who also works with the U.S. Veterans Corps, helping a family in the middle of the storm. A tree had fallen on the house, and they managed to get them to safety.
They say they don't wait for help. They
this,
are the help.
That's a great tagline.
he's going to be there. When we told him that Galliano and Chauvin and Cocodrie, these areas were affected and we couldn't get to it, he says, you give me a map and I'll get there. And that's what they did at 1 o'clock this morning. So they're cutting telephone poles out the road. We've talked with some of the local sheriff and all down there, and he said, whatever you can do, just open the road.
The United Cajun Navy is staging supplies and volunteers just outside of Baton Rouge. You can
Crisis
donate or make a
staging.
request for help as well. For anyone
Right?
in the area,
That's
that
how
is
you
needing
know they
help,
know what they're
their
doing.
Facebook
They
page or
crisis
website.
stage, right? They don't
Yeah.
send relief; they stage. Which, like, as we've covered, and how to actually do relief. If you're not staging, then the UN does not do this, right? So it's like you stage crisis on the borders. You literally if
You give a
do
safe
this,
point.
well, if you're staging the what stuff that's going on in the borders, right? So it's like if you need things produced for that country, you can help fund the economy of this country you're staging the relief in, right? It helps stabilize the economy because they go out, right? They buy all these resources, don't they? So they're helping pay employment as well, and that's the benefit of crisis staging, is that there's an economic incentive for the country
Okay.
that hosts the staging that's going to then go into the region.
Yep. Interesting. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh. I guess that's it. Are we back
I
yet?
did
Yep.
send. I think I sent another thing about the Navy below that.
Just recently,
Yeah.
within the last couple of weeks, and this will be made public later today.
Shut up.
Credited with helping save hundreds of people during Florence, members of Cajun Navy Relief have returned home to Louisiana. The group spent 5 days in our state with volunteers fighting dangerous conditions in their mission to save lives. Among the people saved, 40 bedridden residents of a nursing home in
Epic.
Lumberton.
They have
It
fucking
is something the
fan
rescuers
votes.
say they will never forget.
Yeah,
When
they're literally
were
all just
on the back of my buddy.
Cajuns, right? They're all swampers.
Love it. That's good. Love this. Mutual aid.
And
This is
like
epic.
they said, they started they came together after Hurricane Katrina, which hit Louisiana. It was devastating,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
So they came together to start doing the rescue there because George Bush doesn't care about black people, right? Like Kanye says, right? So the government didn't respond to Katrina, basically. It's crazy. It was one of his worst things. And Chris Kyle is
Yeah.
there shooting people, apparently, even though that never happened.
Epic.
Right, and this is where you get the always look in the freezer thing that I talked about with Hamas. Comes from
Yes.
this
Oh,
so
really?
yeah, because that's what it was. Is they said that there was corpses in freezers during Hurricane Katrina, and nobody checked them, so they printed that story and had to redact it. So that's the thing about Hamas with the headless babies. Did you see them? Then there wasn't headless babies, right? You have to be a
Yeah.
better journalist than that.
Mhm.
But that was
I had her
almost
hand.
20 years ago, right? And so
Yes.
they every time there's disaster or search and rescue stuff that involves water and stuff, they'll send teams out and stuff. And then it's all volunteer too.
Cool.
And then when I went to go leave, she grabbed my hand and
The only
just
way
looked
to
at me
do
and
it.
said, "Thank you."
So many incredible stories.
People who volunteer their time are more likely to stay out and help. People who take a paycheck will leave at the end of their shift.
Yeah, they're some of the most they're so essential for a lot of these places
Yeah.
because with the sheriffs and stuff, even then there's not a lot of state resources for a lot of these places that are going to be most
Yeah.
affected by natural disasters because they're going to be the cheap
Low
land,
populace.
the cheap land where
Oh,
shit
poor.
does
Yeah.
hit,
Yeah.
and but yeah, they've done a lot of stuff with police to help find bodies in rivers and stuff. They'll come out
Okay.
and do stuff.
By the time the Cajun Navy wrapped up its mission, it rescued nearly 450 people.
That's epic. Good
Yeah,
on them.
they're pretty cool.
Just recently, within the last couple of weeks, and this will be made public later today, our Florida Fish and Wildlife officers interdicted a vessel that had 25 illegal immigrants, potential illegal immigrants from Haiti, in their boat, in their vessel. They had firearms, they had drugs, they had night vision gear, and were boating very recklessly.
I
which
don't
would
believe you.
potentially endanger other folks. So that vessel was interdicted near the Sebastian Inlet, and those illegal
Define
aliens
night vision
were
gear.
turned over to the Coast Guard for
They had
deportation.
flashlights.
Now, this
Define
comes only
weapons. They
days
had a
after the
dive
governor
knife.
announced that he would be sending soldiers, aircraft, and boats to protect Florida from Haitian illegal immigrants. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis joins
Aircraft.
us now with more. Oh, first of all, before we get to this
To
specific
protect you
case and the
from
drugs and the
Haitians
guns
fleeing
and even night vision
violence.
equipment, which
Bigoted
should scare
fucking
everybody,
losers.
That's
let me
being caused
first
with American
take note of the fact
firearms.
You're not even counting on Joe Biden to help you. You just acted, with the situation rapidly deteriorating in Haiti, knowing that the likely outcome of that would be an influx into this country. You didn't go to Joe Biden because you knew that he would not be willing to uphold the laws of our country. You've watched what's been happening in Texas and Arizona and California.
The laws of our
and you
country.
said, no, it's not going to happen here. What does that
Drowning
say
people.
about Joe Biden?
The chair will advise that the rules do
Well,
care.
Sean, we take matters, we step up and do what we need to do in Florida. I don't expect necessarily to get the help that I think we're entitled to. And what we found over the last several years is the Coast Guard, they do a good job. They're just way under resources. Biden will not provide the number of vessels that they need to interdict all the ships that come. So I've been supplementing their efforts for years now. I did an executive order in January of 2023. So about 15 months ago, where we declared it a state of emergency and we surged a lot of vessels. So since January of 2023, our state assets have stopped 660 vessels, not all from Haiti, but from other islands in the Caribbean. And we've interdicted 13,580 illegal aliens. So that's just leading to this point.
In Haiti, they end up actually going through the gap. Because
they would just jump to the land border, I would imagine.
Yeah, because Mexico is that good about enforcing their borders. The United States is that good about enforcing their borders, right? So they do intercept these vessels. So instead, they just go into Venezuela and go through the gap. So all the Haitian, there used to be a thing where they're screaming about a caravan. Like the migrant caravan. It was just like Haitians and Venezuelans all coming through the gap and walking north.
Because I'm pretty sure they were saying that it was like a Haitian caravan, or there was speak of Haitian migrants coming through. Maybe last year before.
Well, yeah, as we covered earlier, there's it was periods of violence. So it was people who had been displaced and they've been migrants for years trying to make their way to the United States. So they had been previously displaced from the previous conflict.
Yeah.
Then our executive order that we did this week is supplementing those efforts. So we have the strongest protection that our shorelines have ever had. Yes, we did interdict the one boat that had the 25 Haitians that were trying to come illegally with guns and drugs. We have not, though, seen yet a massive influx of boats into our region. And I think part of that is because people know if you take that journey, you're going to get stopped and you're going to end up back where you started. So it's not worth it. One of the things I think that may be different from this situation, from when this has happened in years past, is Haitians know the easiest way to get into our country is actually not to take a boat and to land illegally in Florida anymore. It's to fly to Mexico and to just walk across the border.
Wrong.
Tens of thousands of people who have done that illegally. So I think the dynamics are unique, but the bottom line for us is we want to be prepared. I was asked today at our press conference, why are you doing this when there has not actually yet been a massive influx? And I say, what are you supposed to do? Wait for it to happen? So we're putting our assets in place to be able to defend the state.
Well, if you had waited, then the drugs and the guns and the guys with night vision, the 25 that you apprehended, they would have made it to your shores. That would have been acting too late. This is a predictable outcome that we're going to expect out of Haiti, as politically things have deteriorated very badly there. I hate to give you, I'm sure you probably already know this bad news. You can pretty much be assured that Joe Biden and his Department of Justice will be suing you like they've been suing Greg Abbott and any other state that tries to fill the void and enforce the laws that Joe not only won't enforce, but aids and abets in the breaking of.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I think you're exactly right. So we have the vessels that we're going to interdict, which is important. But one of the things Biden's been doing is he's been abusing this concept of parole, where he's actually flying in illegal aliens and dumping them in
let's
different
move on.
parts
We
of the
get it.
United
They're just
States.
going
So,
to go in
example, there was
circles
the
saying
news
this is
today
why it's Joe
of an
Biden's
illegal
fault. This
immigrant
is
from
why
Haiti,
it's Joe Biden's fault.
who
We're going to
was now-
interdict the vessels. It's Joe Biden.
Hey, we got a fight over there.
Nothing behind us. Definitely not a shooting.
Nope.
Nobody gets shot. It's just a top case. Right, this is during the spring break.
Is he running into the water? What a dickhead.
Did he go into the water?
What?
He might have another gun. He's in the water. That's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Have another gun. Do not advance. Do not advance.
Holding his gun sideways like a real G.
Everyone, I need a K9. I need units to clear the beach. He threw one gun in the water. I don't know if he has another one. We have compliance. He's taking verbal command. Stand by. Back up! Back up! Everybody back up!
Why do they have rifles? What the fuck?
Well, he's using it to intimidate the crowd right now, which I think is a move. You taking the rifle out to just have it on the sling and run towards people to tell them to back up, to like give your guys space to work. It's like there's a GTA mission where you have to point the gun at all the hostages to keep their hands up. It's like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I, you know, as much as like fuck cops, like I think that is a smart thing to do. If he's actually using people with his gun to make, because he knows if he's using the hog brain or he just wants to yell at people while holding a gun.
Yeah, maybe
That's to be determined.
Could be either one. Yeah.
There's multiple parts to this.
Hey, watch that black bag that he's dropping there.
Look, they're showing gun safety by having him put away the gun.
Spring break fun in Florida is being shattered by violence, with police investigating a trio of unrelated shootings in Jacksonville. Beachgoers running for cover over the weekend after several shots were fired. The popular beach went into lockdown as police secured the scene. One person was killed, 2 others hurt, and the suspects still on the loose. Body camera footage shows a standoff between officers and a 16-year-old boy accused of pulling a gun on a crowded shore.
This is multiple suspects and multiple scenes. We have multiple shell casings from pistol and rifle caliber weapons down on the ground. 2 of these firearms have been recovered.
Now, some cities in Florida are cracking down this year after dealing with violence in the past.
What do you think he
Over the
means
past
by
3
rifle
weeks, Miami
caliber?
Beach police have arrested nearly 300 people.
Do you think it's like we're talking like an actual like 223, 556?
No. It might be
What
a
if it's
5.7.
Well, no, they were not going to have a 5.7 round. They're too expensive. But a 45 though, they could, you know, they might classify.
Theoretically, could classify as a rifle round.
Yeah, and then also
Maybe.
there's like there's 22 long rifle and
Yeah.
Governor of South.
That's it. No more.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, they were looking for suspects. I mean, I didn't see if there was an update, but
South Dakota.
Kristi Noem, who's here, is facing new questions tonight from lawmakers in her state and also facing new legal action over this 5-minute video that she posted, not related at all to her state or her gubernatorial duties, but
What the fuck?
instead about her teeth. Noem, who I should note here is on the short list to be Trump's potential vice presidential pick, posted this 5-minute uncanny testimonial video. I guess you could say it's about her dental work at a Houston area cosmetic dentistry firm. Here's a taste of what she had to say.
Well, hi, I'm Kristi Noem. I'm the governor of South Dakota and had the opportunity to come to Smile, Texas to fix
yeah,
my teeth, which
the
have
AR
been
the AR pistol.
amazing.
Yeah.
You know, I think that I chose the team here at Smile, Texas because
This
they're
is
the best
weird,
when
but
they-
also, why is this news? Next.
It's no. Bro,
God
it's so
fucking
funny.
damn it.
It's so funny. It's in there for a
They give you
reason.
different answers to offset the cost of that procedure. Question.
I think that I chose the team here at Smile, Texas because they're the best. When they showed me my beautiful new teeth, I hugged Dr. Davis and thanked him and started to cry just because he really does care about the work that he does.
Just watch.
That video
just wait.
has now sparked questions about whether the clip was produced or posted to offset the cost of that procedure. Questions, which I should note, Noem's office has declined to answer in the nearly 48 hours since she posted it. My next guest has been going over every angle of this story. New York Magazine's Washington correspondent Olivia Nuzzi joins me now. I mean, Olivia, I know you are one of the reporters who reached out to
worthless
Governor Noem's
story.
office. Did you?
No. It's literally it's literally a crime not disclosing this type of shit that you're incentivized for an ad. It's
That's
literally a
so
crime that
funny.
they
Oh
can't
my God.
they can't outright say it because it's the news, right?
I didn't even think about that. That's so funny. You moron. You moron. That's so funny. That's so funny. Imagine getting taken down for something that dumb. That's so good. Oh my God.
I never heard back from them. And the dental practice in question, Texas Smile, they have been very dodgy. They've given different questions, different answers to different reporters who have reached out to the AP tonight. They're reporting that the office said that they were referring them to one law. To me, they said it was a HIPAA violation to disclose any information about whether or not there was payment to Kristi Noem or whether or not she received
No, it's not.
in exchange for her posting this testimony.
Well, and I think that's a critical point here. I mean, no one cares if someone has cosmetic procedures or whatever they have done.
And she looks great, by the way. Her teeth look great.
Her teeth
Oh
do
my
look
God,
great.
they're
It's a
so
great smile. But
catty.
I think it's the question of it's a publicly elected official. She's posting about a business that's not even in her home state. It's in the state of Texas.
It's very strange. I think the first reaction for most people seeing it was just that it was very odd. I mean, typically, if you are a politician from a state, or particularly if you're the governor, you're not going to promote small businesses that are not located in your state. It's very unusual. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. So that was the first strange thing that jumped out. And then it's very strange to have a sitting politician, a governor, behaving sort of like an
The only
Instagram
thing that would be
influencer.
better
And
than
there are
this
laws
is
that
like
govern this
a
type of thing. You're not
fucking big Greek politician in Turkey talking about the hair plug doctor that he saw in Turkey. Like,
that would be funny.
Disclose whether or not you are posting an ad or whether or not it's a video that's not biased towards your profit in any sort of way. That's for all people. That's not just for politicians.
Come on, you
So
think
if
I
Governor
put
Noem is,
pointless
flouting those
stories in
laws,
here?
I think the public has a right to know.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
The public does have a right to
he's not
know.
the only
You're
one
right.
posting.
That's
One of
correct.
the
That's
dentists
actually the
at
first
this
law of
place that's
journalism
called
is that it
Smile,
is the
Texas,
public's right to know.
posted this photo and said this gracious leading lady just received an executive, feminine, beautiful smile here at Smile, Texas. And I mean, you mentioned the potential legal action. She is facing a lawsuit by a consumer advocacy group, Travelers United, that says that it is an undisclosed advertisement because it doesn't
That's
say
so
ad
funny.
or anything on it. I mean, we've seen other people like Kim Kardashian, face actual legal repercussions and have to make payments because of something like that.
Right. In theory, the standard should be higher for
Kardashian.
elected
All right, we can
officials.
move on.
The,
We get it.
The standard
Girl
should
power.
not be that they behave like influencers.
Epic. Girl boss. What is this now? Okay, this is just a random flashy thing I saw here.
Rare Republican Governor W.
Like we invented zoning, and zoning came during the Industrial Revolution when there was
Oh,
a
it's
lot
Bergam.
of like air pollution, other things. Say, hey, we're going to have the factories here and the people here, and we got to keep them separate. And then we went even further and said, well, here's the kind of homes that can be, and retail's there. And we just, it was a one-dimensional map, and you draw it out and say, everyone, all these four things have got to be separate. And guess what that was great for? That was great for people that built roads, and it was great for the car companies. And then we built a
But
city
who
that's
built the
designed- we built
roads?
cities all over America that are designed for automobiles and not designed for people. And then if you take
Andrew Jackson's skull shape. Dana, I was just thinking that this guy has the skull shape of like founding father material. This man looks like he's out of
Skull
history.
science
That's
Vosh.
remarkable. I know Andrew Jackson was a founding father. I just mean like old timey guy.
look at your cost. Anybody that's been a mayor like Spencer's been, the cost of running a city is the linear feet of everything. It's the linear feet of sewer and water and sidewalk and roads.
He was the
When
fallen
you get more
father,
housing, you get
bro.
more fire stations, low income.
Like,
If you have a neighborhood
fucking
that's all
Satan.
houses, if you want to have a coffee shop that looks like a house, you should be able to have a coffee shop. Because then people say, hey, I leave my starter home, I want to move to a new home. It's got to have 3 cars, 3-car garage. Why does it have 3-car garage? Because the mom, the dad, and the kids all got a car to be able to drive to school, drive to church, drive to a restaurant, drive to a grocery store. Of course you need all that because you can't walk to anything.
It actually, in a weird way, it kind of makes
15
sense
minute city.
that the governor of North Dakota would be saying this, because I imagine he is, as a governor, constantly burdened with the logistical difficulties of funding the construction and maintenance of infrastructure across a state of that size when the population of North Dakota is like 5. Seriously, it's less than 1 million people. So here's a 2010 population map where you can see that North Dakota is a couple of small cities that are economically productive and then gigantic voids over which roads are built and maintained at great taxpayer expense, a lot of which are just not necessary. These like suburban.
So I know a solution: helicopters. Give everyone a state mandated helicopter. And
Well, you
train
heard
them to
Elon.
fly
He's going to make
helicopters.
those flying cars.
Urban outskirts,
Where we're going.
So,
we
like, if
won't
anything, he
need
would know this better
roads.
than anyone because his entire state is a
Bro,
testament to the economic
I'm
inefficiency
predicting-
of distributed zoning.
I'm
What?
predicting what the next transportation is literally going to be drones that come down and pick us up with a big claw.
That would be cool. Just drops you off. Wee.
And part of then people will, they'll go on vacation and they'll say, wow, that was the most amazing vacation I ever had. Why? Well, because we
It'd be like a
went to
Willy
some place where we could
Wonka
walk and everything was
fucking
right there. Well, you can
elevator.
actually have that in our own states. You just have to design it. We haven't sent, there's places in Northern Europe that have snow where people bike all winter long. You can't find a place like that in the US because we don't put the investment into building the infrastructure for multimodal transportation. So I think one of the things that we
Los Angeles is 3.8 million for comparison. Los Angeles is probably more like 10 million because everyone thinks of LA County. Los Angeles is a gigantic bloated city that stretches out past the actual boundaries of Los Angeles. The broader metropolitan area is in the ballpark of 10 million.
The whole city is about a kilometer. Well, sorry, it's like 15 kilometers long from one end to the other, from the beach to the end. It's fucking massive, and it takes an hour.
Yeah,
like 12 times the population of North Dakota.
We have to look at as a country. Our housing costs are high in part because of the way that we've designed our cities. And I think there's again this check out form-based code. There's some really interesting things that are there. And you guys talked about beginning the granny flats and other stuff, but part of it is we've got to get
Do you know what country has the highest
law firms back
helicopters
into
per
residential
capita?
neighborhoods.
The what?
What country has the highest helicopters per capita? So it's per capita, right?
It'd be like what's the city state that they have the Grand Prix in?
Well, I was gonna say it's a place that has mountains.
Huh.
Or something like that. Where it's actually like useful to use them and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Why is there no thing?
He'll tell us.
I'm trying to find. Hold on. I have a way that I can figure this out.
He'll tell us.
In ways that can help lower the cost and create services where you don't need a car for everything.
Yeah, get this guy on Not Just Bikes, have him appear as a guest. Not Just Bikes just released a video today featuring Tirzu, right? So walkability is the most ideologically bipartisan issue. Yeah, it really is. It's so funny too, because there's been such an effort from the right wing to protest 15-minute cities as some kind of dystopian whatever. Like then they'll all go vacation in Europe in cities that are 15-minute cities, or they'll drive downtown to areas that are walkable, or they clearly like that stuff. Tell that to Musk fans. Oh, I can. Thankfully, it seems like the Cybertruck can go about 15 minutes before it dies, and you get stranded without it. So they need it too. Isn't North Dakota like that because of the mountains?
The greater Los Angeles area is 130 kilometers wide. That's fucking insane. In a desert, in a city that doesn't have water.
Well, yeah, it's a hilly area, sure, but they could build a lot more, mountainous terrain. They definitely could build out more than they have.
Terrain.
I feel like Musk fans are a rapidly dying breed. Yeah, I don't think there are that many Musk fans anymore.
Nope.
There are conservatives and crypto grifters who cynically pretend to like Elon Musk as part of a strategy to market themselves as to hitch themselves to the ship, so to speak. But in terms of the original fan base of Elon Musk wasn't conservatives and crypto grifters. It was like nerdy tech Silicon Valley guys. And those people hate Musk now because a lot of those people are liberal. North Dakota is part of Tornado Alley. It's known for being really flat. Isn't there a portion of North Dakota that's really, really mountainous? Or am I mixing it up with another square state? Am I like mentally mixing it up with like Wyoming or something? Is that mountainous? I don't know. Hold on.
No.
Other Dakota is South Dakota somewhat mountainous? If that's the case, me mixing it up would make sense, I guess. Yeah, there's North Dakota. The Devil's Lake. Jamestown, Valley City, This is like an old-timey map. Look at that. That's crazy. Remember when in order to drive anywhere, you had to pull out like a gigantic regional map and like find the grid area that you were in and work from that?
Mm-hmm.
Not exactly using the same key here.
You
but
don't
just
remember that either. You never did it. You maybe you saw your dad do
South
it.
Dakota probably is quite a bit hillier. God damn.
It's like, do you remember reading the
does this not look a little bit like the Elden Ring map? Like especially this like bit right here. I don't know, not literally the Elden Ring map, but it's the way it's all like.
Man, I don't know what happened to this, but I swear to God, I had a story on like how like where the world is fat as shit now.
Tonight, folks in Logan County are picking up the pieces after Thursday's storm left a
I don't think so.
path of destruction in the area.
The National Weather Service confirmed a deadly EF3 tornado touchdown in Logan County. Today, the sheriff's office identified the 3 people killed. That includes 69-year-old Neil Longfellow from Orchard Island, 70-year-old Darla Williams, and 81-year-old Marilyn Snap, both from Lakeview.
Governor Mike DeWine also declared a state of emergency in Logan and 10 other counties. And today, law enforcement and community members coming together to help the village rebuild.
NBC4's Anna Hoffman caught up with some of those people who say that they will come back stronger, and that's because of what they call the lake effect.
All day today, people in Lakeview have been bringing supplies for those in need, or they've been cleaning up debris so the town has a place to hold their town council meeting tonight. Everyone I've talked to says what's happened here today has turned this tragedy into a blessing.
Look at these fucking commies.
A small community making a big impact.
It reminds us
commies.
of why we live where we live. We're calling it the lake effect. I'll get more flashlights.
Marilyn Coy is referring to the people you see here. She is one of the dozens volunteering a helping hand in downtown Lakeview.
Why would you do
Others
this?
have come by to donate supplies
Totally
to those
un-American.
impacted by Thursday's deadly storm.
We used to think the lake effect was about winter weather, but it's not. It's the love in our community.
No,
it's
we're
all of these
communists.
people, and it's helping each other. And that's a big reason of why we live here.
Days later, the destruction is still impossible to miss.
It's been amazing how many people have just jumped in to help out, no questions asked.
Carla Morris was inside her bar, CJ's Lakeside Tavern, during the storm. She says the wind took off her roof and windows, and she still has no power.
We're just in the process now of trying to get things, cleaned up and back together. Like I told you earlier, like what Satan has meant for bad, the good Lord has turned us around for the good and for the good of the community.
This scene of people spreading love amid tragedy is just one of many happening today around this lake village.
It's beautiful. We have the lake, we have all of this nature, but it's all these humans that you see around us that's why we're here. We're going to come back. We'll come back stronger.
Local churches in the area are also opening warming centers for those in need with the weather getting cooler. We'll have information about that on our website, NBC4i.com. Local for you in Logan County, I'm Anna Hoffman, NBC4.
Well, the EPA is banning the use of asbestos. This is the final type of asbestos to be used in or imported to the United States. It's used in car parts, such as aftermarket brakes and linings. Asbestos exposure is linked to more than 40,000 deaths in the United States.
In Hanover, on Monday, cleanup continued from last week's tornado. That cleanup effort stretched about 25 miles down the road, right on the Jefferson-Switzerland County line. Surveyors combed through damage at the seasonal Route 56 campground. More than half of the campers here damaged. Director of Emergency Management, Matt True, says thankfully this didn't happen a month later, a busier time for the campground.
So we're blessed that it happened when it happened, if it's going to happen, because that definitely lessened the injury count for sure.
The Indiana Department of Homeland
I love that they're like, I'm glad it happened now. If it had to happen, it's like, it just happened. Like, it's crazy the attitudes that.
No, I was
religion
gonna
gives to people.
I was
really
gonna mention
amazes
the
me.
blessed thing is what's weird. It's like they're turning a tragedy into a blessing. Shut the fuck up.
Well, I was actually
God
gonna
did
not
this
be a
to
cunt
bring us
this
together
time.
as a community.
I was gonna not be a
What?
cunt
How
this
can you think like that? Like, and not be like, oh, this is really what humanity is, coming together. We're not so different after all. Instead, it's like, this was our destiny to be destroyed, so God would teach us to work together.
And I mean that goes into what I was saying. It just blows my mind. I want to call it mental gymnastics, but it's not. It's just faith. It's just like a belief in something higher, that it's like that is always present in their thoughts for whatever reason. It's like when fucking at the Super Bowl, right? I watched I only watched the overtime at the Super Bowl, right? And then I watched their acceptance speech, and as soon as Patrick Mahomes was like, I'd like to thank God instead of his team, I turned it the fuck off. Fuck you. Like, you're gonna thank your God instead of thanking the people who fucking won the game for you.
I
What an
know.
asshole.
Well,
What a
God
dick.
made it possible.
Like, what the fuck?
Security joined emergency management crews here and in Hanover.
They're looking for damage areas,
Remember
all
how
those things like that, to make sure that our
remember how
numbers
many
match.
stories
Make sure
we
that-
had on these Ohio tornadoes that just kept happening one after another?
Yes.
It's okay because God sent them to make Ohio better. These people just went red, by the way.
Oh, great.
Wonder why.
We didn't miss anything.
They say numbers are the
Their
same from
tornadoes made them vote for Trump.
Friday. Nearly 30 homes damaged, as well as about 100 other buildings and structures, such as these campers, damaged. The director of IDHS says these assessments will help them determine if and how much financial aid may be available from the State Disaster Relief Fund and more.
As we look at the number of structures determined, and if there is some federal assistance, then there may be some additional state assistance there.
It could be a few weeks before they know just how much, but in the meantime, the Salvation Army is prepared to help. At their location along Main Street in Madison, Captain Janelle Cleveland says they can provide vouchers for clothes, household items. They offer showers, Walmart gift cards, and a hot meal for those displaced.
And if they need anything and they don't know where else to call us, and we might be able to direct them where they need to go.
People just need to reach out. Thacker says by the end of March last year, Indiana saw 23 tornadoes. He encourages people to be weather prepared because storms can pick up quickly.
And so to follow up and just be prepared to monitor the weather conditions here in Indiana as we enter spring.
Ohio Governor Mike DeWine issuing a state of emergency for 11 counties following Thursday's powerful storms, and that list included Hancock County.
Steve Iwanek talked with the people living there about the recovery and saw firsthand some of the damage.
Jeff and Mel, residents in Hancock County, they're still trying to bounce back after Thursday night's powerful storms, but not everybody is as fortunate as others. I'm outside the home right now of Kaylee Nees. Her home was severely damaged in Thursday night's tornadoes, but she's thankful that her family and herself are all okay.
It feels better every day that we're farther from that day.
That EF1 tornado in Hancock County damaged Neese's home, including her children's bedrooms, the upstairs bathroom, and her car.
We're just taking everything day by day. Really, we're just still counting our blessings every day, especially when we come back here and look at everything. We're just thankful that our children were okay and that we were okay.
The County Emergency Management Agency Director Lee Swisher told me that during the night of the storm, he and his small staff were doing their best to keep track of all the information needed.
We were on the phone constantly trying to figure out the exact extent, especially when it's getting dark out. I know a lot of people personally that were affected by this, so it's a hard at home for me, but it's also a job I got to do. Kind of give them some peace of mind that we're
story.
what the
That's
options are,
fucking
what
hysterical. Oh no, it's only
the next
20
steps are.
seconds. Never mind.
It's a short one.
But it's fucking hysterical because of course they complained about it being woke that they banned it. You know that there's a quote from Donald Trump that if the World Trade Centers had asbestos in them, they wouldn't have burned down.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's insane.
A property guy who's pro asbestos.
Insane. Well, that's less insane, actually.
Are helping them out through some of those challenges.
But with the help of the state now, along with community members and neighbors, Denise hopes to get back on her feet soon.
So when I see people show up that I've never met before, willing to help out, it just means the world to me. I mean, my coworkers, they showed up to help, and I had no idea.
Don't thank
just
God.
Some people you never thought would
Do
come
not
over and
do
help.
it.
The state is offering multiple
Thank God.
services that are going to be required for people to properly clean up their homes. But at the end of the day, everybody in this community is safe. Reporting here in Hancock County, Steve Iwanek, WTOL.
See,
And it's all thanks to God.
Bro, the spectrum between those two counties, right?
Yes. Yeah.
One is everything's a blessing, and she's like, I'm just thankful nobody died.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite interesting.
America's not God.
America's an insane country when you really think about it. How
I told
different
you,
they
bro.
are.
We are
basically in the
literally
same fucking
Pakistan.
area.
We are literally
Crazy.
Pakistan.
Spending the weekend digging through the debris and cleaning up. Yeah, again, you see why Governor Mike DeWine declaring a state of emergency. Reporter Ivan Rodriguez
Bro,
shows us
they
how
had
some in the
their
community are trying
Facebooks
to help
instead
others
of their
rebuild.
Twitters on screen. That is some local news shit because they know that the only because Twitter is so national.
Yeah.
The boomers watching the news are on Facebook
That's hilarious.
and here.
For the last couple of years, Elmer Miller has lived and worked in Logan County, Ohio as a contractor.
Pull that tight. Yep.
But this time, the work he's doing to waterproof roofs of homes and businesses is free of cost to those who need it most.
By the grace of God, we're still alive.
Somebody's got to give back to the community. It's a very traumatic thing they're going through. So I believe, with me being able to do what I'm able to.
This is a story about paper.
I didn't
Lots
catch that.
and lots.
What happened?
I guess it was only a 39-second story. Bad editing.
Yeah, awful. All right, are we staying with conspiracy theory?
It's only 5 minutes. It's up to you.
Of paper. Americans have been voting on paper for most of the country's history. But back in 2020, bizarre conspiracy theories about paper started to spread.
Is looking for bamboo-laced ballots.
Fraudulent ballots were unloaded from a South Korean plane.
Never mind.
to Arizona,
Everyone
and it
knows
was
this.
stuffed
The
into the
bamboo
box.
stuff.
All of that.
Literally, I know
this.
that interview.
5
That guy in the
tons,
pink
worth
shirt.
nearly
Seen this
Yeah.
next scene at all. It just has to do with the fucking Trump scam.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we start with our big story here, voters.
I don't know. It's all stupid. It cost the state a
Yeah.
shitload of money, though. Like, that's what the thing was about. Okay.
Are headed to the polls in primary contests across 5 states, including Donald Trump's home state of Florida. The former president casting his ballot in Palm Beach just a short time ago. Of the other states holding contests, looking at Illinois, Kansas, and Ohio, which is holding a high-profile Senate primary on the Republican side. The Trump-endorsed candidate, businessman Bernie Moreno, is battling against 2 other Republicans to take on the Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown. That's happening in November, of course. And this is Trump stirred more controversy with statements about January 6th committee members. So let's bring in our ABC News chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl to talk more about this. All right, John, so let's start with Ohio, shall we? Trump has backed the businessman, Bernie Moreno, and our partners at 538 say essentially right now he's tied in the polling with Senator Matt Dolan. So, John, do you think that tonight is a bit of a referendum on what a Trump endorsement really means?
Love this, by the way.
I mean, it sure looks that way. Look, Trump was just in Ohio.
What they did here, like this guy is just, like he's in the production studio for, like he might even be in the same building for all we know, right?
Yeah.
And he's probably behind her, or like facing that way is where he actually is, but they're just talking to each other through a screen, right? But the way she's just sitting in her nice chair and she's just turning towards a screen that's not there.
Yes. Yeah.
On a set that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ohio campaigning for Bernie Moreno. He's made that endorsement quite loud and vocal. He is the Trump candidate in this race, and Matt Dolan is really the what's left of the Republican establishment, the pre-Trump Republican establishment candidate. He is the only one. Dolan
this is ABC.
The only one of those 3 Republicans who actually says that the election wasn't stolen in 2020. So yes, this is a test for Donald Trump in Ohio. By the way, one other point on this is the Democrats have actually gone in to try to boost Bernie Moreno's candidacy. They've been advertising in Ohio saying he is too MAGA for
now
Ohio.
I think
Clearly,
it might
something
be the laziness that there is the reason for it. Like they could do better, Like the local news, I'm now being like, okay, so that makes sense why they didn't do the flare, where they have to walk over to the screen that doesn't exist.
Designed to help him because the Democrats think the Trump candidate Bernie Moreno would be much easier to beat in November.
Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, John, let's look at, first of all, Illinois, right? There's this movement that is calling for people to write in Gaza. And if you look at Arizona, there's some groups there that are calling for people to vote for Marianne Williamson instead of President Biden in their presidential preference election. John, we've seen these protest votes garner really hefty percentage of votes before. So how does the Biden campaign perceive that message?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily going to be quite as big today in the states you mentioned, but this is a problem. I mean, we saw a significant number of votes for uncommitted in Michigan. We saw the same thing happen in Minnesota. We saw a significant number in North Carolina and Virginia go to non-Biden candidates in a race which really doesn't have a viable non-Biden candidates. These are protest votes from Democrats that
hang on.
To beat Trump in
is this
November.
about like the intern who like totally? This is so this guy who won, right, in this state, is this the guy who had the intern who went on Grindr? Is that this guy or Adult Friend Finder, right? This is this guy, right? So yes, okay, so this is such a funny joke, right? So like what you do as an intern to prank your boss, right? You go to the location that he's in at his parents' like property, right? And then you go on Adult Friend Finder and go to Men Seeking Men, right? And it's a hilarious joke that the intern did, right?
Okay.
So anyway, this guy totally fucks dudes, and he used to be a little bit different, like not really caring about that type of stuff because he fucked dudes. Now it's like let's execute the gays, let's ISIS them off of buildings,
Yeah.
And full on abortion. But that's why, and this is what it was. It's like you go to the fascist turn, you get the Trump endorsement. And it's crazy. This is like crazy that a Trump candidate actually won something for once.
Yeah, they've been losing. So it's kind of interesting.
That's why I blame the tornadoes.
All right, now let's talk about Trump's retribution. He's been threatening
Why do you
retribution against
hate
political
Biden?
opponents for some time now. Nobody knows it better than you. You quite literally
What?
wrote the book on it, right? But it seems like this rhetoric is escalating a bit on social media, calling for Liz Cheney and other members of the January 6th committee to be jailed. John, what's standing out to you from these comments? And are his threats of retribution, I mean, seemingly or in actuality, getting more and more specific?
Jack, was
Yeah,
I saying
I think they
anything
have to
about
be-
Biden just now? Why do I hate Biden?
I don't know.
Taken seriously. You and I have spoken about how this has really been a theme for his campaign. He has talked about retribution. He said quite famously as he was launching his campaign.
That's true. 100%.
I am your retribution. That's his message to his supporters. He's talked about annihilating and eliminating the deep state and our political enemies. But in this case, he is very specifically saying that members of Congress who investigated his actions.
I want to see, you know, I think what would be a good move for him is he just, like, instead of using all this annihilation rhetoric and stuff, he starts going, we're going to bring back tar and feathering, and just starts going off and saying, instead of anything else, just we're going to tar and feather them. It's actually quite painful, you know. People think that it's just, you know, they just stick feathers to you and it's humiliating, but tar is very hot, it causes burns, it's actually very quite painful. It's more than just like a societal humiliation, it hurts them.
Should be sent to jail.
Not fatal.
He's saying this
Straight to
in
jail.
all caps on his social media platform, and it's consistent with what he's been saying for over a year now throughout his campaign. But it is specific, and he is somebody who has made it clear that he wants to use the Justice Department to accomplish his political goals.
And you're talking about what he's saying on social media. There's this social media thread that Trump also questioned if Cassidy Hutchinson, a former White House aide and one of the key witnesses to the January 6th committee, should be prosecuted because, John, he's claiming in this radio interview today that there's a Secret Service agents or...
Is that the Nazi guy? Is that one?
Yeah. Who's
several that
quoting
will
Hitler?
refute...
Epic.
All right, look, dude, the least you can do is pay us. Go to our Patreon, you know, $1, $1, $5. You know, there's even more content in there that you can add yourself to. If you go to the Patreon,
exactly.
you know, you get your name at the bottom of the screen. You're going to help out an NGO that's helping journalists in conflict zones in places with little to no freedom. You know, these people out there literally risking their lives and they just need a little bit of help. And corporate organizations are just not going to do it. So help change the world of journalism. Edge to that. Here's Junk to tell you more.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
And don't forget,
We will
hey,
cancel.
we will continue to be
no.
Gavin me harder, daddy.
her testimony. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, it's frankly outrageous to see Cassidy Hutchinson, who was as a young woman working in the Trump White House, just steps from the Oval Office, and she came forward a total Trump supporter, but she was there. She witnessed what was happening on January 6th. She testified when many of the older and more senior, frankly, men in the Trump White House were hiding behind privilege and refusing to talk. She told her story to the committee, and now he is out there saying that she has already been somebody who has faced death threats, who has been harassed by Trump supporters ruthlessly since she first testified. And look, her testimony has largely held up what she has told the January 6th committee. There is a dispute about what happened inside the president's car after his speech on January 6th. She told what had been described to her by a senior Secret Service official.
I know, right?
Disputed that
100%.
took place.
You've got to use it after my ad plug every time. It's like, no, it's not time for that.
But to go out there and
it's
say
hilarious.
No,
it's just time for junk. It's just
all right, well, I know that you'll keep watching that for us. John Carl, thank you so much for your time today. I want to bring our big story to our panel now. Joining us today is our ABC News contributor and SiriusXM radio host, Mike Muse, our former...
No panels.
What do you think about his strength as a candidate against Sherrod Brown?
No, I think we'll be able to paint a very clear contrast. He's certainly...
Can't hear it.
And if you needed more proof that the Republican Party is the party of Trump, we got it last night in the Ohio Senate primary race. Trump-backed candidate Bernie Moreno ran away with it last night. He won every single county and even cracked 50%. The second place finisher, Matt Dolan, chalked it up to Trump.
It's self-evident that Donald Trump's endorsement of Bernie Moreno was the key factor for Bernie winning. Again, I think Trump's endorsement was very influential in this.
Digging into the exit polls, Trump's strength is very apparent. 73% of Ohio Republican voters said it is more important for the state's next senator to show support for the former president. Moreno won a majority of those voters, and 2/3 believe the false notion that President Biden did not legitimately win the 2020 election. Moreno also cleared up with those voters too. While Moreno had Trump's endorsement, he also is the candidate Democrats most wanted to win. They think he is most beatable in November, which sounds a little familiar. Moreno's win sets up a race with incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown that could decide which party controls the Senate. Joining me now for more on why last night's results matter for November is NBC News chief.
Oh my God, I don't care.
Of course, you've written a number of articles.
We get it why it matters.
Solidified. This is Trump's
hard to figure out.
One of the nation's most closely watched Senate races this year is now set. Ohio businessman Bernie Moreno cruised to victory in the state's U.S. Republican Senate primary last night after earning the backing.
Well, Neil Burke's lead has narrowed just within the past hour or so. Our Nate Rogers is with the Harris campaign, where, Nate, I would imagine there's a lot of optimism tonight.
That's right, Scott. Absolutely, a lot of excitement. I wish you all could hear the crowd screaming behind me. We've experienced those screams within the last 10 minutes pick up more and more. There are about 150 of Clayton Harris's supporters in the room behind me. Harris is in the building. He has not come out yet, but again, his supporters are here. We're talking county, city, and state leaders. Joining me now, State Rep Cam Buckner. Cam, how you doing, sir? First of all, $1 million raised. Of course, Justice Burke raised much more than he did, but regardless of how this race goes, is it still a victory?
Well, listen, I think at the end of the day, we have to wait and see what the final numbers are. It's been a long night thus far. We knew it would be a long night, and the numbers are tight. But what we know for sure is that the people of Cook County were really split down the middle when it comes to what they thought the future of the state's attorney's office should be. I threw my support behind Clayton Harris because I thought that his vision aligned more with mine and with the work that we've done in Springfield. And so it's going to be a long night, but we waited this long. We can wait a little bit longer.
Yeah. As you told me, fraternity brother, you all taught together. This is not somebody you just joined because maybe Preckwinkle told you to. No, I'm joking there. But it's because you really believe in this guy. Tell me why.
I do. I've known Clayton for a long time. As you said, fraternity brothers. We taught together at the University of Chicago. I know who he is. I know him as a father, as a husband, and where his heart is. And I know that his vision for this office is one that, to me, is complete. Yeah. But we cannot negate the fact that this is the same office that for many years was the wrongful conviction office capital of the country, right? And so when we talk about balancing safety and justice and doing the things to move us forward, his vision, to me, is on par with what we need to do.
Sure. I mean, I don't care where you are in Chicago, whether you're downtown in River North, in my neighborhood, East Garfield Park,
in your
neighborhood, crime is affecting everybody. Harris's critics say that he may be the same. He may follow the same trends as the current administration. Some of the critics say that he may give.
Let's get to the dumb Chicago vote.
Developing tonight, the results are coming in for the Bring Chicago Home referendum in Chicago. It sparked a lot of debate on both sides of the issue.
And WGN's Kelly Davis keeping an eye on the results there for us tonight. Kelly?
Right, Micah, there was a lot of controversy around this issue leading up to Election Day, but when it came down to it, the decision was up to voters, and they did not support Mayor Johnson's Bring Chicago Home referendum. Here's a look at the numbers.
Donald Trump is our mailman. You can send it to Trump Tower if you really if you want to send it there. John will go and pick it up in person. He's our mailman. We pay him nothing. He's our slave.
Majority of voters were opposed to the referendum, with 54% voting no, but it was close. 46% voted yes to Bring Chicago Home. That's with 98% of precincts reporting.
Look at that is for Chicago. How many people voted?
Yeah. What's the population of the city?
High.
Apple Mill.
One final push of polling places this morning, encouraging people to vote yes today, was not enough. Supporters wanted to give City Council the power to increase taxes on expensive properties and use that money to help the homeless.
They have the electronic
but people voted against
stuff
it.
That we have too.
Yeah.
The proposal would have added a hefty real estate transfer tax on properties sold for more than $1 million. Supporters said it would have generated up to $100 million in tax revenue to fight homelessness, but opponents warned it would impact renters and commercial real estate, causing fewer businesses to relocate to the city. I spoke with a member of the Neighborhood Building Alliance.
Impact? No. Listen to that. How would it impact renters?
You mean that landlords are going to fuck people over? Is what you mean?
Yeah.
I meant to say fuck landlords, not renters. Yeah. Renters are not the problem. Renters are never the problem.
Yeah.
Renters can't be the problem.
So wild.
They fucking don't own anything.
And look at this
That's
guy. That's
insane.
Again, Neighborhood Building Owners Alliance. Shut the fuck up, bro.
It's just the HOA. Fuck yourself.
No, it's worse.
And the organization, which was against this ordinance, he tells me while they were happy with this outcome, they're not doing a victory lap tonight. They still want to work with the city to find a solution to homelessness.
Yes, they want to get them out of the city so they can sell more property. You know, the homeless people are bringing down those property values.
We want to continue to think about how to solve this problem because it is a problem to be solved.
And that's what we want.
All I hear is farting. Do you hear anything?
The Bring Chicago Home campaign released a statement just minutes ago saying in part, quote, there are still 100,000 outstanding mail-in ballots to be counted, but whatever the final count, one thing is abundantly clear tonight, how determined our opponents are to continue profiting from displacement and inequality. They went on to say the results are
Maybe you should have
disappointing,
voted,
but they
you
are
fucking
nowhere
idiot.
near the end of their journey.
You fools.
She was cute.
Well, Cheryl, based on the numbers we are seeing right
She
now,
was.
with 96% or so of the precincts reporting the real estate transfer tax referendum known as Bring Chicago Home that you just read out loud is not looking likely to pass. But that is right now. Currently, it is trailing the no votes by
Got a
about
sports
8%.
anchor
But
headset on.
passionate supporters of the measure in this room are not expressing defeat, much like many of the races you've heard before this. They say they are going to wait for every single mail-in ballot, and there are a lot of them still outstanding, to be counted before they figure out exactly what happens here. Now, this is a group known as Bring Chicago Home. It was a grassroots progressive effort built from scratch in an effort to try and create a reliable source of revenue for services and affordable housing for tens of thousands of people in Chicago who are experiencing
It's so wild
homelessness.
this didn't
This measure on the
pass.
ballot asked voters to
Yeah,
weigh in on
it's
increasing
insane.
the real estate
The
transfer
fact that it
tax
was up for
on
a
property
vote and
sales
didn't
over
pass
$1
is
million
crazy.
to try and fund these support services. Mayor Brandon Johnson campaigned on this
Not
proposal,
only that,
and his office estimated the
20,000
transfer tax
votes.
increase would generate about $100 million a year to fund these programs. Real estate developers and building owners spent millions of dollars fighting against this, saying it would raise rents and make commercial real estate suffer
You
even
hear
more.
that?
Tonight, both sides seem to agree that no matter
It
what
would
happens,
generate
more
1
work needs to be done.
million. 1 million. That's all. All it would.
We're
so,
not gonna give
so,
up.
so 1 million. That would be from those property owners, right? It
Mm-hmm.
would be an extra 1 million among all of them, but they spent millions to try
To
and
stop
tank
it.
it.
Yeah. Genius, right? Makes sense.
There are over 100,000 absentee ballots that need to be counted. Our struggle will continue.
Struggle.
We reached out to over 300,000 households, made over 600,000 calls, sent over 1 million text messages. We will not give up until every vote is counted.
Even if we don't win it tonight, we are in this fight until we do. We are not going anywhere.
For me, as a low-income housing provider, my biggest issue was the impact on my tenants. You know, I felt like it was going to cause a lot of rent increases around the low-income community. It was going to destabilize housing for tenants that have been fighting to have
Me as
stable
a
housing paycheck to paycheck.
And what you just heard there is very representative of what both sides were campaigning on throughout this very expensive
Notice
and
how
hotly contested race.
hang
Now,
on.
City
The
Council
two sides
needs
that
the
they
support of
showed were
Chicago voters to
activists,
be able
right?
to
And
pass
the other
this
side were all landlords.
Yes.
The other side of the argument were all landlords.
Mhm.
Epic.
Yeah.
real estate transfer tax referendum and be able to increase that property tax.
What?
Appears that voters have rejected the controversial referendum on the ballot. It would have given City Council the green light to raise the real estate transfer tax on high-end property transactions. Mayor Brandon Johnson and progressive supporters had hoped it would generate revenue that would help Chicago's unhoused population. The measure has been fiercely contested in court by a coalition of real estate and development groups, but passionate supporters last night said they will wait for every mail-in ballot to be counted, and they plan to keep fighting. Opponents maintain Bring Chicago Home.
Seen that
Well, the Bring
shot.
Chicago Home referendum is being shut down by
Let's hear what
Chicago.
the mayor had to say specifically, though.
Election day is over in Illinois, but at this hour, ballots are
Have we got Tim Pool talking about it? Because he loves talking about how he's from Chicago.
No, but I do want to hear what the mayor has to say.
still being counted. With 98% of the vote tallied in the city, it looks like voters have rejected the Bring Chicago Home referendum.
WGN political reporter Tamon Bradley live at City Hall tonight, where Mayor Brandon Johnson and his progressive allies are reacting.
We'll see if it passes tomorrow.
Micah and Ray, when he ran for Chicago mayor, he took up Bring Chicago Home, promising he'd get it passed. Tonight, it appears he's failed. Tonight, Bring Chicago Home headed for defeat. Thousands of mail-in ballots must still be counted, but so far, voters appear to have rejected the measure. For Mayor Johnson, it's a spectacular loss, the first test of his tax the wealthy to invest in people agenda. But the mayor says he's not deterred.
There are 68,000 people who are unhoused. There's not a fight that we have not taken on that we won't have the ability to win. So guess what? Buckle up.
The referendum would raise the transfer tax.
Was
on
that
property
Tyler
sold
Perry?
above $1 million while lowering the tax on sales less than $1 million. The money raised would be used to combat homelessness. The Chicago Teachers Union, United Working Families, and other progressive groups that have had success in recent elections could not overcome a $2 million campaign against Bring Chicago Home waged by realtors, building owners, and managers. With turnout in Chicago on track to be the lowest in 80 years, the mayor hints he might try again in a future election.
Now we're going to keep organizing. Look, you all know who I am, right?
While Johnson remains upbeat, longtime advocates say it's time to regroup.
But we've got to take a long, hard look at exactly what happened, develop an analysis, and figure out where to move forward from here.
What may have happened, some city leaders say, is the ballot question failed to provide specifics about the spending plan.
I think people right now, when we're in the moment of crisis and there's so many challenges, and this isn't just city, but all government, they want to get a better sense of confidence in the decision making. And I think in order to do that, you got to provide more of the details, more of the plan, kind of show your work.
Organizers are waiting for the final results before revealing what's next. Live from City Hall, Timon Redmond, WGN News.
This guy from the Gray Zone, Liam Cosgrove.
Tim has somebody from the Gray Zone on, right?
Awesome.
So this is a very funny Sam Cedar. This is the one I was saying where Sam Cedar has good commentary. I only watched the first like 5 minutes and I was laughing at what Sam was saying more than I don't really care what it was more funny as Sam dunking on Tim.
Okay,
but then
we'll watch it and then we'll play it by you.
Well, then below that, if you look, so below that, it's just the spending that's going to be kicked back till Friday. We don't even have to look at that. We know it's going to be kicked back, and then it's Jared Kushner.
From
after that. Yeah, so like the next big one on the list is Jared Kushner, because like Arab Americans fear bias after October 7th. We can that doesn't have to be today, you know.
Okay.
Cosgrove is talking about Israel, and the bones stick out of this so much when Tim clearly tries to change the subject, and then Cosgrove brings him back to it after like 2 or 3 minutes. But it was for some reason, and let's hold off on our speculation because it would be irresponsible for us not to speculate as to why Tim is so worried about weighing in on what's going on with Israel-Palestine. I mean, just reminder. Yes, there are people in an open air prison in Syria.
What? You see why I saved this already? Right?
In Syria.
Right? So I was like, whoa.
What?
Somebody mentioned the camps in Syria for once.
Yeah, crazy. What the fuck? I guess because he's talking to Gray Zone and they're a sadists. Makes sense. But I don't even know if Tim would even know about that sort of shit.
Wait until you hear what he has to follow this up with.
Probably run by like the Kurds, but like the ISIS inside it has been, made it very difficult. There is
these are the camps that America refuses to help and the world refuses to repatriate the citizens. And
it's the British who really are fucking them.
There is a famine in I think it's Darfur.
He's just saying all the bad shit,
and this is
the camps aren't good. Wait, what we have to also keep in mind about these camps is that there is still Yazidis in these camps. They constantly raid them, pull out Yazidis who have been enslaved that are still in the camps. They've just been pushed into the camps, right? So they are essentially like a big jail cell. Not like we don't know who's guilty of crimes there. We don't know who's innocent of crimes there. They just simply don't have the resources to process them, right? And so they went to the UN, and the UN told them that northern Syria is not a country, so they're not going to help them. Right. And like, so they eventually Iraq came through and took basically all the Iraqis back. But the admin in northern Syria made Iraq basically mandate that they wouldn't give these people the death penalty before they handed them over. Right. And so like it's countries like Britain who had massive amounts of fighters that are in these camps. There's that one famous ISIS bride who was groomed, right? But did participate in like genocide, right? She's in there, right?
Yeah.
And like it's just one of those things where it's like it's a powder, like this could explode at any minute, right? Like,
and then look, a resurgence of ISIS, great.
Oh, we'd probably respond really quickly and just bomb them into oblivion at that point.
Yeah. Just let the Kurds know. Just get out of there.
They don't. Down. It's not that they don't have courts; they don't have the facilities.
Yeah,
right. There's so many people that they literally they've sought the help from international communities. They are moving forward with their own trials. And the thing is that it's just difficult because they don't have a great economy either to pay for these facilities to house these people, right? And they constantly, like, their raids on the camps that they have to do. They actually have to raid their own camps that they've built, right? And go in there. They find tunnels. They'll find like all this stuff in there, and then like Turkey makes those raids get delayed because whenever they're planning on doing them, Turkey will start bombing them.
Yeah. Like, well, what else can they possibly do?
Yeah.
There's a lot of like horrible things going on in the world. One of the reasons why there's so much attention. I mean, personally, I spend this attention in part because I grew up, learning about Israel in a way that I had not learned about any other country on the planet. But also, Israel is gets $3 billion a year from us.
Yeah, the world record holder for foreign aid recipients.
And we also have vetoed numerous
charitable of the United States
resolutions in the UN protecting Israel. And remember, the reason why Israel exists is because of the UN.
Isn't that such a great take, right? The UN is the
when
problem.
People say, well, it's the UN. Well, that's what the whole basis of Israel is founded on, the permission structure of the UN.
So true.
So there's a United States relationship with what's going on with Israel is fundamentally different from just about any other country. I mean, even when you think about Ukraine, Europe is providing a lot of weaponry to Ukraine. They are not doing that with Israel.
I mean,
we as a country are, uniquely enmeshed in this conflict with Israel and Palestine.
So much so that one of the other top recipients of our military aid is Egypt, which, if you've been following the news lately, Tim, they control the other side of the border in Gaza, and they are a big part of maintaining the apartheid system and the open-air prison that is Gaza as well.
Okay, and so here is this guy from the gray zone who comes from I think it was the Von Mises Institute and Lou Rockwell. So a hardcore and libertarian, which I think is probably accurate description of at least some of the people over there. The Lou Rockwell crew were also like, Ron Paul and somebody there was responsible for all those racist emails.
And the weapons manufacturers here in this country.
All right, well, let's continue.
Okay.
All the major
No, those are our wars. Those are our wars. Okay. NATO's not getting us involved in things. We're getting NATO involved in things. And Israel,
oh my God, America is NATO.
I agree on NATO. I don't agree on Israel. There are some American position makes no sense. Okay, there are some, but
I need to process. They're talking too fast. He said, America doesn't get NATO involved in things. NATO gets America involved in things.
No, the other way. The other way.
So America gets NATO involved in things, or NATO gets
Yes, America gets NATO involved in things. But America is NATO.
What? Tim, NATO just stays in Europe, like they'll have like external missions where they go, hey, who wants to come on this mission, NATO friends? And then they'll do it together, like with Iraq. Like, what? It's in Europe, bro. Like NATO, it's like NATO isn't even like in the Ukraine war. The United States is backing it. Other European countries are backing it. But it's not necessarily NATO that's backing it.
But they need to call it NATO because it's Article 5 means they're all at NATO.
Because
they're
it
all
needs
involved.
to be as
They
big a
act as an
society
entity.
as possible to blame it on the Jews.
I mean, like the founding neocons who the PNAC group, those guys were Americans, but they basically did all that for Israel. So
I think Australia is roping us into this road.
For 1 second.
I mean, absolutely. They did that for war and military,
well, it was U.S. hegemony. I mean, it's basically it was just U.S.
Correct.
hegemony. The whole plan for the Project for a New American Century was they saw Israel as an important beachhead, but the whole plan was to basically nurture low-level conflicts that would prevent some type of like other superpower to arise. And a big part of like going into Iraq was literally to make sure that we had control of the fuel that China would ultimately need to fuel their economy.
We got explicitly into that on Left Reckoning with Robbie Martin just a week ago. Like the first PNAC letter was about Kosovo, had nothing to do with Israel Palestine, right? It was just warmongers mongering war.
Specifically in the New World Order, the idea that we would go from two superpowers to one hyperpower, for there to be a hyperpower, us, it would require low-level conflicts around the globe that could never sort of like explode into something more than even like a limited regional thing. So there was never an opportunity for any type of alliance to form to challenge us as a hyperpower and bring us back down to the level of superpower. I mean, it was.
But I mean, the guy said at the beginning that Israel's pulling the strings of the United States. I mean, that gave me a little bit of an indication that maybe his perspective on this is like a little bit.
Well, I think the point is that certainly we're not dictating to Israel what they should do.
To the extent we should be, given how much we're investing.
Yes.
Well, we're not using our leverage. Is a real point.
The point is that this is an issue of colonialism and powers and those power structures that never really fully went away, as opposed to some kind of like shady conspiracy behind the scenes that's being alluded to here, which I find more disempowering and not necessarily one that's like intersectional.
Again, like we talked about Rob Martin PNAC.
Y'all just did a whole shady collusion thing. Sam just went on for like 2 minutes about how like they start low intensity conflicts, like these conflicts don't start on their own and they just need to be maintained like a fire.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, whoa, crazy. You mean you don't want these terrorist groups to unify that are in low level intensity conflicts? Does he think that our goal would actually to be like, oh, there's a war here, we'll go in and conquer it and stop the war?
Maybe.
Like, what are we talking about here? Like, oh, they mentioned Kosovo in the fucking NATO papers. Crazy. I wonder why.
Iran Contra. Like this is like the basically the military high connected military fascists.
But they basically did all that for Israel.
So I think Australia is roping us into.
Yeah, it did.
The military didn't know
this war with China. Why are we sending ships and personnel to Australia?
In 2002, Tim.
Did they even send us any kangaroos? What is this?
You guys know about what's going on with Australia and China, right?
Yeah, they're having.
You know, there's a wild kangaroo population in Texas. You fucking idiot! Jesus Christ, you fool! You fool! Also, we bought it. We bought it. We bought that shit. You fool! Also, the CIA has a base in Australia in the middle of the country.
Now you're going to dictate what Australia does, bro? Okay.
Fuck yourself.
Having big issues, and that's why we sold Australia a whole bunch of like
weapons
and stuff like that for the.
And there's food issues and dairy issues.
Guess who we buy all of our weapons from? You fucking idiots! Guess what our planes are? F-18s. Guess what they were before that? F-111s. Guess who had them before us? America. Guess what we have now? F-35s. Fucking hell. Guess what submarines we're getting? American ones. Guess what missiles we use? American ones. Guess what anti-fucking air missiles we have? American ones. Are you dumb?
Yeah, you're not even in the top 10 arms buyer losers. That's it. That's another thing. You're sitting here talking about how all you do is buy American, but still, you're not even in like the top arms buyers for the United States.
We do have a domestic production.
But still, you understand what I'm saying here. Like the amount of military spending Australia is doing is that minimal, compared to Egypt.
It's minimal. Yeah, it's minuscule.
Like to amplify AUKUS to be like this, like NATO-esque force, right? You're not spending that much money on your military. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here with that shit. You know.
Not at all. Yes, our guns are Australian, except for
Austrian.
I believe... No. We domestically produce our firearms.
So that's what they're saying.
Except for the Minimi, which is technically the same as the M240. It's the same platform, I believe. I was trying to figure it out. I'm pretty sure it is. But they used to be FN, so they used to be Belgian. But we've pretty much made domestic infantry rifles for our military since Vietnam.
I was just thinking about what Sam Cedar said about like how we went to Iraq to like basically do this whole like low intensity conflict to prevent alliances and stuff, and then we fucking let Iran control it immediately when we went in there like idiots. Isn't that the opposite of what the plan would have been in Sam's little conspiracy that he just hatched?
Surely that would be.
Control the oil that eventually has to be sold to China.
Hmm.
How? China's
been wild. It's been going on. So
with Saudi Arabia in these deals with oil and stuff, and Iran. Iran sells them oil too. Like, we're not fucking.
10 years ago to
and I want.
Fucking hell, it's driving me nuts. He stopped talking for like 3 seconds.
Excuse me for breathing, bro. Do you know about this is my street? I'm sorry for caring. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say that?
No, what is that?
It's an Australian classic.
Fucking hell.
I want to explain something that you cannot see on your camera, and that is the look of utter confusion on Matt's face, where he's like, "Wait a second, the turn."
Okay, any more clips? More clips, yay!
Well, I was going to say we're done with that. We can move on to the Jared thing, but before we do that, I have to show you this thing that's definitely going to copyright strike us and take down our whole channel. All right. So, this is obviously an Australian classic that I'll have to pause a few times.
I think he's sleeping.
Oh no, a lizard's in the road, right? He's sleeping in the road on the white line. And the puppy says, "Oh no, he's sleeping."
Better help him.
No, not again. You stay right where you are, puppy.
Hey, lizard! Get off the road!
What a cool lizard, am I right? Lizard don't give no fuck. Uh-oh, he's dead.
Oh dear, frill-necked fossil.
No, I think he's all right.
A lot.
You know, hey, isn't this great? And here is me doing original transformative commentary.
Just be on our way, shall we?
But he may
I've never seen this before.
Bro, this is genuinely fucking hysterical how what just happens here, because they like Milo and Otis, it's a movie where the dog was just like abused, right?
Yeah.
Like they just like threw it over waterfalls and shit. I think this is just one of those movies where they're like, hey, have a fucking puppy go fuck with this lizard lying in the road, and then we'll fucking do voices on it.
Are you okay?
Is he breathing?
I think.
What do you think the lizard's gonna say to him?
It's gonna say, "Fuck off, mate.
So.
Get fucked."
I'll give him a little push.
Uh-huh. Let the puppy paw at the lizard.
Go away! Touchy. This is my strength. Oh, please, just try to help. Go away!
I'm sorry for caring.
Oh, come on.
That's funny.
This sort of parade, and this guy tries to bring it back around, and it really pisses Tim off.
There's food issues and dairy issues. It's been wild. It's been going on. So when I went 10 years ago to New Zealand, I started learning about the conflict between Australia and China. New Zealand is partially involved in, and the things China's been doing in this region of the world is massive. I mean, they're building these naval bases and Air Force bases on the atolls. They're manufacturing islands to establish power. They're sinking Vietnamese vessels.
Around Australia and New Zealand. You know what he's talking about?
Poop.
He's talking about.
Well,
the South
isn't
China
that?
Sea.
Didn't that one island like Nanu or something side with China? Didn't
Nauru.
China buy them out?
Yeah.
Didn't
No,
China buy them
they
out?
didn't buy them out, but they went there for trade. They're having bilateral communications.
Okay,
and
so they bought them
having
out.
Open discussions with both sides. But yeah, basically. I think it
Jared
was
Kushner.
Kiribati or something like that. One of those ones.
I mean, the threat here is tremendous. And,
Can you
and
pause it? Actually,
Taiwan,
I'm sorry, because this is so incredible. Because he says,
"Shut up, Emma."
Did you say "shut up, Anna"?
Emma.
Recommend a video posted 13 days ago. Has
I wanna hear
3.3
what
million views by
Kim's
Boy
dumb
Boy.
shit has to say.
It's titled "We Snuck into a CIA Base in the Aussie Outback."
Haha,
It is a
it's
very
Boy
good
Boy.
watch.
Okay, let's continue.
False. Awful video. Really, really shit. They did nothing, and they just cried about how they're scared of the police for the entire video. There you go. I told you the whole video. Now you don't need to watch it.
Yeah, just a little bit more with this for fascinating.
Thinking Vietnamese vessels. I mean, the threat here is tremendous, and Taiwan is roping us into it. I think the real issue is Taiwan, China. Why are we involved in this? Do you know what's going on with China and Taiwan and how much money we spend and how many personnel we have in Taiwan?
Meanwhile,
I think the
just the
Taiwanese are
Cultural
lobbying
Revolution.
us so that they can get us involved in their regional conflict.
Tim, I agree, and there is some of that.
Yeah, but Israel's not doing that. Israel doesn't lobby. Not at all. You know, Israel's not lobbying to commit genocide. Taiwan is definitely not lobbying. It's definitely America putting forward that they will help Taiwan because of the chips. That's about it. And honestly, they'd probably be less inclined to do it now that they're ramping up their chip productions. So, I don't know. Wrong again. Whoop, womp womp.
That, but the reality, like, you must know this. I mean, the reality in terms of dollar value, the
must
reality in
know
terms of
this.
espionage, leverage, like Jeffrey Epstein, who I would imagine you would agree has a lot of links to Mossad and is likely a Mossad asset.
I'll tell you what I think.
Do you think that?
I think that the obsession with Israel undermines the foreign policy argument that I and many other libertarians have.
It's not an obsession with Israel.
Other libertarians.
Talks about plain.
Did Tim just call himself a libertarian? That is hilarious.
All right, let's get to that. Let's get to that, Jared. Let's get to that.
Israel's talking about number one.
Yeah.
That sweet boy. There's also a Young Turks version.
I can't really describe the level of anger that I was feeling when I first saw this. So,
it's
From
funny.
a video that was posted to YouTube by the Middle East Initiative at
He said
Harvard.
it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
This is hilarious.
And the dynamo of energy and excitement, Jared Kushner.
Here he is expressing a similar sentiment about them just going away.
Syria, when there's refugees, Turkey took them, Europe took them, Jordan took them. For whatever reason, here in Gaza, there's refugees from the fighting, from an offensive attack that was staged from Gaza. Israel's going in to do, a long-term deterrence mission. And it's just, it's unfortunate that nobody's taking the refugees.
But also there are real fears on the part of Arabs, and I'm sure you talk to a lot of them who think once Gazans leave Gaza, Netanyahu's never going to let them back in.
Maybe, but I'm not sure there's much left of Gaza at this point. So, if you think about even the construct, Gaza was not really a historical precedent, right? It was the result of a war. Right, you had tribes that were in different places, but then Gaza became a thing. Egypt, used to run it, and then over time you had different governments that came in different ways.
Because hey, first of all, are we talking ancient Egypt used to run it? Because kind of, right? Gaza, it was a city state.
Yes,
in the
and also
fucking
the British
Bronze Age,
controlled it.
bro.
Yeah, also the British controlled it for like 100 years before.
Well, like
Jews
in
moved
the Arab-Israeli War, Egypt did
Yeah.
control Gaza for a period.
Yes, yeah.
So I'm talking about even before that. When they still had influence over Gaza
Philistines.
because this is the Philistines are further north. These are like Palisat and stuff different, and the Arginians or something. The different people who came in, and they were displaced people who came into Egypt, and then they started pushing these people out, being like, get the fuck out of here, go to the Sinai, right? And those people also integrated with the Canaanites there.
Well, isn't there a theory that like the original Palestinians are in Morocco now?
Well, those are the Philistines,
Yeah, okay.
which are further north.
Okay.
That's
But
Lebanon.
is that who's in Morocco now? Or theoretically?
Well, yes, there was a migration out from there where Morocco did inhabit with the Philistines. So like there's that whole like the Lebanese are like, I am not Arab, I am Philistine. You know? Because which is like technically it's true, they're like more closer ethnically linked to Morocco than they would be other like Arab groups. But they're still Arab. Like, come on. It's like you've been there long enough that there's enough mixing.
Yeah, it's all just kind of homogenous at this point.
It's Levante.
Right, I'm sorry, pause it for a sec, because we just have to unpack some of this. So when he said
no, it's so funny. It's so funny because they're talking about they talk about how it's the Abraham Accords were really just about property deals and stuff, which is like so funny.
Of this. So when he said there's no historical precedent, that's fairly incoherent. But what he means there is that we could transfer them to another place. Like Gaza, it just kind of was created by the Israeli government as an open air prison to house these people as their land was stolen. Like they could go somewhere else. And he'll get into that in a second. But how cavalierly he says, I'm not sure there's much left of Gaza at this point. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the genocide that's unfolding.
Right. And just also to make something clear that, like, first off, the existence of Gaza and people living there.
He's literally like, it's unfortunate there's a genocide there because that's oceanfront property.
The existence of the nation of Israel, we should just say.
You know who also precedes the nation of Israel? Joe Biden, older than the state of Israel. Okay.
Gaza is mentioned in Samson takes place in Gaza, the story of Samson.
And so we can
bask in this.
Right. You had tribes that were in different places, but then Gaza became a thing. Egypt, used to run it. And then, over time, you had different governments that came in different ways. So you have another war, usually when wars happen, borders are changed historically over time. And so my sense is I would say, how do we deal with the terror threat that is there? So,
hey, Jared. Borders didn't exist. You fucking idiot. It's a modern invention, you fool.
So that it cannot be a threat to Israel or to Egypt, right? I think that both sides are spending a fortune on military. I think neither side.
Yeah. Do you know why Egypt is building up? Israel.
They also have other concerns. I mean, they don't like Lebanon, or not Lebanon, Libya being next to them.
Yeah.
Really wants to have, a terrorist organization enclave right between them. And Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to, if people would focus on kind of building up, livelihoods. You think about all the money that's
pause it for 1 second. You notice, like,
think about all the money you could have if people worked together. What he said.
Tiny modicum of self-awareness when he said it could be valuable too. And then shifted when he realized, like, oh, wait a second. I don't want to give up my business plan.
Oh, this is the quiet part out loud. That this is what is widely understood, but not supposed to be said out loud, Jared.
And he realized, like, oh, wait a second. I just revealed my PowerPoint. Go back a little bit so that we can hear that again. I mean, this is... none of this should be in any way surprising, but what is think of the level.
It was a critical wild card win for the Kansas City Chiefs, but for some fans in the stands, the January 13th game was a life and body altering event. A local medical center reporting some patients who braved the frigid temperatures to watch the Chiefs defeat the Miami Dolphins needed amputations due to frostbite.
Insane.
Before what ended up being the fourth coldest game in NFL history.
We're going to go over what I am wearing to this possible record-breaking cold game.
Fans posting get ready with me videos of what layers they plan to wear.
So everything I have is accumulation of trial and error over 7 years.
But no matter how many tips,
got the flannel underneath, the heated socks going,
or clever signs the fans brought,
the moment you took your gloves off, it hurt.
It was no match
for
temperatures
don't take your gloves off.
that dropped to -4 degrees,
Wild.
which felt like -27.
That's insane. That's so cold.
You can even see icicles forming on Chiefs coach Andy Reid's mustache.
That's insane.
My eyelashes started to freeze over.
Research Medical Center saying it treated nearly 30 patients for frostbite over an 11-day span that includes.
Guys, it's just a game. You can watch it on the TV.
The game.
It's the perfect place for a frostbite to occur. You add in the mix of
Hey, it's
alcohol
Ice-T from
and
Law and Order.
substances as
SVU.
well.
12 of those patients have undergone amputations,
I got news for
primarily
you.
of
That means
fingers
you're
and
gay.
toes due to exposure. The center confirming some of those patients attended the Chiefs-Dolphins game and saying more amputations are possible.
You start to feel pain in your fingers and your toes and your ears, then you know that's a sign that you are at extreme temperatures.
Both Dr.
You got
Davis
minutes
and
to live.
fan Alex Van.
You got in some controversy
hang on,
when
hang
you
on,
exited
hang
the
on.
race.
You're pressing too many stuff. We're done with this. I sent you links to finish with.
Okay.
Because this I have in here just for because there's an interview at the end about the new FBI law, but it's like boring. This is what I care about.
Inflation at the supermarket wasn't bad enough. There's also shrinkflation, where companies give you less product for the same price, and
I
that's
sent
even
you
got
those
Cookie Monster
generic
worked
stories to
up.
finish on.
Here's
and then
Hammer Cogliano.
you can pick something from the
fun
list.
Even Cookie Monster is furious over shrinkflation, the trend of major retail brands offering less product for the same price.
This is not even enough for one bite.
He posted, "Me hate shrinkflation. Me cookies are getting smaller."
Jared-
Instead of
Jordan
increasing
Peterson's gonna lose
prices,
his
some
mind about
manufacturers
this.
shrink the size of their packages just a little bit and hope you won't notice. I went to the supermarket with shopping expert Trey Bosch.
So, for example, Doritos used to be 9.75
Corn-fed
ounces. Now
beer
it's
drinking Americans.
9.25
Oh,
ounces.
wow. That's about 5 fewer chips per bag.
I love Oreos. The old size used to
Bro,
be 1
this is a
pound, 4
Biden
ounces.
talking point. Is
I'm
that
seeing this
what about
one
shrinkflation?
at
Companies are
14.03
putting
ounces
less
for the
in the
double
bag
stuff.
and
This is
selling them at the
Yes.
same price.
Yeah.
This is
Which
Cookie
honestly
Monster
is worse.
officially chipping in to help the Biden campaign now.
Chipping. Chalk chipping.
significantly smaller.
So what can you do to beat shrinkflation?
Steal the products.
Yeah,
Problem
Snickers,
solved.
the Snickers. They took out the Snickers dick vein.
Look for sales. Use your circulars. Look for a deal like this: 2 for $7 for your chips.
Oh
You
my
may
God.
Have a lower net weight of those chips.
Yeah,
Crazy.
don't
Look for
don't take a
deals is
print-
the advice. Look for deals and clip coupons is the news' advice. Thanks, Inside Edition.
Thank you.
In that
Thanks,
bag, but at
Cookie
least you're
Monster
saving there.
told us more
Another
than
way
we
to
did.
avoid shrinkflation is to think about things that you can make at home. So this hummus is delicious. It's $4.49. You can make this at home with just a handful of ingredients at less than half the price.
Meanwhile,
Wow.
Cookie Monster is getting the attention of the president.
The Cookie Monster. He pointed out his cookies are getting smaller, paying the same price. I was stunned when I found out that's what actually happened.
Me want big cookie.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm telling you, I always find the good ones.
I'm gonna mark that, and hopefully that's clean, and we can get "I want big cookie" as a soundbite.
Well, there's also "Go away."
I'm gonna go. I'm
Wait,
gonna go
let's
back
get the
and get it
propaganda
clean.
channel talking about
Hold on, I'm
Chinese
gonna go back and get it
propaganda.
clean. One second.
I was stunned when I found out that's what actually happened.
Me want big cookie.
Here we go. American propaganda versus Chinese propaganda.
On March 13th, the U.S. House of Representatives overwhelmingly passed bipartisan legislation that gives ByteDance, the Chinese parent company of TikTok, 6 months to sell the TikTok
6 months?
app
That's
to a
hate crime.
non-Chinese owner. A failure to comply would lead to TikTok's ban from app stores and web hosting services in the U.S. U.S. lawmakers say ByteDance may be using the app, which has about 170 million U.S. users, to collect
this an
data
AI
on
voice?
Americans and pass it on to the Chinese government.
No.
ByteDance
It's Voice of
denies
America.
any connection with the
I know
Chinese
it might be
government.
just the speed
It
up.
just
On
sounds
March
like an AI voice. It's normal.
13th, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin told CNN, in recent years, though, the U.S. has never found any evidence of TikTok posing a threat to the U.S.'s national security. It
False.
has never
They gotta
stopped
stop
going
naming
after
their
TikTok.
people after penises.
That's racist.
Yes, Mr.
That
Wong.
is false. There is abundant
I'm sure
evidence.
you saw. We'll look at it like because there's going to be a lot of China stuff. We'll probably have to like go through a whole China day, right, to catch up on stuff.
Yeah.
But they just did they did a Hong Kong national security tightening, right?
Yeah.
They took away more of Hong Kong's autonomy while they were doing the shake hands with Australia in the background, right?
Yeah.
And
Love that,
so Penny Wong was shaking their hands here while they were oppressing their
of
own
course
people
she
there.
was.
Also,
Of
I'm
course
not
she
sure
was.
if you saw, but the Tibetans came out and like got in fights in Australia, protesting
really?
them. Yeah, they were out there
Well,
like
actually,
fighting and shit.
Well,
Yeah,
while
yeah,
we're
yeah.
on after this, we'll go to those videos that I forgot about, which relates to America, because they're actually pretty interesting.
Of TikTok's ability.
Which kind of relates to shaking hands because Penny Wong.
Well, then
Go
we're
on.
just gonna keep going, or we're gonna have to come back. To
No, we'll finish. They're short videos. I made sure they were short.
Well, I also put ones that I wanted to look at in there.
Okay, that's fine.
Anyway, so China come out. We'll look at it when we do the China thing next week. They literally came out and they're like, certain countries need to stop criticizing our oppression of Hong Kong.
Certain countries, huh?
Yes, warning
Which countries
specific
would that be?
countries. I don't know. I didn't look. I figured I'd fill in the blank. Drew might have been there. Who knows?
To influence.
He's too busy supporting Israel's genocide in Gaza. What a fucking L fall off.
Opinion and
massive L.
And prompt Americans to act. For example, ByteDance recently directed American TikTok users to call their congressional representatives' offices.
Yeah, and they weren't able to get away from the page without calling the number.
Oh man, did you watch the China show on this? They really went into detail on how
they
fucked
did.
up this was.
It's even
like
worse.
they
than I
literally
thought it
gave him the localized number and knew what the person's localized politician
They
was.
used their location data to track down their local politician and gave them a pop-up, not just a pop-up, a notification. And then when they opened the app, it opened
called.
it and stayed there with no option to close it until people started complaining. And you had to click the number. The only way it would close is if the number was called. And this would have been blowing up the phones of everyone. And these people want to tell us that TikTok has no
The
influence.
teens
Are you
called them and
fucking
didn't
kidding?
know what a congressman was. They're like, I'm just trying to access my TikTok.
Yeah.
And they said I had to call you to access my TikTok.
Yeah, insane. So yeah, it's much worse than I thought it was.
Yeah, like, and not only that, like TikTok, TikTok has lobbied. They own Washington right now. They've lobbied all these people. All these different people are like pro TikTok.
Yeah. So if you see anybody that's saying that stuff like
that TikTok's going to be banned because it's not.
It's more like if you look at what Trump said, right? Trump was like, if TikTok's banned, then it'll make Facebook the enemy of the people,
because
way more powerful.
But he's saying that because he has stakes, because somebody who's in his circle told him to, which made Marjorie Taylor Greene also vote against this, right?
Yes.
Even though it was the Chinese Communist app while they were running, and on the debate stage, right?
Yep.
But like, think about this. They keep on pushing this misinformed narrative that it wants that they want to ban TikTok, and TikTok's going to ban. You're going to lose TikTok, right?
Yeah.
They want you to think that because they don't want you to fucking get it sold off. They want to continue having access to your data. They're literally gaslighting you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a perfect way to describe it. China and the CCP with their control of TikTok is gaslighting you. Don't get gaslit. Just understand that this is happening.
Well,
if you understand,
like they said, people called and didn't know what a congressman was.
Yeah. Yeah. But the ones that do, and the ones who actually have, are politically active, making videos about it, well, look, 170 million people, I would say that needs to, either that feature needs to be completely fucking removed, or sell the fucking company to a different person, whether it's European or fucking American or Australian. It really doesn't fucking matter. As long as it's not...
It has to be American.
It has to be American? That was a part of it?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm pretty sure.
Because I thought the language because the way I interpreted with the language was because it was like enemy state or something like that, wasn't it?
Yes.
So it could theoretically be European or Australian or a non-enemy state.
Maybe.
Theoretically.
Maybe.
But yes, likely it will be American. It'll probably be bought by Microsoft or something like that, I would imagine.
Like I said, it's gonna be bought by Trump's team. There's a Trump guy who wants it.
And protest the potential ban. So many did so that the calls overwhelmed the lawmakers' communication lines, Cyber News reported.
See?
In
How is this not a cyber attack?
Researchers.
It should be considered one.
That was a mimetic terror attack.
Yeah, you could classify it as that. It was politically motivated.
Mm-hmm. It was a DDoS, basically a DDoS attack, right?
Because terrorism doesn't necessitate death, does it?
Well, when we're talking about cyber terrorism, it's not like it's like ransom stuff,
Yeah. Interesting. Oh, that would be a very interesting discussion to have to figure out whether that could be classified as.
Yeah, well, cyber terror is totally different than regular terror. It's a different thing.
Yeah. It was interesting idea, interesting thought.
At 3 U.S. universities
It was a
found
Laughing Man
that China hired.
It was a Laughing Man incident, right?
As many as 2 million people.
Multiple people clogged the communication lines of the United States government independently.
They were prompted though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but still, they were so addicted.
It's not a standalone complex. Yeah,
they were so addicted to the medium and the meme that they immediately, without question, did it.
But they also couldn't close it, right? And this is why I say that maybe it could be considered that, but it wasn't necessarily standalone. You know what I mean? Like it's not that sort of concept. I don't think it's more of a incitement, which could argue that is more severe. That it's directly incited.
Well, I think that technically, like, they literally hacked their own users with ransomware, and the ransom had to be paid by calling the politician.
True. You
would
frame it.
And when you're looking at ransomware specifically and ransomware attacks, you are looking at something that is considered cyber terrorism. Because like when they hit those oil lines, right, and they they hacked an oil company, and the oil company was held ransom. That's a lot different than like hitting something like Sony.
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder if anyone's actually brought this up as
when you have to like target infrastructure, you know.
Well, it was infrastructure. It's the
imagine if you did that to imagine if you did that same type of prompted attack to emergency lines.
Yeah, it would create chaos.
You could create a digital smokescreen.
Yeah, true. Interesting.
Which is what we'll see a lot of times. Like Pakistan is really good at they manufacture digital smoke screens knowing that India will run with fake news they put out, so then they can debunk everything and vindicate themselves and like obfuscate that they did. And like it's the Air Force was there. The Air Force did use drones, but because India reported that a plane was shot down, that was an old plane photographed. Now Pakistan could be like, India is making false accusations saying the Air Force is there using an old photo.
I wonder. That could.
By the way, honestly, Pakistan and the Taliban are at war right now.
I know. I heard about that. I think I watched the TLDR movie. Video.
Yeah. Also, a Taliban guy just got killed in Palestine.
Interesting. This has got my fucking gears turning. I wonder if anybody has actually brought this up as like a mimetic terror attack. Surely not, because people don't really use the word mimetic either. It's not really in the lexicon.
That's kind of the thing that that's why the boring interview, the Pod Save America stuff, it was all about the FBI and how they do counter information warfare. Because they, like I said, they just took away more of our freedom technically, even though the screenings on U.S. citizens have been on decline, right? So they're doing less of them. They just made
Yeah.
it so it's more focused on countering these.
Yes.
Look at what Russian propaganda just did. Like we're
yeah.
having an impeachment today because of Russia.
Yeah, fucking fair
Look
enough.
at what
I
like
mean,
the Iranian propaganda and like the PSL propaganda has done, and how it's
yeah.
made, how it's weaponized people
Yeah.
justifying things.
It's still a concern, but I understand people's concerns, but I don't know. I feel like this is a legislation that could be easily countered if taken a bit too far.
Oh yeah, well I'm talking about the FBI thing. That's just
Ah,
like, they
right.
can just they can just look who you talk to, basically.
Yeah.
To spread disinformation and misinformation, annually producing a
Wait, did you brought that up on the Haiti stream, didn't you?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
it
yeah.
was today, wasn't it?
I brought it up, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I've
Because
talked
I
about
remember
it.
you
I've talked
talking about
a
it.
few times today because the episode
Yeah.
came out today, and I watched the
Okay.
interview with the guy. It's so boring and long.
Yeah.
But if you care about information warfare and stuff, it's very interesting.
Because I think no, it must have been the Haiti one. It must have been the Haiti
Well, I
one. 'Cause
pulled
was
up the
watching it.
graph, the 702 graph that showed like the
Yes,
cyber,
and it had the
stuff.
flags with the numbers and shit.
Mhm,
No, that
mhm.
was on the. It was here. It was earlier. I'm getting.
Yeah.
confused.
I also did it earlier when I was talking to people from Haiti. It might have been before the stream though.
about 448 million social media posts fabricated by the Chinese government.
Uh-huh.
In 2019, Mandiant Threat Intelligence reported that China had created a network of hundreds of inauthentic multi-language social media accounts,
They're called
including
CIBs.
on TikTok, and attempted to physically mobilize protesters in the
CIB.
U.S. A March 2023 intelligence
This is
report
literally
by
a
Australia's
Voice of
Parliament
America propaganda report on why everything you hear about how TikTok, there's been no evidence of them doing anything, right? And they're going through these are very clear things that was manipulated here.
confirmed that the CCP and PRC state agencies have extended their ties into TikTok's parent
Of course
company
they would.
ByteDance
They'd
to
be
the
stupid not to. It's so easy.
point that the company can no longer be accurately described as a private enterprise.
I think the Cookie Monster story was better.
Donald Trump has thrown a diplomatic hand grenade,
Nasty
calling
attack.
Australia's ambassador to the United
Nasty.
States, Kevin Rudd, nasty and
Kevin
not very
07.
bright. During an interview
Ruddy.
for British television,
Nasty
he
and
even
not very
hinted at
bright.
expelling Mr. Rudd if he wins back the White House. And experts fear that would be a disaster for our alliance.
As Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd loved having friends in the Oval Office. He was close to Presidents Bush and...
Sorry, I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. I was going to say,
war if
what a
Donald
homo.
Trump
Kevin Rudd. He's
wins
the
back
worst.
the White House.
I heard he was a little bit nasty. I hear he's not the brightest bulb, but I don't know much about him. But if he's at all hostile, he will not be there long.
The brutal blindside was made on British television while talking about the AUKUS agreement, but Rudd himself fired the first shot years ago with comments like these.
Anyone concerned with the public policy process thinks
Hey,
he's
Q&A.
nuts. President Trump is not a popular figure within Australia.
And ultimately, Trump
He is
holds
now.
the ace card if he's re-elected.
He won't be there long if that's the case.
Either way, it's
Bro,
already sending
you
a
mean to
shiver
tell me
through
he said
diplomatic
Trump wasn't
circles in Washington.
popular?
I know, crazy,
Yeah,
right?
Trump will never forgive this.
What a
like,
statement.
And Canberra.
Trump carries a grudge. And Kevin Rudd said some things that even a bunch of US Democrats haven't said about him.
And the opposition is happy to
Wah.
fan the flames.
Will the Prime Minister be reassessing Mr. Rudd's position as ambassador to our most important strategic ally?
The idea that we have a cheap shot question like that.
Predictably, the government is unflinching.
Who's the goblin?
Mr. Rudd is a very effective ambassador, is doing an excellent job in advancing Australia's interests.
Shut up. Fuck off, Penny.
Now that's the ticket. What'd you say?
I said, who is that goblin at Albertese?
Oh, the PM.
Fucking Gringotts goblin.
He grew up in housing commission and now he's the PM. He's a hero.
Also named like a penis. True. True. That's what I'm talking about.
Just in the
Teeny
United
Wong.
States.
While making powerful enemies. In the United States, David
His
Woodward,
hair.
7 News.
they did him dirty showing his hair like that at the end there. He turned around like when you're running up the stairs to get to check for the monster behind you when you get to the top of the stairs.
Yeah.
That's how Trump
Now we
turned
get
around
right
at the
wing.
top of the
Now we get
stairs.
right wing view.
Okay. I saved these on there.
Donald Trump this morning was asked
I
about
saved a bunch of
past
stuff about
criticisms
Penny
that
Wong on
Kevin
there.
Rudd, Australia's
It's probably
ambassador
shaking
to
hands and
Washington,
shit.
had
We'll
made
do
of
that
him.
one.
Oh no, like a
And
bunch
Trump
of stuff.
replied, I
okay.
heard he was a little bit nasty.
For like I
he's
said,
not
we'd
the
have to go
brightest
like deep into China to get into a lot of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
bulb, but I don't know
There's
much
still
about
shit that I
him,
wanted to look
but
at
if he's
anyway.
at all hostile, he will not be there long. Does this show that it was a mistake, or at least very risky, for the government to appoint Kevin Rudd as ambassador, given his comments were well known and Donald Trump had already declared his candidacy at the time? And second,
what a dumb question. Two, there's no reason to worry because there's no guarantee that Trump will win. Three, shut the fuck up.
secondly, will the government keep Kevin Rudd as ambassador
What a
if
stupid
Donald
question.
Trump returns to the White House?
In relation to the latter, the answer is yes. In relation to the former, what I'd say is this. Even Mr. Dutton has expressed confidence in Mr. Rudd. Mr. Rudd is a very effective ambassador.
He's the opposition leader.
I know, but I'm just like, okay, somebody also said he was fine. Okay.
He is recognised.
Well, I think she's just saying that the government is completely behind him, both sides.
As doing across this parliament is doing an excellent job in advancing Australia's interest in the United States, and I'd point you in particular to the phenomenal amount of work which has been done on AUKUS in the period that he's been ambassador.
And what are you? And what exactly are you doing to help that, Penny? Oh, shaking hands with China. Is that yeah?
Well, she is
shaking hands with the hands soaked
Look,
in genocide
this is
blood.
why I said
Yeah.
don't go to China because there's too much stuff on China.
We're not going to China. Fucking.
You're going into Penny Wong when I had a bunch of Penny Wong stuff.
I know. Relax. It's fine.
In engaging
This is
with
about
members
Kevin
of
Rudd.
Congress on both sides of politics, and he is a former Prime Minister, a former Foreign Minister. His experience and skills mean he will be able to work closely with whomever is elected by the American people as the United States President.
Another
that
question.
Australia and China reached today.
Okay.
Call to the manager
come on,
of
bro.
opposition
Stop.
business.
Go back to the fucking
Fine.
shit that I sent you. Save it to the list. We're not doing all this honky-tonky stuff. That's for the next week.
Today, we're releasing first-of-its-kind guidance to give technology companies the tools to help prevent, mitigate, and seek justice for attacks on human rights defenders online.
You hear this?
We're protecting access to a free and open internet. As authoritarian and repressive regimes deploy technologies to undermine democracy
But they
and
show a
human rights,
Chinese guy when he said
we
that.
need to ensure that
South
technology
Korean.
sustains and supports democratic values and norms. We will advance progress for people in all of our countries and around the world. It's a tremendous responsibility.
We need to break this
but
down.
we have to
right?
meet it in
So a lot of stuff was just said there, right? And you know, like half a jihad is online. So he literally said that they are going to enforce, like, pushing forward democracy by using the internet, right?
Information warfare.
Like that's literally what we're talking about here. Like a bunch of US
yeah.
policy, like the TikTok thing, him coming out saying we're going all out on this, the FBI updating 702.
Yep.
Like, and then this is stuff that I've been calling for a while, is the basic defenses against information warfare. And giving companies the tools to be able to fight back against it.
Yeah, it's all very important.
Yeah, and to be able to, but that whole thing, it's also saying that we are going to master this. This is our technology. We are going to master this battlefield. It's like a classic domination challenge that the US is known for doing.
Yeah, yeah. And it is something that we've been saying they've needed to do for a long time.
Well,
like,
I mean,
at least half of the time of the Ukraine war.
Cory Booker on there talking about how they're getting destroyed by ISIS memes.
This moment, because again, I'll close with this. This is moving so fast. It's moving so quickly. That what is decided now and in the weeks and months ahead is going to shape the future for generations to come.
It's true.
Now, with the big question, is self-checkout checking out? Target shaking it up. It is now putting 10 items or less. He did. 10 items or less restrictions on those self-service lines, while some other popular retailers are phasing self-checkout out altogether. Will Gans has looked into the whys of it all.
How crazy is
it
this,
checking-
bro?
I do
How
not
crazy
sound
is
good
this?
when I ask.
Let's just
Right?
wait for the
Remember
poll
how
right now,
remember how we were
because
saying
beautiful.
cashiers aren't going to exist soon. It's all going to be one
Yeah.
person managing 10 self-checkouts.
Mm-hmm.
What? Now they're already going out?
Interesting. I don't know if I believe this. I think this has got more to do with theft.
Full poetry, Janae. The self-checkout switch-up goes into effect today at Target stores across the country, so expect some changes to your superstore
You know what I think
shopping
it is?
trip. And with the return to...
See how they're talking about the reduced items, right?
Mm.
The employee is trained to take the currency, trained to scan the items, trained to
Yeah.
bag the items.
Mm-hmm.
The person is an old lady being like, place item on scale, and then she places all her shit and it's not the right weight, and then she's
Yeah.
confused, you know?
Uh-huh.
So it's obviously people are going to self-checkout when they have a shitload of items and sitting there scanning all day, right?
Mm.
So they're actually taking up lanes right there. So the thing is that if they just force these people to go to a cashier, that would be more money. You know, it's the amount, it's an overflow of how many transactions you can make.
Yeah.
to staffed checkout lanes, it's an excuse to talk about one of my all-time favorite SNL characters.
Okay.
Paging Kristen Wiig.
Hey, there's a copyright.
It's
What
a
are you doing, guys?
self-checkout switch up. Target now reserving self-checkout lanes for customers with 10 items or less.
Approved.
The change going into effect today
Weird.
at most of the retailer's 2,000 countrywide locations.
That's it.
Also, Target's a supermarket as well, so this makes sense. Supermarkets
only
have
have
10 items or
2,000?
less. So
Yeah, like Wagger's, like the self checkout has always been like
Mm.
10 items or
yeah,
less.
yeah, it's always like this at supermarkets. This just makes sense. It's just streamlining it because it's a supermarket.
Several years of customers relying on self-checkout as a contact-free option during the pandemic.
This yields quite a few challenges, but one of them is this funny little notion called partial shrink, which is when a shopper perhaps either accidentally or intentionally doesn't scan all of the items in their order. So some of the stuff goes out the door without having been paid for.
After testing this self-checkout swap out,
womp
Target
womp.
telling us, quote, "We did see a reduction of theft in our test stores, but the program wasn't directed in
Yeah.
targeting theft, even though we did see it was reduced."
Oh,
And
do
Dollar
you hear
General
what?
pulling self-checkout
Do you hear that?
entirely.
So listen, that expert said it's probably because people are stealing things, and then Target literally says, "We didn't do this because of theft. That wasn't the goal.
Yeah, but it's
It's to
just
maximize. It's to maximize the amount of transactions that are happening."
yeah, yeah.
in 300 of its highest shrink stores and implementing a 5 items or less rule at self-checkout lanes in thousands of others.
Because like you think
Some
about
of
it, like
Walmart's locations also scaling back
when
their
you go to
self-checkout
Target, you
options.
can't find
As some-
parking because everyone's standing in the self checkout line, right?
Sure.
Like it does have a compounding effect. That's going to affect you more than a lot of the like the heavy-handed, you know, ness of like going out with items like that.
Some frustrated customers call for a cleanup on aisle TikTok.
You have more than half of your self-checkout lanes closed.
The retailer telling us, quote, "During these times of limited access, some stores are designating select self-checkout stations for Walmart Plus customers using our Scan and Go service and Spark drivers for quicker access and delivery services."
Okay.
And as Target self-checkout rules go into effect today, they say it's all about efficiency and customer experience. A reminder, though, self-checkout isn't going away
Efficiency.
entirely. You can still use it if you've got 10 items or less, you guys.
Who gets 10 items or less at Target?
Just a bunch of
Wasn't that such a what a story that nobody would click on, but so interesting,
Yeah.
right?
happen.
That is very interesting. Like,
I find the
it
best
kind of makes
stuff.
sense. It kind of makes sense that after it kind of makes sense. I got distracted by the title.
It's great, right?
It makes
ending
it
with
makes
a
sense
funny
that
one.
they would reduce them after COVID, right? because they're wanting to bring people back into stores because they
Well,
want
I
they
think
want
also,
people working.
I think COVID maximized because it was the contact-free option, right?
Mm,
It really gave them a drastic set of statistics
yeah.
where you have some self-checkout to all self-checkout, and how much money was lost in those stores, which you could say maybe people were buying less, you know?
Possibly.
But they said it themselves. Efficiency was the reason. So
Mm.
if you know this is going to be like, I'm calling it now, and you know me, I'm always ahead on these narratives, right? These self checkout things are going to start changing. They're going to start phasing
Yeah.
them out in many things, and the conservatives are going to say it's because people steal shit, just like that dumbass just said, even though that wasn't the case. Just wait. This will be the new narrative. No, we can't use self checkout because people steal. What happened to honesty in this country?
Well, my first assumption was that it was to tackle stealing, but that was an assumption, right? Now I'm aware. It's funny what actually listening does.
I mean, I can steal just as easy going through a cashier line.
Yeah. Like, it's a bit harder to take a bag of apples and pull it up so it weighs less, but that's about it.
Fast. A car crashes into water, quickly sinking. A recent victim is the sister-in-law of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell,
Oh my God.
billionaire businesswoman Angela Chow, who lost her life after backing her Tesla into a pond.
How?
McConnell referenced the tragic accident in his
Get out.
resignation announcement last week.
What?
We tragically lost Elaine's younger sister, Angela, just a few weeks ago.
Angela's sister is Elaine Chow,
That's
former
why she
Secretary of Transportation during the Trump administration.
Didn't you say that all the sus assassinations they all drowned?
Yes, but guess specifically what happened here.
What?
The people who came to help her couldn't open the doors
Because of it's a Tesla?
because it has the retracting handles.
Epic. Are they going to sue Elon because it cost a life?
And also, think about that, right? Then they make the windows so you can't break them.
You can't break them. Well, to be fair, that never went into production. The windows
know,
are not
it's just
bulletproof.
funny.
Yeah, it is quite funny.
The billionaire shipping heiress was attempting to make a three-point turn at her ranch outside Austin, Texas, when she reportedly put her Tesla into reverse instead of drive, sending the vehicle into a pond on her property. Now, according to reports, Chow first called her friends on the phone for help, and one actually jumped into the water in an attempt to rescue her, but was unable to break the Tesla's windows. Dr. Gordon Giesbrecht is an expert on car submersions. In this demonstration, you can see Giesbrecht deliberately drive a car into a lake. The car fills with
you
water.
have to be an expert to
makes
survive
his way
this,
to
dude.
the back seat.
This is
Big
this is
mistake.
also.
he
So let
says.
me ask you something. Obviously, you know those window punches, right?
Mm.
Not exactly like easy.
No,
to use,
no, and
right?
if I was anybody, especially a chick, and I had heels on, I would say position yourself in the passenger seat and kick the fuck out of the window. It's the
Or
only
the
way. A
dash.
pressure point on a heel is
Or
a
the
perfect.
dash.
Yeah, that works as well.
Well, so I was gonna say now,
Having a
in
screwdriver
theory,
in your
if
car
you just grabbed a 9 and just started unloading on your driver's side window, would that open it? think-
Depends how submerged your car is. If your car is fully submerged and you put a bullet through the window, it's breaking. The pressure, like under a meter underwater, is like 4 times atmosphere pressure. It's fucking crazy. Like the
Interesting.
metric weight of water as you go down is exponential.
Roll
So
the
the
window
further
down.
down it goes, the smaller the impact is needed. But also, as you see, there's water coming in the car. That equalizes
Well, this
the
guy
pressure.
is an
That's a
expert
bad
at
thing.
doing it. He's like,
Yeah. So my advice for everybody is keep a screwdriver in your car. Or I have like a metal torch with like
I
it's-
like
it's
my gun
techni-
idea.
It's technically a weapon light, so it's got like serrated front on it, so you could like smash the window that way. But literally, a screwdriver in your car could save your life. It's that simple.
You need to get out of that vehicle as quick as
Because
possible.
literally, all you need to do is pressure point, right? If you've ever seen someone break a window breaking into a car, it's that easy. It's literally at the bottom, smack, and it's broken.
I mean,
you've got about 1 minute to finish everything.
This person didn't even know what drive was, so.
Roll the window down. It's an electric car. Water doesn't mix. This is why you buy old cars that still have roll down windows.
Uh-huh. They
And
should
then you
have
can
them
just,
anyway.
just
It's
do a
just
quick one
feature,
of these and you're out. Yeah, old technology.
We advise SWAC seatbelts off, windows open, out immediately, children first.
Another tip, avoid the natural instinct of calling 911 because you'll lose critical time.
If you grab your cell phone, basically you're going to die.
Well, I would say call and then get out, because if the call is connected, they can track your phone.
Well, he said if you are going for your cell phone, you're gonna die. You don't have time to think about that shit. Get out.
Just, hey Siri, call 911.
No, you just got to get
Hey,
out of
Siri,
the car.
don't do that.
I love how they added the children first at the end. You know.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's like,
see,
it's just funny because that's such an unnecessary part of the acronym.
Yeah, because obviously people are going to get their kids out first.
In another demonstration, Giesbrecht and his team show how to get out correctly. They get their seatbelts off, open the windows, and escape the sinking vehicle.
Your car is basically a boat with a big leak, and the windows will stay above the water for 30, 40, 60 seconds. Your electric windows will certainly work for 30 to 60 seconds.
Could Angela Chow have saved herself if she had a hammer or glass breaker? Could she have broken the windows of her Tesla and gotten out, like this demonstration? AAA's Robert Sinclair says probably not.
I know how to solve this problem. Put a Tesla in the water and try and break its window.
The lamination is designed to keep shards from flying all over the place, to keep the glass as whole as possible.
Oh my God.
So you go to hit this, it's not going to break.
These YouTube videos show how hard it is to break that laminated glass.
I told you, bro. They literally can't break the window. They can't.
They
Open
didn't
the
even.
handle.
They didn't even try and break the window with the hammer under a pressure. Like, you're telling me that lamination on a window stops it from breaking? No, it stops it from
All I'm saying is that
the
the door handles kill you and the windows kill you on this car. That's all I'm saying. There's a lot of things going against you if you're in a Tesla.
Yeah. But it's just like, all you need to do is pressurize the window and then test it and be like, could she get out?
All you need to do is this and that. Okay, bro.
Fucking hell. Like, you're trying to ask all these questions, but you
You
don't
have to
actually
be ready to
find the
fucking have
answers.
your immediate survival hammer plan. I mean, most
Just
people
have a
don't plan
screwdriver
for
in the
backing
car.
up into the fucking pond in their fucking.
Just have a screwdriver in your glove box. It's the most useful tool ever.
I've always thought you're supposed to try to break the window with one of those window smasher things. Is that really the case?
They're now building cars with laminated side windows, so even if you had a window breaker, it won't work because your side window is just like your windshield now, and you can crack it, but you can't smash it.
Tesla did not respond.
Yeah, no, I call horseshit.
Cops hate this. They can't break windows. I saw a fucking hilarious cop video. They literally, it starts with the guy, he's hitting the stick against the window trying to break it, right? And the lady, like, they have a car behind her and there's like a bollard in front of her, right? And she's like, and it's at a gas station. And the guy's like filming her, right? And laughing about it.
There's
So
a
the
few
cop-
things that
hang on,
everyone knows. Human beings
No, I know. I
can't
tried
live
to pause it,
without
but it's breaking.
water, air.
Okay.
So he's beating it with the stick, right? The stick flies out of his hand. You see it fly out of his hand. He pulls out the knife, stabs all of the tires, right? So on both sides, they're beating out of the window. They're tasing her, like, and then she's like with completely, because it's not just like the flat tire. Like, it's you can drive on rims more than you can with the tires being totally deflated and like dragging, right? She's still trying, she's like flooring it and like into a bollard, and then like there's a cop car behind her and stuff. Like, she was just determined. And like, it's so funny because it's like it's a long interaction. Like, it took them a while to break into this car to finally get inside it to pull them out. It was very funny.
Yeah, probably. It's the same principle as the screwdriver or the hammer, right? It's just the very sharp edges that centralize a shock point. Like the way that spark plugs break windows is super, super interesting. But it just works the same way. But nobody's going to have a broken spark plug. It's like calcium carbonate or something like that on hand. I
They
don't
should
think.
just have an eject button that shoots all the doors off.
Yes.
There's a few things that everyone knows human beings can't live without: water, air, a nice smile. But there's actually something that's often overlooked that's a necessity for life on this planet. And it's an ad blocker when using the World Wide Web.
Oh, this is
I am
such a funny
constantly
video,
reminded
bro.
of this.
That's why I put it on. This will be the last one.
Truth. Anytime
I was thinking
on
John
stream that I
Stossel
try and
telling
read
us
about,
about why
an event
socialism
or
is
something, and I
wrong.
go
Another time
to a godforsaken news publication that won't
just
allow
curious
you to read the
what he's
article
talking
without
about
getting
here.
the block off. And eventually, after putting up a big stink, I just give in to the dark side, turn off the ad blocks. That way I can get the information about whatever I was trying to research and learn about. And 100% of the time, without fail, it's just a massive headache. Just this visual nuisance, all this clutter with an inundation of ads that seems like it's some kind of scene from a 90s movie where you get hacked. Where just I was like, virus detected. Go here for good porn. Your doctor doesn't want you to see this. That kind of shit just popping up all over the place. That is the modern landscape of the cyberspace without an ad block. Unironically, there's banner ads, autoplaying ads in the bottom right of every news journalist site, ads on the side.
Literally,
ads in the
this is
middle
why I
article.
don't even fuck with like print journalism anymore because I
Yeah.
can't even open articles.
Yeah, because it'll crash your computer.
Yeah. And my phone and shit. I can't scroll because everything I have to scroll past an
Is an
ad
ad.
that hasn't
Yeah.
loaded. And so it fucks up the scroll and you end up clicking the ad that isn't even loaded there. I'm done. I'm not going to read anymore. Goodbye.
No, fair enough.
Ads.
We will never have ads on our Substack. Subscribe to our Substack.
I don't know about
that. Everywhere. But what
I'm talking about like those fucking shitty pop-up ads that if you
Yeah.
accidentally click them, infect your computer. Those ads.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, you know.
We might have like ads, advertising,
Sponsorships.
but not like the shitty like pop-up
You just
ads. that are like,
just go to the part where he's looking at the internet. Like, go, just
No,
fast
until
forward.
earlier came in here, like there was some on the ground, boots on the ground reporter going over that saying, Charles, something huge just happened in Pittsburgh. Is that what it is? There was a bobblehead heist? I thought they had like burned down like the entire like Pittsburgh. Yeah, good. Bobbleheads? Are bobbleheads like easily resellable? Do you make a lot from stealing bobbleheads?
Because said bobbleheads have been stolen in a
Not the ad. Good heavens, why?
and it got me thinking, who's having the worst seat?
Like the membership Tamago.
Ready?
Oh my, you can't be
What
serious.
the
The
fuck
back
is
to back.
happening?
Heavens to Betsy. The memorabilia were meant to be handed out
It
to
wasn't
fans in
even 5
celebration of
seconds.
52-year-old played with the Penguins from 1990 to 2001.
This year, and you could certainly nominate the Pittsburgh Penguins for that. Kyle Dubas, their general manager, and some people around that team, for some reason, thought
8 seconds.
Oh my good, what?
8 seconds. 8 seconds.
Is this what purgatory's like? Is it? What is this?
This is that Black Mirror episode where you ride to make money and you live in a room that's just screens, and if you close your eyes at the ads, it stops the ads until you open your eyes. This is this.
Seconds of a video and then 25-30 seconds of an ad. Is this the future? Holy shit.
that this team
That's got to be it, right?
close to contending for a Stanley Cup or could contend for a Stanley Cup. They went out, they got Eric Carlson, they got Riley Smith, they got a bunch of veteran guys. Things have gone sideways.
Oh my
Literally
god!
every 8
What?
seconds. This is nuts.
No way! This website needs to be banned ASAP.
You literally forget what you're watching the video. Like, you literally forget what is happening in the video. This is nuts.
This
Who owns this site needs to turn it.
This is just insane though. Like this is just like insane. I don't know why they would do this.
Jail. What?
The only reason he hasn't clicked off is because he's on stream.
Encontrarás la paz interna en la única minivan híbrida enchufable de América.
Things have gone south. And you could certainly argue right now that there's not
His membership, one guy. Oh! I have to watch the whole video like this. I have to know, how deep does this go? This can't be legal, right? This can't be. There's no fucking way. How do you even use the internet without an ad block?
This is...
You can't even watch this.
Oh my god.
Have you ever watched cable TV? There's no way it's this bad.
a team in the NHL that is further away from winning a Stanley Cup, or at least contending for a Stanley Cup, than the Pittsburgh Penguins are right now. That's a
Okay, that might be the end of it. He's got 2 sentences out this time.
You get to thinking, and
it's coming.
There's some teams in the NHL.
It's been more than 8 seconds.
No way!
There we go. It was like 16 seconds.
How?
Maybe
Wait,
for
how do
every
you get
3 ads you
isn't
watch,
there like
you get
laws
8
in place to
seconds
prevent
more.
this? I'm pretty sure there's laws in place for this, right? I'm about to fucking report them to the Better Business Bureau, even though they don't do anything.
Hold my beer. How about the San Jose Sharks? On pace for a goals
The
difference.
chair will advise that the rules do care.
48. That would be the worst since the glory days of the Ottawa Senators in 93-94.
There it is.
Oh, that was a jump scare. They fooled me with that one. Thought it was coming. Oh, there it is. Nope.
Really well and looked like they had something.
I'm
really
telling you,
special going.
they get an extra 8
I
seconds
think we made
every
it through the
time.
storm.
Fell off the map and they're playing in a college.
Don't let your guard down, Charlie.
Okay, there it is. That's the one. They teased us with a little foreplay there. This is what I come for, the ads. And then the guy in between who's just talking about some...
All right, I think we get the point. All right, that's fucking hilarious. Lesson learned today, get an ad
Mr.
block.
Kirshner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
I did everything right and they indicted me.